live now. All right. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Make sure to refresh your stream. Put it in chat. Make sure all those people know to refresh their stream. So welcome back, and hopefully we're getting everything sorted out. Just a little bit more time here as we refocus ourselves back onto this novice grand final. For some of you that are that are joining us, Ignite, they take the first game 4-3 in overtime, and I mean that was just a bit of a thriller, a bit of an offensive power or offensive slugging there, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, it was very back and forth. Right when one team looked like they had the upper hand, the other team struck back, and I mean, just a unfortunate defensive play by the Whelps led to Ignite taking game one. But let's see if they can bounce back this game too.
Now we are back after the break. A bit of a pause for both of these teams, and that did give a bunch of time to Whelps to hopefully think about what they can improve on here for this next game. But
Oh my!
Jeff Masters already looking off to a beautiful start, but unfortunately not able to find the angle as Grebsy once again trying to find it as Rooney throws it off his own post, but Jeff Masters not quite ready for it. But Grebsy able to get the back pass and throw it back into this orange corner. Jeff Masters throwing it to Mr. Marino, but Marino getting dunked out by Rooney. As Grebsy back to Jeff Masters once again. It seems like early off here, Jaegers, that the Whelps here, they're looking forward to these back passes to catch out Ignite here.
No, yeah, Whelps using a bit of a timeout, probably using their time to discuss how they could stop this Ignite offense. Could have a breakaway here as Charles did jump a little bit early. Could have a shot on target. But, I mean, this Whelps offense just really had hold on. Vita could have a shot on target, but the Whelps did hit it away. But like I was saying earlier, Puggles, this Whelps offense is having a bit of a resurgence, getting the passing plays and doing what they can to catch this Whelps defense off guard.
Yeah, but as we say that, it seems like it doesn't matter as Ignite, they're getting this pressure back, and it seems like their story is just to suffocate this Whelps defense, catch them on some transitions as well, and that's really going to be the key here. As Whelps, they're looking for the pressure. Marino throwing it across the net, but it gets saved away by the Ignite defense. As Charles off the sidewall, throwing it all the way down. Jeff Masters throwing it off his own back wall. Rooney able to come in and challenge, but Charles gets it away from one of the Whelps defenders. Vita working this corner once again. The ball squeaks out to the middle. Rooney, he's sitting in the midfield, has two Whelps players go. The ball goes right over to Vita. He has a great opportunity, goes off the corner, pops up. Charles there, not able to beat out Jeff Masters, but nobody from Whelps able to follow it up as Ignite, they're keeping this pressure on early, but Whelps, they're looking to get it out here, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, I mean, look for the Whelps to find a pass. So far, they've been holding up really well on defense. But, I mean, this Ignite pressure is just something else. They're just slamming shots at the backboard. The best that Whelps can do right now is try and get a good clear out and then put a shot past the defense, which Mr. Marino does so just now.
Mr. Marino, he's able to do a bunch of work as he gets it all the way out of his own half, gets it by the last defender, and just the floater over Charles puts them up 1-0, a big bounce back after the first game, and after this first half of the game where they were being put onto their own half, but Ignite, they're looking to respond right away as Grebsy able to save it away for now, but he also beats out Charles, giving his team a bunch of time, but Marino not able to outdo the mechanical genius of Ignite Rooney. But Jeff Masters standing tall in defense, throwing it off the sidewall. Marino not able to follow it up, and Rooney, he gets one touch, but that's about it there off of that after that opportunity. As the ball staying in this green corner, as Rooney in the midfield throws it back in. Charles, he's already there. He tries to get the touch on net, but Grebsy, he was already up, able to smother it before it even went off. Just Masters, he's working this midfield. Vita throws it mid. Charles, he's up along with Rooney. But another double commit here from Welps. There's another double commit, 2 back-to-back. Marino helping out Jeff Masters. As Charles, he gets the shot on target, but Jeff Masters able to save it away. And so far, it seems like Ignite, they've been able to put it onto this Welps half, but they haven't been able to get some good chances here, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've been staying on the Whelps half. They've been putting shots, but no quality shots as of yet. Regardless, if they keep up this pressure, I do see them tying up this game in the near future.
Yeah, but that near future needs to be coming soon, as there's only 40 seconds left in this game. The game pretty much flying by from our point of view, but Grebsy, he's able to keep it close, slow it down a little bit. Marino, he's backing up, he's awkward. Vita double commits with Charles, but Rooney throws it off the backboard. Charles is up, but he's not gonna be able to find the angle. As Rooney turning around, low boost, not able to get over Marino. As Marino and Jeff Masters tag team to get it out, but Charles with a huge dunk, throwing it back on the green half. Grebsy, 0 boost, going up the wall, kind of fakes out Charles there, but the ball able to go off the corner in front of the net. This Welps defense, they're holding strong just for 3 more seconds. They'll get the game as they clear it out. The ball still up in the air. Jeff Masters putting it on target. The ball needs to stay up in the air in order for Ignite to go to overtime, but they can't do that as the ball touches the ground, and Welps, they take game 2.
Yeah, no, keeping the ball up with 0 seconds is a large ask for any league, especially novice. But, I mean, this Ignite offense was just something else. They stayed on offense. They had all the pressure. They just weren't able to put shots in the back of the net. And regardless, Welps had a good few shots. Their one goal was a bit lucky, I will say that. But regardless, a goal is a goal. And the Welps tie up this series at 1 apiece.
And this is a huge game for Welps. They can finally turn the tide back into their favor. But, I mean, looking at the points there, Rooney, he only had 82. He didn't have a huge impact. And honestly, if you're an Ignite fan, that's really what you got to be hoping for, is Rooney able to step up and pretty much set up his teammates for success here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ignite does need Rooney to pop off. He is their first man. He sets up all the chances for Ignite. If Rooney isn't eating, Ignite aren't eating. And they need him to step it up if they want to win this series.
As we hope to see Rooney bounce back here from game 2 along with this Ignite roster. But Vita, he was able to step up when his team needed him, just unfortunately not in the offensive department. A huge pinch there coming out from Grebsy, forcing all of Ignite to go back. But Charles, he gets a similar one, gets it out to Vita, but Vita not able to get a touch, faking out Mr. Marino in the process. As Rooney off the sidewall, not able to follow it up. As Grebsy, he beats out one, but Vita able to stand tall in the midfield. If Jeff Masters throws it up the wall, Rooney, he's already up, throws it off the backboard. Nobody from Ignite ready to go for it. If Jeff Masters, again, off the backboard, he's been so solid so far. But a huge opportunity. Jeff Masters, once again, able to get back in time. And right now, Jaegers, it seems like all I can say is just Jeff Masters over and over again.
No, I mean, Jeff Masters has been popping off for this Welps team. Grebsy puts shot on target, but Vita saves it away. And, no, I mean, Jeff Masters, if you remember correctly, Puggles, Jeff Masters did have that hat trick in game 1 and did have a few pivotal saves back in game 2. So he's a very strong player in this Welps offense. And if I remember correctly, he was the #1 overall pick. I remember talking to Biscuit, their GM, about his Welps team earlier this season, and he was very excited to see what his Welps team would do.
As Biscuit, he has to be at least a little happy that they've made it this far, but not happy enough until they win it all. Huge expectations.
Oh my!
Might just go all the way in. Mr. Marino able to get a looks like a pinch here to go all the way in.
Honestly, Puggles, it just looks like a good 50 by Mr. Marino. And, I mean, Ignite just cheating up a little bit too much. And they have plays like that at every level. And Welps going to strike first in this one.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how it goes in if you only need one goal. And right now, that seems to be the moral of the story here for Ignite or
Oh,
for Welps.
Charles.
Charles, he's looking for an air dribble bump, nothing out of nowhere, really. Charles, he's pulling up the mechs along with Rooney and Vito right now. He's being pushed into the third man role, as we all thought Charles would be there, but Rebsy, he's able to shut down one, but Rooney once again throws it off the backboard. Charles up in the air, not able to read it in time. And Jeff Masters, he got a huge demo on Vita. It might just go all the way in. And it does. And once again, another long goal here from Welps.
No, it just looks like it's Charles just pre-jumped down a little bit too early. Could have had the shot, but instead had a counterattack by the Whelps. Jeff Masters putting it in the back of the net. And I mean, this Ignite rotation is just all over the place right now, Puggles. Not like, and Whelps as a result have had 2 easy goals.
I would have to agree with you, as right now, both the Welps goals have come from their own half of Jeff Masters off the
Oh my.
over to Mr. Marino. All three of Welps getting involved here as Jeff Masters, he probably could have just let Mr. Marino hit it there, but I mean, what's another 15 or 50 points to his total here?
Well, you know, Puggles, you gotta get a 3-man passing play, and Grebsy passed it off the wall to Jeff, who then passed off the corner, and Mr. Marino just put it in the back of the net. Let's still a lot of time left though. 2 minutes left. Anything can happen, and especially with this Ignite offense, they're going to start putting some shots on target.
Yeah, but right now the Ignite offense needs something to ignite their fire. Ha! So we need to see this offense coming along, but Rooney not able to get the save there as Charles, he needs to rush back. He does get the corner boost, comes off the ceiling, passes it down to passes it down to Vita. As Vito, he's working the corner, but Mr. Marino stops him there. The ball needs to go in front of the net in order for it to go in, but Jeff Masters able to clear it out. Marino gets beat up by Charles. Charles all the way down the field, a side pinch, trying to get out to Vita. Vita once again stifled once again by this Welps defense, as right now Welps, they're playing the defensive game and it's been working.
No, it really have. I mean, especially Charles. Charles is putting 5 shots on target, more than the entire Whelps team combined. But the Whelps have just remained stalwart on defense, combining for 6 saves, 1 apiece for each of Ignite's shots. And if Ignite wants to win this one, not even game 3, if they want to win this series, they need to get some demos. They need to disrupt this Whelps backline, because right now on defense, this Whelps team is popping off.
It's the defensive masterclass here coming out from Welps, like you said, and it's really been the story of that for these past 2 games. As Welps, if we call back here to the game 1, they had a bunch of double commits in very crucial times where, you know, Welps, they're still doing double commits, don't get me wrong, but they're just not in such in such important in places. As Grebsy, he's gonna put the 4th one and the nail in the coffin of this game, and Charles, I think he wanted to switch teams there.
Yeah, no, it's just an unfortunate touch by Charles passing it to Grebsy, and Grebsy, he had an open net, but I mean that goal doesn't even matter. The game was already over. All Ignite needs to do is GG, go next, and then reset their mindset going to the next one. And it looks like they are about to call a timeout after this game. Maybe get their heads on straight, find a good strategy to disrupt this Whelps defense, because right now this Whelps team is rolling.
Yeah, like you said, Welps rolling, and right now they're rolling through this Ignite offense that's struggling to get something going. But like you said, Ignite, they are gonna call their timeout now, and it is most likely gonna go through. So, you know, Ignite, I know you said it a little bit beforehand, they need to start getting some demos, but on the defensive end here, Jaegers, what do they need to fix?
They need to fix their 3rd man rotation. Their offense is so good. They've stayed so much on offense that sometimes they forget to play defense, and their 3rd man cheats up a little too much. And that's really what the Wolves have been capitalizing on. Most of their shots on target didn't even have a defender. Ignite has only 3 saves, and like the shots that the Wolves really that didn't go in were just misses. The Wolves put 8 shots on target compared to 3 saves. And so, I mean, this Wolves team's really just shooting at an empty net.
Yeah, and the Whelps they've seemed to master that open net here, as we even see some teams all the way up in rival and sometimes in Titan struggle to hit those, but I mean Whelps they're hitting it with such consistency that I do agree with you. The third man from Ignite definitely needs to be shored up a little bit, but as we wait a little bit, there's still that timeout called from Ignite. I mean Whelps they need to continue doing something. And Jaegers, in your very humble and great opinion, what do you think Whelps are doing just such a great job that it needs to be told to the world right now?
I mean, they've just been more disciplined on defense, like we talked about in game one. They're not letting Ignite have their offense, um, and they're just shooting. They're putting shots on target. They're just getting good clears, Puggles. That's what it boils down to: getting good clears, catching the defense of Ignite off guard, and just putting shots on target. That's all they're doing. That's all they need to do if Ignite doesn't get this third man situation down pat.
Yeah, and now we move in to game number 4 here. As if you look at the top of your screens, we'll see that Whelps they're in the lead right now, 2-1 game wise. But right now, Mr. Marino's capping it off. They're up 1-0 within the first 20 seconds.
And now it just seems like the Ignite goal is just a shooting range for the Whelps. Mr. Marino putting one on target, getting dimed up by a Ignite defender. And I mean, this is a very pivotal game 4 for them, Puggles, and that's not how you want to start this game off.
No, it's really not, but I do believe, recall game 1, Ignite
Oh
did come back
my.
from the... It's not looking like the same Ignite we've seen since game 1, as all 3 Whelps players are behind all 3 Ignite players. That's...
Yeah, no, I mean, Rooney just going to dive on this ball here, and Mr. Marino just going to tap it around him. Grebsy's going to get the goal steal there, however. And hold on, Ignite could have a little bit of offense here, thrown away by Jeff Masters, who does demo. I'm not sure who that was, but what a way to dump out that offensive pressure by Ignite. And Grebsy could put another on target here. And I mean, right off the bat, the Whelps are up 3-0 in this game 4.
Yeah, and this is why Whelps, they're counted as such a good team. I mean, the counterattacks right now, they're going crazy for them. They got 3 within the first minute, and honestly, at this early on, it's looking really rough here for Ignite as they took that timeout.
Oh
After
my.
this, they won't have another one, but Rooney looking to air dribble it, but Jeff Masters able to bump off Rooney, and Marino able to save the ball away from the net. And even what was working for Ignite here in game 1 just doesn't seem to have the same effect here in game 4.
Yeah, no, I mean, the main difference is the Whelps did change up their game plan. And Charles gonna get one back. Could light a spark that leads to the Ignite comeback. But they do have some work to do, Puggles.
Yeah, they definitely do. They need to get at least one more to, in my mind, have a fighting chance here in this game. But that's a good sign for all the Ignite fans and players here as they get one on the board. And I mean, the kickoff seems to be going their way as they get the offensive pressure once again. Vida and Rooney, a bit of a double commit. Rooney, he had no boost, and now Charles and Vida both having to rush back as Grebsy able to outdo Charles on the back end. As Vida throws it out to Charles. Charles back to Vida. Vida takes it up the wall, but not able to put it out as Jeff Masters throwing it back into this Ignite defense. But Ignite holding it down for defense for now, something we haven't quite seen them. But Whelps off the backboard, they might have an open chance. Marino trying to get it by 3 Ignite defenders, but not able to do so. As Vida, he has to turn around, take it, the ball close to him, but Jeff Masters, the ball's going to waterfall right in front of the net. Charles able to get a big save, and we've seen... And right now, Jaegers, I'm seeing this Ignite defense evolve into something a little bit better than what we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, they've gotten a little wiser on defense. They're playing a deep third man role right now, and really, if you look, they have one player pressuring the ball shooter, and then one person staying back. Which is honestly how you want to rotate. Make someone dive to force a bad touch, and then just have someone else right behind them to collect the ball. And as opposed to what they were doing before, is they were just keeping a third man and then getting beaten on counterattacks. Ignite's just playing a little bit safer here.
And you definitely like to see that from Ignite, but right now, in my mind, they need to get some offensive going as Grebsy. He's going to get another one in for Welps. He's going to get the hat trick here. And it's looking pretty dire here for Ignite.
And immediately right after I said it looks like Ignite's playing a little bit safer, the Ignite did have a third man dive commit that probably should have stood his ground, let his teammates get back, and then force a bad 50 by the offense. But once again, this is novice. Anything can happen. But the Whelps just right now just having their way with this Ignite team.
Yeah, but now Ignite, they're trying to get their offensive going. It was going off on all cylinders here in game one, but after that little stream delay, seems to not be the same. But Rooney able to put it off this.
What a shot by Rooney.
Great shot, like you said. Grebsy not able to get the back.
Noah Charles just going to get a good 50 there, and Rooney already up for it seems, and with a minute left breathes a little bit of life into this Ignite's chances, at least for game 4.
Yeah, and in game 4, that's the kind of goal that you like to see. And after this, if Ignite do unfortunately lose this game, they're gonna have to win 3 in a row in order to take it from Whelps. But that goal there from Rooney, from Charles, it looked really good, as it's definitely one of those goals that I think Ignite can repeat back-to-back times, and it's really gonna be big. But right now, Whelps, something we haven't really talked about is their demo game. It's really on point right now.
No, it really is. Like, the Whelps are just out demoing this Ignite team, and I mean, they're just ruining Ignite's rotations, and it really, Ignite right now, they do not have an answer for it.
Yeah, as Ignite, they're gonna have to be looking out as Jeff Masters, he finds Charles on the rotate back, and Mita, he needs to get back early, but Charles, a huge
Charles
just go all the way in. Rooney, he's gonna take it away, and 20 seconds left. They're only down by 1. There's definitely a world where Ignite come back here.
No, I mean, Charles is really stepping up in this game number 4. He's putting his team in positions to come back and win this game. And I mean, with 18 seconds left, anything is possible.
Yeah, but that kickoff was looking good until it unfortunately went off of a bit of a mistouch from Rooney. But Mr. Marino, he might just clean out the clock here as Vita get the touch off the backboard. Charles able to push it downfield. Rooney and Jeff Masters one-on-one.
Oh my!
Huge fake challenge. Charles puts it off the backboard.
Oh,
he misses, but Charles not able to capitalize. And Whelps, they had such a good lead, and it seems like they're stealing away game 4.
Oh my goodness, it was right there, Puggles. They had the teardrop going down, and just a mistouch by one of the Ignite players. And, I mean, Whelps could have still won, but I do really feel like they got away with one there.
Yeah, they really did, and there is definitely a place where Ignite score that, and we would be in overtime right now. But, I mean, moving on to this next game, it's not looking too great for Ignite, as they had to come back in that game, but it definitely seems like they have some momentum moving into this next game.
Absolutely. I mean, Whelps on the verge of a gentleman's sweep, but Ignite, like, it's there. Like, they're this close, Puggles, but just unable to finish the job. They had more goals in the last minute, it seemed, than they had in the last game before that. And I mean, the potential is there. They can come back and make this a series, but they they don't have any more lifelines left.
Yeah, they really don't. Their back is up against the wall, something that Ignite has had to deal with for the last half of this season. But now they're going to need to do it for the biggest game of their season so far, or well, of their season period. In this grand finals is Charles. He's trying to get it back to Rooney, but Rooney not able to find the ball, but he finds a demo instead. Rooney out to the midfield. Mita's there, and he's able to put it in. And this is a good start here for this Ignite team.
No, that's a way to kick it off, Puggles. Yeah, pivotal game. Nice little passing play by Rooney to Vita, and Vita just puts it top shelf for the first goal of this game.
Yeah, and that's really what you want to see out of Rooney, setting up his teammates for success here with his mechanics. And maybe we'll see a little bit of those as the series continues. But in order for that to happen, we need to see Ignite get going once again on the offensive half. Just Masters able to clear it out, trying to get his team tied back up here. As it's Charles sends it out to Rooney, but Rooney not able to find the touch, and Grebsy's able to clean up. Throws it off the sidewall. Jeff Masters jumping a little too early. Mr. Marino, the last one back, but Charles not going to go fast enough as Mr. Marino had more than enough time to be ready for it. Now Vita throws it off the backboard. Rooney's there, throws it off the sidewall. Charles not going to commit. A good, smart play there from him as Charles throws it off the corner. Jeff Masters able to meet it there. Mr. Marino out in the midfield. But Jeff Masters taking it up the corners, trying to send it mid once again. Vita throwing it out, and he has a free clear if he can just get to it once again. And Grebsy, he's going to clean it up in his own corner, throw it out to Jeff as this Whelps roster looks to transition permanently out of their own defense. But Mr. Marino deciding to turn away as Jeff Masters goes up. Charles trying to get a booming clear, but not quite finding the timing as Rooney gets it by one, but not by Marino. And right now the ball, it just seems stuck in this orange half, but the ball, it's not going much further than just on the orange half here. It's not going anywhere in front of the net here, Jaegers.
I mean, the Whelps have all the pressure, but I mean, no. Nice shot by Vita on off target. Grebsy gonna hit it away, however. But it seems like Whelps do have all the pressure right now, but just no quality chances to speak of. And right now, Charles could put one on target, but Grebsy dives back in time to hit it away.
Yeah, and this almost looks like a complete reversal of what happened in game 2, I believe, right after the break, where it looked like Ignite, they were on the Whelps half the entire time, and Whelps, they were just able to beat out Ignite with just 2 simple clears, and that's really all it took. And right now, it looks like Ignite just needs to do the same, but Jeff Masters, he has the best opportunity they've had all game, but Charles able to get back in time, but Mr. Marino able to keep the ball on target, and we're finally starting to see some good quality chances coming out of the Whelps roster right now.
Absolutely. I mean, shots put on target. But one thing I have noticed, Puggles, is that there's been a lack of demos from this Whelps offense. That they kind of strayed away from it. Getting one there, however. But it seems like their best offense is coming whenever they're disrupting the defense, getting demos, and clearing up that Ignite defense, paving way to open nets. Because I mean, right now Whelps are on offense, but there's just nothing going for them.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Is it seems like every time the ball gets by one defender of Ignite, they have another one. As Vita, he's hitting a flip reset, but nothing's gonna really fruit off of it. As Marino pushing it out of its own half, able to demo Charles, but this is an opportunity. Marino, unfortunate touch there, and Charles, he has an open chance on net. It's gonna roll up the post. Charles not able to put it in time, but the ball, or the game, still within one here for Whelps. They only need one shot, one opportunity to seize everything they've ever wanted in this grand finals. As Grebsy off the backboard looking for the double touch, but Vita getting up high, able to shut it down early. And we're starting to see Ignite sweat a bit of a double commit, as it's Charles running off the corner of Whelps. As Rooney, he's up in the air, not going to be able to connect with it. as Jeff Masters clears it over to Charles, the last one there. He dives in, throws it out.
Oh
Mr. Marino,
no.
can he get back to it? No, he can't. The demo, it came in clutch. It messed up Mr. Marino, but Jeff Masters throwing it in front, all to Vayne. As the ball, it stays up. The ball is very dangerous. Jeff Masters gets a touch, throws it out mid. Rooney's there. He's going to beat out Marino as it goes off the ceiling, and it's going to hit the ground and Ignite. They squeak away. I feel like I'm saying that every time now, but Ignite, they managed to get this game here.
Oh my goodness, Puggles. That was going in the back of the net. If it weren't for Rooney diving in front of the ball and getting demoed, that was a tied ball game. That is just insane. I can't even fathom what just happened right there, Puggles.
Yeah, if I mean, I'm just saying, if Moreno didn't get the demo, and if Rooney just went right by him, I think it was in every time. But oh man, it's really tough there. I mean, I do think they would have gone in, and that would have been a free overtime. But that's just the demos coming in and biting you. As Marino, he sees the bad side of going through someone, as he got a little spun up there, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, I mean the Whelps demo action kind of caught up with them, and I'm just in awe that didn't go in. I could have sworn that just looked like an open net, Puggles.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Rudy, he got back in time, but I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say what would happen if we ran that a few more times, and if that would happen every time. But as we get a new server, and it looks like everyone is in, and we get joined up here, Ignite, it's now game 6. They need to win this game to push that game 7, and if Ignite wins this, do you think that the Whelps could potentially start to experience winner's tilt?
I mean, maybe. I do see the Whelps taking a timeout if Ignite wins this. Or they could just keep wanting to go and play on next. I do see Rooney getting a bump there. I'm not sure how intentional that was. However, he did disrupt the Whelps defense just a little bit. And I mean, this is just looking like a very different Ignite roster than we've seen in the previous 3 games. And you know, anything can happen on Forbidden Temple. Weird things have happened. And I mean, given this is Novice Grand Finals, I do not expect that to change one bit.
As we look to see hopefully some weird things, hopefully some novice moments, as Jeff Masters is going to go up against Rooney here. 2 players that I'm going to keep my eye on in the coming seasons, as a bit of a bump there from Rebsy onto Jeff Masters. It's going to force Mr. Marino to stay on the ball, but Rooney able to clean up for his teammate quickly, putting a shot on net, but Jeff Masters able to save it away. But it's Charles once again, the notable second child on this Ignite team, as he's stepped up big so far. But Rooney cleaning up after one of his teammates misses the ball there on the backboard. Ovita able to pop it over one, gets a huge touch off the backboard. Grebby able to save it, and it's Charles putting it on target once again. And right now it's looking dangerous, as it looks like we're about to lose. Hopefully we don't lose Rooney here, as Vita, he's gonna try and make it work with this offense anyways. 2 minutes in, Rooney loses connection to the game. Maybe we see one of these players speak up, but unfortunately here, Jaegers, it looks like none of them are on PCs, so we're gonna have a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, no, that's highly unfortunate. Let's see if Ignite can hold out. I'm not sure if the voice in my ear could they call a reset. Okay, they did in fact call a reset, and so that Whelps goal is gonna be nullified, I believe.
Yeah, but now it looks like we are going to reset the game. Everyone, we are leaving. Just gonna announce that nice and loud. So, yeah. So as we get once again another rehost here, as it seems like that's what this Forbidden Temple has brought us this time. Jaegers is a nice little weird boot of to the back of Rooney there.
Yeah, no, I'm just glad we got that all handled out. That'd be a
Mhm.
very unfortunate way to end the series, Puggles.
Yeah, as I can attest to, I was on the opposite side of that. It is not as rewarding as you would think it is to win one of those games, but as we look to get everything reset, these teams back in, we're gonna start over scratch 0-0. Everything that um happened in that last game is gonna be completely ignored, but I mean, in my mind here, Jaegers, it looks like a big battle for midfield in that game's or in that before we had to rehost.
No, it really is. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't sure when Rooney did start to disconnect. Um, but I mean, really, it was just a very back and forth game by Ignite Whelps. It was really difficult to see who had the upper hand. Uh, Ignite did seem like they were a bit on offense whenever I guess Rooney DC'd, however.
Yeah, but I think we got all the players in here. We're just waiting for the AOK to get going. As doesn't matter, everyone's joining up anyways. So I mean, we restart this game 6, and I'm gonna say it once again. Ignite, they need to win this to push the game 7, but right now, Mr. Marino starting off big for his team as Jeff Masters gonna come and take it away from him, try to throw it off the backboard, but nobody's able to follow it up. But Grebsy able to put a shot on target, gonna force Rooney to make the save. Vita now gets cleared it over his head. Charles coming off the backboard, gonna throw it out. As
Oh,
Rooney gets
what
the
a
first
shot!
opportunity. It's a shot, bottom left. Mr. Marino can't get back.
Oh my goodness, what a snipe by Rooney. Gonna turn and put that one bottom left. Being out Grebsy and Mr. Marino, no boost to his name, not gonna be able to make it back in time. And I mean that's a way to kick off a very pivotal game 6.
Yeah, it's now Ignite. They're in the lead once again. When we see them in the lead, they seem to hold on to it. But right now, Charles, he's trying to get the ball out of his own half. Get another goal for his team as he gets by 2. Jeff Masters the last one. And Rooney was standing there waiting for that opportunity to come, but not, because it doesn't come quite yet. Charles in his own corner gets a pinch out. Rooney, a huge clear. Mr. Marino back over to Jeff Masters. Jeff Masters sees Grebsy, throws it off the backboard. Jeff Masters reads it off.
Oh,
Gonna go in as Grebsy, he beats out Vita, but the ball just not in a good enough spot for Mr. Marino to go and commit. And that was a dangerous opportunity for the Whelps here, but Ignite, they were able to stand tall, Jaegers.
absolutely. And I mean the crossbar helping the Ignite ever so slightly. Jeff unable to put it in the back of the net. And I mean Ignite right now is thanking their lucky stars.
Yeah, but now Ignite, they need to get something, or well, they need to keep their defense a rolling
Oh
and their
my.
offense firing on all cylinders. Well, they need to get something going. They need to come back in this game if they want to clear it out, or if they want to clean up the series, and possibly stop, or well, first need to stop this Ignite momentum and then clean up this series. As right now, Ignite, they have all the pressure on offense. As Rooney, he's gonna get forced on his own half, but he's just gonna put it right back onto this Whelps defensive end. But Vita keeps it close, drops it down for Rooney. Rooney out front for Charles, and Charles puts in another one.
I mean, good heads up play by It's Charles. I mean, as third man going in, diving on the ball, he had an open net. And I mean, what a way to put this Ignite team up by 2.
Yeah. Now Ignite, they're looking good. They gotten their offense back that we saw back in game 1. But we need to see that defense from Whelps return as well. And possibly, maybe even see a few more demos come out, as we really haven't seen those in the past 2 games here, Jaegers.
No, I mean, the Whelps have been going for demos still, just not the same exact volume that they had in the previous victories. And I feel like if they want to get back to their winning ways, they do need to keep up with the demos, pull it out, mess up that Ignite rotation, because right now Ignite is just having their way with them. Nice little passing play, Jeff, to Mr. Marino, but nothing to come from fruition of that.
Yeah, it's just off target there, and I'm sure Mr. Marino's gonna want that one back, but now there's only a minute 45 remaining in this game, down to Whelps. They need to see a break soon, or Ignite. They might just push it to game 7, but Mr. Marino, this could be his chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately not enough boost to follow it up. But Grebsy able to put it over Marino, not gonna be able to get the pop. Jeff Masters off the post once again, as he's gonna keep this attack going. Charles, he's awkward. Jeff Masters finds it, and they're back within 1 here, Jaegers.
I mean, the Wolves were just staying on offense, putting shots on target, and eventually the Ignite defense gave way, and Whelps get one back.
Yeah, and a big one back, as now they're only down by 1, a minute and a half. Jeff Masters, a good opportunity. He jumps, but not able to find it, as it's Charles, clears it out. Vita is there to keep it in this corner, but it seems like both teams waiting each other out, as Jeff Masters going to beat out Rooney. That's really been the matchup that I've been paying attention to so far, is those 2 highlight level players. But the players around them important as well, as it's Charles has stepped up to Rooney's aid many a time in this series, as Jeff Masters trying to work this corner. Marino cutting it down in the midfield. Grebsy able to throw it back into the Ignite side. Marino once again 50'd with Rooney, not able to get it out. Jeff Masters down to Marino. Marino not able to get it by Rooney this time, but Rooney not able to get it out, as Jeff Masters not able to commit all the way to what was an open net. The ball moving too fast across the front of the net, and it's Charles. He has a free clear, only 19 seconds remaining. This could be what Ignite means, as Marino, a big clear out. Grebsy, he's not there. He's not going to be able to get it. But Jeff Masters, he's able to read it off the backboard. Rooney, back out. Jeff Masters cuts it out. Marino, on target. Charles, awkward, able to put it away, but it's not safe.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the net. The ball's still up. The ball needs to touch the ground, and it is, as Ignite, they push Whelps all the way to 7 here.
And the ball was just teetering on the goal line. No Whelps offense to be found. And Puggles, I don't know if you feel it, but I feel like something shifted in the past minute of that game. The Whelps started to get more confident. They were putting shots on target. They were staying on offense. And I feel like Ignite got away with that one.
Yeah, they definitely did. But I mean, both of these teams, they've been getting away with a few games as well. Whelps, they had a few that got away, and now Whelps, they are gonna call their timeout. Moving into game 7, I know you predicted Ignite to win it all at the beginning of the show, really, but now, which team do you think is gonna take this game 7, and why?
Well, you know, Puggles, I'm a betting man. If I take something at the beginning, I'm sticking to it through and through. But if I'm the Whelps, I'm not sure I take that time out there, Puggles, because they had all the momentum. They had Ignite on the back, and now they're just giving Ignite a second to calm down, relax. If you want to win, if you're the Whelps and you want to win, you need to keep Ignite nervous, keep the ball on their side of the field, and keep doing what you're doing in that last minute, because I mean, Ignite just didn't have an answer for them.
Yeah, they really didn't, and now we do have that timeout coming in from Ignite, much to your dismay, obviously. And I mean, Whelps, they need to, I don't know, because I do agree they did have all the offense there at the end, but I mean, nothing cracked through. And once again, there's just so many times that we saw in Game 6 and in previous games where the Whelps were losing, where the ball is just rolling in front of the Ignite net. There's no Ignite defender there, but there's also no Whelps attacker there either.
Absolutely. I mean, the Whelps just needed to get a little bit more aggressive. They kept the Ignite defense reeling, and if you're Ignite, if you want to win this game, you need to figure something out. You need to stick to what you were doing. You need to keep up that offense because you can't keep up with the Whelps in a defensive battle. You need to get that offense going. And
Yeah.
I mean, as far as this Game 7 goes, it could go either way.
Yeah, and this first goal is going to prove a lot as Vita, he's given the opportunity to Rooney to strike first, as Rooney not able to push it by Mr. Marino. A bit of a overcommit, a bit excited there. It was Vita to put that shot on target, do it himself, but now Jeff Masters trying to beat out Vita. Vita off the backboard. It might just roll in front for Rooney. Rooney is going to put it in left side early here in Game 1.
And I mean, Ignite's just going to strike early on this one, putting in the back of the net off a pass from Vita. And I mean, Mr. Marino just doesn't find the touch he needs. And coming off the timeout, Ignite going to strike first.
Yeah, and now Ignite, they are in the driver's seat. It's now their game to lose, but Whelps, they need the Whelps wall to come in clutch. They need a goal to get going, but Gribsy not able to find that shot in what could have been a pivotal time to keep the offense going. But a demo, it's going to go the way of Ignite. But Jeff Masters, he gets by 2. He's going to roll it out in front, but nobody from Whelps ready to meet him. And nobody came with them, so it's going to give Ignite a bit of a free, a get out of jail free card. But now Mr. Marino in the corner, not able to find the touch. Charles able to pinch it. It goes up over Jeff Masters. Jeff Masters threatening behind him. Vita, a shot on target, gets saved away over the backboard of Whelps. And now Whelps defense, they need to get big. And now they have the opportunity to transition over to offense. But it's Charles and Vita powering together to put Mr. Marino in the world's worst spot up against 2 Ignite attackers. But he's managed just to hold strong. As Marino off the backboard, will he find the double touch? No! And Jaegers, it seems like we've reverted from team play all the way back down to solo plays, and I don't think Whelps are going to win that battle of solo plays.
No, I mean, the Whelps are a very team-oriented, team. They're making passes that they just rely on team plays mostly. And whenever they go to revert to solo plays, that's when Ignite beats them out. Is Charles gonna put one on target? And I mean, just putting Ignite one step closer to that championship.
Yeah, and it's Charles. He's been really the standout player for Ignite, able to step up in the team that needed, or when the team needed him most. As Vita gets a huge flick past one, Jeff Masters, a crazy double off of the sidewall. He's gonna go and threaten. It's Charles. The ball goes off the backboard. Rebsy's there, but he's not able to make anything of it. As Rooney is just gonna hold still. As Jeff Masters puts it off the backboard, Vita throws it in front of their own net, but nothing comes out of the side of Whelps. As Whelps, they're playing a little too defensive for my liking right now, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, they are playing pretty defensive, but it seems like they're starting to wake up. They're starting to put more pressure on Ignite. They just need to play faster if they want to win this one. Gonna get dunked away, ball rolling across the field, across the goal. And that's one thing I've noticed out of this Whelps offense. They've let far too many balls just roll across the Ignite goal line. And I mean, we wouldn't even be in this Game 7 situation if they just maybe been a bit more aggressive on offense, Puggles.
Yeah, I would have to agree. This is not the reserve. They're a little too reserved right now, and they definitely need to get more offense going. But Whelps, they're looking to get that going as Mr. Marino and Jeff Masters both pushed up. But Rooney in the air, dangerous.
Oh, man.
Another one, and it's looking it's looking really bad for Whelps right now.
I mean, with a minute left, it looks like the Knight have all but punched their ticket to, well, to the cash prize, to the championship, to the bragging rights. But Whelps have a minute left to find their way back, but they need to get started now. Look, they need to send everyone on offense. It doesn't matter if they let another goal in. They need to get some goals, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, they really do. As right now, Jeff Masters needs to be the spearhead of that, looking for a bump. The ball.
Oh my,
This is what they need to get back in this game. 2 more goals to push the overtime, and Jeff Masters looking for the demo here early.
And Jeff gonna get a nice pass to Grebsy. Grebsy putting it on target, gets past the Ignite defense, and he just breathes just a little bit of life into this Whelps chances.
Whelps, now they need to run with this as Rooney, he's gonna get the ball onto the Whelps defensive end, not where the Whelps need it, as Charles throws it off the backboard. He gets the double, but Grebsy, he's gonna try and take it out, passes it to Jeff Masters. Can he get back to it? No, he gets 1 touch and keeps it close, but Rooney, 0 boost on the sidewall, it doesn't matter, gets the flip reset, gets another dunk, outdoing all of the Whelps defense right now, and Mr. Marino needs to get the ball out as 30 seconds remaining for Whelps to get 2 goals. Vita on the sidewall here. Mr. Marino trying to get it by him, not gonna do it, as the ball rolling around on this Whelps side, and it's Charles puts in what could be the nail in the coffin of the Whelps playoff run.
And Charles, with ice in his veins, gonna put one in the back of the net, all but securing that Ignite victory. And what a way this Ignite team has come, Puggles. All the way from the 10th seed, all the way. They had to win 6 games just to make the play-ins. The highest ever seed for a Nemesis champion. How far has this Ignite team come? And to win it all, Jeff Masters is gonna get back with 3 seconds left. That is all she wrote. I am calling game now. Ignite are your season 7 Novice League champions.
And this last 3 minutes for Ignite just gonna be a victory lap, as they're going to rub it in the face of these Whelps players, as we did see a bit of trash talk coming up from both of these sides. It's Charles just gonna throw another one in there. Why not? Get it all out of here. Get the hat trick, finish it off, and I mean, Ignite, your season 7 Nemesis winners, and it's great to see it, as like you said, winning 6 games in a row just to make play-ins, and then they had to win 6 more to make grand finals, and now they won their last one that they're ever gonna need in this season.
Absolutely. And look, hats off to the Whelps. They played extremely well. That was a very good series, very entertaining. And I'm just glad we got traded to the distance.
Yeah, and I mean, it really came down to Whelps. I don't know. I don't know what it came down to. It felt like it changed midway through the series, but we are running really behind. So thank you, Jaegers, for casting with me. It's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Puggles. And up next, we have the Minotaurs versus the Melons. And that is a matchup you do not want to miss. So do not go anywhere.
Left me in this mess I'm falling. Heaven knows. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
All right, what is going on, everybody? We are here after that insane Game 7 in the Novice League Grand Finals. I'm joined by the champion of the Novice League, is Charles here in Ignite, taking it home. Charles, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. It was just a great win, and finals time. It is really. I've just joined Nemesis, but finals time is all is really exciting. A really exciting time of the year, and I'm looking forward to this next match in the Prospect League between the Melons and the Minotaurs.
Yeah, it should be another great one here. That last match went to Game 7 with Ignite taking it. Now we've got Melons, Minotaurs. We did a lot of previewing on the pre-show. We got the Melons with Midnight, Adala, Jimmy, and then the Minotaurs with Rogue, Wheels, and Jatron. And Charles, both these rosters, they're missing a main starter. No Alex for the Melons and no Snazzy for the Minotaurs.
That could definitely make a difference. But the story with these two teams is Melons obviously had a dominant season. On the other side of the spectrum, Minotaurs only finished 9-9. So, I mean, two very opposite regular seasons just going head to head. And I'm excited to see this matchup unfold.
All right, well, we got everyone in the lobby. We're running a little behind, so we're going to try to get things going quickly. Charles, there was a lot of predictions on the pre-show. We didn't get yours, but we're going to take it now. Who do you got in this one? Who is winning the Prospect League Grand Finals?
It's going to be Rogue and the Minotaur boys in 5.
Whoa! He's going Minotaurs into 5. That is a very bold pick there.
Yeah, but you know, I actually casted both of their games, and I thought the Minotaurs looked like the better team out of the two.
All right, well, we will have to see as we are getting things underway here for game number 1 of the Prospect League Grand Finals. We have Melons, we have Minotaurs, everything on the line in this game. The Melons in that green there with Adala, Midnight, and Jimmy, and then Minotaurs, they got Rogue, Wheels, and Jtron, and you know, we're really going to be watching in this one. I know we mentioned the 2 starters missing, but these guys have got some big shoes to fill. We'll have to see for Adala, filling in for Alex, and Jtron filling in for Snazzy. And, you know, I'm curious here, Charles, as we're getting into things. Who do you think has the biggest shoes to fill in this one?
I have to say the bigger shoes has to go with Jtron. I think Adala has some experience with the Melons, so I think it'll be more of a comfortable fit for him as we head into this game 1. And I'm just seeing a lot of back and forth between these two teams. No team really has the footing here.
And no one able to score yet, and we know the grand finals, it's important to strike first as here come the Melons. Jimmy trying to get one in. A lot of nerves can come out in the grand finals. This entire season has led up to this, and both these teams, they want to come out the victors. And that first goal could be the difference maker, could get them started on the right path here. As we're into game number 1, this ball in the corner. A little bit of a dribble pass in the midfield, but Wheels gonna get just enough of a clear as here comes Rogue, finding the 50 in the midfield. This ball hanging around, but the Melons gonna try to turn it back into the Minotaur zone as Jtron can take control here. What has he got on the sidewall here? Can't quite connect on that one, but it's gonna be sent back and blocked up. And we're about 2 minutes into this one, Charles, and both these teams still looking for their first goal of this grand finals.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for this first goal, and I will have to say, the better team so far is looking like the Melons. Is both these teams are looking to score in the last half of this match.
Oh, here comes a shot opportunity. Jtron put it towards the net. It's not going to go. The follow-up from Rogue is coming into the net. Rogue strikes first for the number 7 Minotaurs.
Told you, Rogue is a difference maker as he just puts the strike in the back of the net. What a beautiful shot, getting all past all 3.
Yeah, and that was a huge one there. As Rogue, he starts out the scoring for the Minotaurs. They are the underdogs, so we know how important it is for the underdogs to strike first. You know, I know, Charles, in that game that you guys had, you guys were able to strike first, and I know that was crucial to give you guys at least a little momentum to start the series out.
It's definitely very important, and especially it's going to be important for this Minotaur team, who are the underdogs here. And I think that'll definitely be the difference, as a shot just going to slip in by Rogue. What a beautiful strike.
Rogue coming back again. He wasn't on this team for a majority of the season with his PC being broken, but he is making an impact now where it counts. Definitely an underseeded team. And Minotaurs are going to put that one back of the net. And it's a 2-goal lead here in game number 1. And this is exactly the start you need. I know, Charles, you predicted them to win in 5 games, and they are doing pretty much exactly what you need to do if you're going to want to start this game off high.
Yeah, as a shot just gonna roll in, and here we go. Minotaur starting off strong. It is now 3-0.
And Jtron, he's going to put this one in the back of it. The sub making a huge contribution for his team here. It is 3-0. The Minotaurs are looking hot, and I am very impressed right now with what I'm seeing, Charles. This is a solid Minotaur squad.
I told you, Minotaurs are looking to surprise a lot of people, especially the Melons. I don't think the Melons were really prepared for how good this Minotaurs team is, but you can't sleep on the Melons just yet. They are the first seed for a reason.
Yeah, they are the first seed. They had a 15-3 regular season, but that doesn't matter in the playoffs as Jtron is hitting a strike upper 90 and in.
You mentioned who has the bigger shoes to fill. I said it was Jtron, but he's looking very comfortable. 2 goals for the man, as it is now 4-0.
Wow, Jtron stepping up big here as it is 4-0 in game 1. The Minotaurs looking very solid here. Looking to start this game off on the right foot is here. Wait a minute, the Melons trying to get on the board. Finally, Jimmy with a nice little play as he flicks it by the defenders and takes it all the way.
Yeah, beautiful 50 by Jimmy, and just he just takes it the whole way, just going to take it for a score. And that's exactly what you need for some momentum, not even for this game, but for potentially game number 2.
Yeah, it might be a tough road to climb, or tough hill to climb here in this game number 1, but they can build some momentum. They might have opportunities. Oh my goodness, Rogue is looking for the flip reset. We can't find it. J-Tron coming in for the follow, but it's going to be saved away. And the Minotaur is looking mechanical here, and they're trying to show something. You know, I know a lot of people were picking the Melons, myself included, but the Minotaur is trying to start things out on the right foot, and with a minute remaining, the Melons just really unable to get much on the offensive end going, Charles.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty dire for Melons heading into this game, too. I don't think they have enough gas in the tank to really pull it out in game 1. It just comes out as game number 2 as a shot's just going to go in by J-Tron. This man is looking comfortable.
The hat trick is this ball, Jimmy, he sends it right to J-Tron. It almost looked like a pass, but J-Tron waiting. He's got a hat trick in a game 1, and he is looking on fire to start things off as we've only got 50 seconds remaining. The Minotaurs looking to snag this game 1, and they're ready to start this series off with a W.
A W indeed, and I think that's what they're gonna get. There's only 40 seconds left, 5-1, and it's looking like a beautiful start for the Minotaurs, and I expect them to continue this going forward if the Melons don't have anything to say about it.
The final 30 seconds now. Minotaurs, game 1 victory, just pretty much a formality here, as they're up quite large here with only 20 seconds remaining. We just gotta wait out the final score. The Minotaurs have come to play here in this one. The lowest prospect seed to ever make the grand finals at 7. They're looking to make history. Some more here as we're down to the final seconds of game 1. This ball popping up high into the Minotaurs zone, but you'll let this one roll down, and the Minotaurs are gonna take game number 1. A great performance to start things off.
Oh yeah, an amazing performance by Minotaurs. They definitely showed up Melons, and if I was watching this game without knowing the seeding, I would say they were the number 1 seed. They look dominant. J-Tron looks like a starter. He's moving like a starter, and he's real confident. And I think this is going to continue into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge performance. I wasn't really sure what to expect out of the Minotaurs. I know they had their great performances throughout the playoffs, and they swept the Vipers in their last playoff match. But you know, I'm gonna be honest, Charles. I did not expect them to give them the 5-1 smackdown in game number 1. Then.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy so far. I thought Melons were going to put up a greater of a fight in this game number 1, but you know that was obviously not the case, and I expect them to bounce back a little bit in game number 2, if not going forward.
Yeah, we will have to see what they have in store here. Can the Melons bounce back? We know they can. We know they can. They have been the number 1 seed for the season, and they are a very solid team in prospect for a reason. But we're going to have to see if they can pull it off here as we're getting ready to go here for this next game of this series as the Minotaurs, game 1 victors. And we're going to get into game number 2 now. The Minotaurs gonna see if they can bring it back. Is might have someone AFK on the kickoff. I think Rogue is not there, but it looks like he may be back now. I think we're okay. A little technical difficulties, but nothing comes out of it, so we play on.
A little interesting, but you know, no one's probably gonna capitalize off of that. Just unfortunate, but you know, just looking for the Melons to step up here, and you know that's just all you can ask for them at this point.
And I'm curious, Charles, as we get into this game number 2, what are you looking for specifically in the Melons? What did they do poorly in that game, and what do you think they can do to bounce back here in game number 2?
I'm not thinking as much strategy as I'm thinking individual players, and when I think of individual players, I think of Adala. I'm actually a huge fan of Adala. I watched him in the last playoff match with Melons. I really loved his play, and you know, if this Melons team wants to compete with Minotaurs, Adala's just gonna have to step up big.
Yeah, Adala was that huge performer. And obviously Alex, the highly touted player from the Melons, unable to play in this game, as Dala's gonna have to fill those shoes, as we mentioned on the beginning of the broadcast here. We'll have to see this ball popped up high off the backboard. Here comes the Wheels, looking for the shot just a little bit high. As the Minotaurs were trying to strike early, but not quite able to make it happen here. It's J-Tron gonna pinch it back down to Dala. Can't quite connect Rogue. little bit of a 50, back to his own zone. Wheels stuck in the corner. This ball rolled up in the midfield. J-Tron has to get there in time, and he does. Able to get a nice touch and send that one away. And honestly, Charles, this is looking a lot like game one. I know we ended up with a lot of goals, with Minotaurs scoring 5 in that last one, a 5-1 showing, but the last game started out 0-0 for a long time, and we might be having the same sort of thing going on in game 2.
Yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end, you know, for the 0-0 game. I think both teams are looking very good offensively, and I expect actually Melons to strike first. Probably, you know, I'm gonna predict it right now. I'm gonna say Jimmy's gonna strike first. Maybe just, you know, fake out all 3 of the Minotaur players like he did in game number 1.
We will have to see. Jimmy, he scored the lone goal for the Melons in game 1. You find one here as Wheels is just 50 the entire Melons team there in the midfield. This ball still popped up and in no man's land. J-Tron with a shot on net, but that ball gonna be saved away by Jimmy. As it's sent down, Jimmy's by 2. This ball off the corner, dangerous ball. A shot opportunity, but it's not gonna go. J-Tron back just in time. And able to clear that one away. And it's going to the ceiling as Wheels looking for a pass out of J-Tron. A little bit out of sync though. And that's going to give the Melons an opportunity. Adala is waiting across. This one sent towards the net. J-Tron has to get there, but he can't get there in time. And Jimmy, you are right. The crystal ball service is here. He strikes first for the Melons.
I'm not looking at Jimmy's shot as much as I'm looking at the demo. Just beautiful work. And, you know, Jimmy's just going to put it in the net every day of the week. And if either one of these teams wants to come out on top, I know it's grand finals. I know it's on stream. I know it's stressful. Trust me. But you're going to have to get that shot accuracy up. You got to be deadly, and teams have to fear you whenever you shoot.
Yeah, definitely shot accuracy is huge, especially in these lower leagues. If you can put shots on target and at the net, it is going to be a lot easier for you to make something happen. And these 2 teams, they have been great shooters all season long, and the Minotaurs have had a great postseason run with their shooting. And we just saw it in game 1 what they can do. And obviously we've seen what the Melons can do, so both these teams just got to try to dial it. As here comes Wheels looking for the shot. Perfect placement. And exactly what you're talking about, Charles. Find that accuracy, and they do.
Just a beautiful shot. Nothing else I could really say about that. I think that's the most top corner shot I've seen in a while. As Wheels is just going to put it away and tie this game up.
And that was huge from Wheels, as Wheels has been one of those players battling all season long for these Minotaurs. Even without Rogue, Wheels was a constant. I know they had Snazzy as well. He was a big constant for this team. Unfortunately, not here tonight, but Wheels has been one of those guys. Oh, wait a minute. Here come the Melons looking for a demo, but Wheels not to be denied. Here comes a shot again. Midnight is finally on the board, and someone other than Jimmy is going to score for the Melons.
Here comes the Melons offense. I think a little bit of panicking from Rogue and J-Tron just kind of gave the Melons an open net shot. I've seen a lot of panicking from the Minotaurs. I think they're just going to need to calm down and keep playing the way that they played in game 1.
It definitely is. Now a minute 15 remaining. We know the Minotaurs can score in bunches. The Melons taking their lead here. And they're going to have to see what they can do as this ball sent down. And a shot flicked towards that. Oh my goodness, a Rogue. He flicks that one on target out of nowhere, and he's going to tie things up.
I mean, it's Rogue season, baby. I mean, look at this flick. Clinical. Another top corner shot for the Minotaurs. I mean, they really took my words to heart there with the shot accuracy, and I think this is what's going to maybe propel either one of these teams to a victory. The shot accuracy is definitely going to play a huge role, as it is now a tie game with 1 minute left.
Huge from Rogue, trying to step up for his team. A lot of people weren't sure what to expect from Rogue as the season went on. Oh my goodness, an opportunity! A bump attempt comes through, and Rogue puts it home. The Minotaurs are feeling it.
I mean, you said, people didn't know what they felt about Rogue, but I'm sure they're feeling a lot of good things about this man. I think he is their best player. I mean, Rogue is just sometimes he just puts the team on his back and says, all right, guys, let's just win. But this is not the case, actually, as the whole Minotaurs team is just looking really good out on the pitch.
They really are. I mean, we've seen multiple goals from Rogue in that first game, and now in this game number 2, we saw J-Tron with a hat trick in that first game. So the Minotaurs all contributing on this one. And now with 30 seconds remaining, they could have a 2-0 lead on the 1-seed Melons as they look to pull off history here in the Prospect League. But the Melons, they are not a team to be denied. They will answer back. This ball popped up high towards the backboard. Midnight trying to send out to a teammate. That ball can be popped by a defender. 10 seconds now. Can the Melons tie this up with a little time remaining? This ball pops up. A huge miss comes through. Another huge miss, but the Melons, they weren't ready for it. As this ball's sent back, the Melons have to keep it up, but they can't. And a huge mistake comes through, and the Minotaurs are going to take game number 2.
It's Minotaur season right now. I mean, people, I know you're a little shocked by my 5-game prediction, but I sure wasn't. I knew this Minotaur team is lethal. And I mean, I have nothing bad to say about Minotaur so far, except for they panicked a little bit at the beginning of that game, but they found their stride and now they're looking really good. But on the Melon side of the ball, they just need to get that offense going, because once it gets going, they can score. They can score really well. I think that just has to be the case for the Melons if they want to pull out a game 3 win.
Yeah, and we do have the timeout coming in from the Melons, about what you'd expect here when you go down 2-0 in the series. But I mean, it's just it's weird. It's weird to me, Charles. The Melons just don't seem like the same Melons we've seen. I mean, Adala, who popped off in some of their earlier matches, especially the one against the Gladiators, which some people are calling the pseudo grand finals. We haven't seen anything really from Adala or really Midnight. Midnight had 1 goal. We just really haven't seen much offense from these guys.
2 words for you, Rockerman. Stream nerves. That is exactly the reason why those two players have not scored. And I think that once the stream nerves kind of shake off, I think they'll definitely regain and recover. And once that happens, Minotaurs definitely have to look out for Adala, because that man is a difference maker coming off. I mean, he definitely looks like a starter. Same with Jtron. I mean, these 2 players really making a difference for their team. And this is exactly the kind of performance that you need from a finals team if you want to win in the Prospect League finals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the Minotaurs are putting it all together, but the Melons, now they're taking this time. They took this time out. They get 60 seconds, after the game is over to kind of talk things over. And, Charles, I'm curious, if you were in this timeout, I know you guys had to, talk about your timeout. Maybe you don't have to give specifics about what you guys talked about, but like, if you were the Melons here, what are you talking about? What are you trying to fix as we head into this crucial game number 3?
I mean, Minotaurs, even though they've looked really good, they are making a lot of mistakes. And I think the key is capitalizing off of those mistakes. I've seen a lot of double commits. I've seen a lot of accidental team bumps. And I think just capitalizing off of those mistakes will really come in handy. And honestly, just the pace of the game. Just play faster. It's always good to play faster, especially against this Minotaur team who is speedy. And I think just speed will help this team out a whole ton as we head into this game number 3. Rockerman, I have to get your predictions. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh, goodness. Well, my prediction on the pre-show was Melons 4-2, so we'll have to see if I'm sticking with that. I'm not sure yet. The Minotaurs have looked great. I've been very impressed. Really, it could go anyway. It's all coming down to this. If the Melons can win this game, they have some life in this series, but I think if Minotaurs take it, it is going to be too much to handle here. But we'll have to find out as we are into game number 3. The 7-seeded Minotaurs are up 2-0 on the number 1-seeded Melons. And they are looking to make some magic happen. This ball sent off the backboard. Here comes Rogue for the shot with Midnight, denying it away. Definitely need to see some more from Midnight. He is that guy. He's been an MVP candidate all season long. But here comes a shot. Jimmy has to make a huge save, and he does. And yeah, that's probably the guy that I'm looking to step up is Midnight. And here he is, putting it in the back of the net. Ask if you shall receive. The Melons strike first.
Midnight, what a shot! I mean, this is Prospect League, right? I mean, just the shots that are coming in are high class, high tier. And, this is going to be a finals for the ages if this keeps on continuing for these 2 teams.
It definitely could be, especially if the Melons are able to bring this game back. But Rogue, unable to find the touch that he was looking for. And this one being air dribbled down, trying to find a double 50, but not quite able to make it happen. As this ball stuck in Minotaur's corner, Jtron finds 50 wheels. Now on the dribble, trying to take things down with Jimmy up on the sidewall, looking to send it out to a teammate, but only met by Jtron there. He's looking to counter it back down. Not quite able to get it through. And, at least something here is a shot. Going to go a little bit wide. So something a little bit different maybe on the side of the Melons here is that we're not at a 0-0 game for a couple minutes on end, Charles.
I think that could change with the shot right here, but does not go in. I will say the 1-goal lead is a very important lead to have in any sort of situation, especially in the finals. It really gives you a lot of comfort, gives you a lot of confidence, and I think this confidence could lead Melons to a Game 3 win, which they need so desperately. And, from this Minotaur team, you have to just stop them in their tracks and remind them, hey, we are the better team. You have to assert your dominance here in this situation. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Jimmy's just going to do it all himself.
Oh my goodness, Jimmy, he takes his ball off the corner and just flicks it to the back of the head. What a tight angle, and he finds in the back of that. Impressive. And really, it just seems like it's been all Jimmy. He's scored in all 3 games for this team so far. He is trying to step up when his team needs him most.
Yeah, and I think that's actually exactly what you're going to need for. You just need your star players to step up, and I think that's what Melons are trying to incorporate here. If you get your star players to step up, you become confident, and that confidence results in the other players stepping up. As I think Atala was trying to go for a fake there, doesn't really go, but yeah, just keep letting Jimmy have the ball. He's looking hot, and I think he's going to continue to look hot in this series. As I say that, Wheels is going to put that one in the back of the net.
Wheels sending it home as it's 2-1 as we're just approaching halfway, and as we mentioned, such a must-win game for the Melons. As Charles, there's only ever been 2 reverse sweeps in Nemesis history in a best-of-7. One was way back, I believe it was season 5, Mafiosos and Pineapples, and one happened this season with Hydra and Arrival. So, oh my goodness, a passing play almost comes through. The Minotaurs almost tied it up. The Melons gotta be a little bit nervous. The 1-goal lead is never safe, and they know that they need to win this game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire for the Melons at this point, and I'm looking for Jimmy to really step up and propel his team to a victory here. And, as well as Adala and Midnight. I mean, Adala's looked pretty good in this game, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Looking for Adala to start some offense, really get his team going, as there goes that lead. The lead is gone just like that.
And it's a Rogue here. Jtron with a massive 50 in the midfield. A great passing play, and a Rogue, he finishes the deal there. The Minotaurs have come roaring back, and the Melons, Charles, they've got to be super nervous. You had a 2-goal lead, you let it evaporate, and now they have to find a way to get back out in front and clinch this game number 3.
I keep mentioning that the other 2 players, the Melons, Adala and Midnight, need to step up, and I think this is the perfect time to do so, and I think this is the most crucial time to do so. So if I'm on the Melons team, I'm encouraging Adala and Midnight to make a play. I mean, they're definitely playmakers, and we're not seeing a whole lot of it here, but I just need them to make a play, get this Melons team on top again, and shut the Minotaurs out in game number 3.
Yeah, they are really good players. Like we mentioned, we've seen them play well before. Adala, we saw him peak in the last game against the Vipers, and we know what Midnight can do. Definitely an MVP caliber player in the Prospect League this season, but they are getting shut down, whether it be by this Minotaurs defense or by their own faults. But with a minute remaining here, the Minotaurs tied up with the Melons here as they hold on to a 2-0 series lead in the Prospect League Grand Finals. The entire season has come down to this. This ball pops up high. Here comes Wheels. He's going to beat Midnight Jimmy on the backboard. Has to make a touch. A huge touch comes through. He's able to send it to the corner, but the Minotaurs, they aren't done yet. Here comes Jtron with the demo, with the bump. Rogue puts it in. Jtron does it again, and Rogue puts it home.
I can't emphasize to you how much I love bumps and demos, and we just got 2 of them right there. What a beautiful play, and Rogue is going to put that in. Great positioning by Rogue, and even better bump. I mean, just really good team play from Minotaurs, and this could propel them to a very crucial game 3 win here.
And the timeout buff not helping the Melons here for an opportunity. Here comes Jimmy for the shot. It's off the post. Adala trying to come in, but Rogue with the denial. And the Melons, they have got to be in panic mode here in the final 20 seconds. Can they find a goal? Can they send it to overtime? The time is not on their side as we're down to it. Final 10 seconds now. A pass attempt out of midfield. Here comes Jimmy popping it up high. A shot opportunity, but Rogue, he shuts it down. He's trying to find another touch. He dunks him out. This ball rolls down, and the Minotaurs are 1 game away from taking Melons down and winning the Prospect League Championship.
who genuinely thought this was going to be how this finals went down? I sure didn't. I knew it was going to be at least a little bit towards the Minotaur side, but I mean, this is just looking very dominant by Minotaurs. They clutched up when they needed it most. They're just looking like the better team here. And if you're going up against a team that just looks better for the Melons, you gotta just really talk to each other and figure out what's wrong. Communication is key, especially in this crucial moment. And this game 4, it's all or nothing for Melons. You gotta go all in, and whether it be all in on offense or all in on defense, I don't know. I'm not a prospect, but hey, you just gotta go all in here. This is the time, and this is what Nemesis Grand Finals is all about, baby. Who's excited? Because you know I am.
I'm excited too. I can't believe what I'm witnessing, Charles. This is unreal. The Minotaurs are just putting on a clinic, and Rogue, Wheels, Jtron, they're all contributing on this team, just doing everything they need to do. And the Melons just, they don't have any answers. There's just nothing that they have done that has worked. The timeout didn't work, and now they are staring at the impossible. They have to pull off a reverse sweep. It's only been done 2 times ever in the history of Nemesis in 7 seasons, and Charles, they're staring at it right now.
I mean, it could happen. Who's to say it won't happen? But I think if there was a team to do it, it would be the Melons. They've looked strong all season, and you know they need to start off. I know, obviously, they need to win this game 4, but I need them to win this game 4 in a dominant fashion. That's what I need to see from this Melons roster if they want to contend in the later stretch of this series.
Definitely, and it's all going to start with this game number 4. We are heading to Utopia Coliseum. The Melons and the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs 1 win away from making history. They came to this matchup as the 7 seed, the lowest seed to ever make a prospect grand final. And Jtron, he pinches it in with Wheels, and the Minotaurs are hungry for them brooms.
Is it luck or is it skill? I can't tell, but I surely enjoyed that shot. What a banger in the back of the net. Can somebody tell me how fast that shot was? I looked close to like 130 or something. That was just ridiculous shot, and exactly what you need. Just get that first goal. It comes in so handy, and we're just gonna see another one by Rogue. Who's gonna stop the Minotaurs?
Oh my goodness, they are on a roll. And that first one there, Charles, was 87 miles an hour, which probably up near 130 kilometers. But Rogue puts in another one, and oh my goodness, the Minotaurs are feeling it. This is a dangerous team. They ran through the play-in tournament this season, Charles, and now with a 2-goal lead and 4 minutes remaining, they are looking to shut up the Melons here. But wait a minute, Adala gonna put one in the back of the net, and finally Adala on the scoreboard.
Here comes Adala. What a beautiful shot. I've seen so many top corner shots. I don't know what to expect anymore. I mean, just beautiful shooting by both teams. It's just this whole series. And the Melons, if you're the Melons, you definitely need Adala and Minute to step up. You've seen a little bit of a spark from Adala, but you definitely are going to need more. As I think a mistake comes out, and Rogue is going to capitalize.
Rogue, he's been capitalizing all series long. Midnight trying to find a teammate, but Adala just drops it off the back of their car. And Rogue, he was not waiting around for that one. And 3-1. It's right back to a 2-goal lead, Charles.
It might be a 2-goal lead, but you still have 4 minutes to go in this game. I mean, this could definitely be a Melons game for victory. I mean, who knows at this point? But I will say Minotaurs are definitely looking like the better team, and I will have to say the Melons, I'm just going to reiterate this once again. You got to get Adala and Midnight going. And, you know, I need to see a little bit of Jimmy as well. I haven't really been seeing him a whole lot this match, but he's definitely a difference maker. And, you know, difference makers score goals, and Melons definitely need a goal here.
Yeah, they really do. They need a goal, and they need a couple. They're going to need at least 3 more if they're going to win this one. Make it 4! And Jtron puts it in a huge demo, opens up some space. Jtron to the back of the net. It's 4-1 Minotaurs.
Oh, no. What a shot by Jtron, just getting over the defender. I mean, Jtron just looking absolutely excellent in this whole series. I mean, I didn't expect him to play this well. I don't know if any of you expected him to play this well, but, you know, Jtron's just looking like an absolute stud out here, and he could be the reason Minotaurs, for the first time in Prospect League history, the lowest seed to ever win a Grand Finals match. And we're witnessing history right here, Rockerman.
We really are, and this one, it's looking like it is Jtron trying to take it down the pitch, but it's not quite going to go. Will we see the history, or do the Melons have a Hail Mary in the back of their pockets? They have got to make something happen here if they're going to want a chance to win this grand finals. It may take a miracle, but I know they are hungry and trying here. This ball sent off to the side. Jimmy looking to find a teammate, but doesn't really have much to work with. Is this ball sent away into the corner and back out, and get this one in down to it. And Charles, it's been 6 straight grand finals where the 1 seed has made in the Prospect League. The first 5, the 1 seed had won, and the last one, the 2 seed won. This is unheard of. This is unheard of by the teams. It's always been 1-2 in Prospect. The lowest seed to ever make it was the 6th seed in season 5, and right now the Minotaurs from the play-in tournament, the 7th seed, not only the lowest team to ever make the grand finals, but they are doing it in style, and they're looking to sweep the number 1 seed right here.
It's the season of the lower seeds. I know you saw it with Ignite versus Welps, and we could see it again. I would look out, not even only in this game, but the games yet to come for these lower seeds. I mean, they're hungry. I think, honestly, more pressure is being put on the higher seeds, just overall at this point, because they have more to lose. And, I will say, Minotaur is just looking absolutely excellent, as there's only a minute and 20 seconds left, and Melons need a goal now if they want to stay in this one.
Yeah, there's nothing more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose, and right now the Minotaurs, they've got nothing to lose here. They just got to hold on and shut the Melons out, or at least not give up 3 goals here in the final minute of the Prospect League Grand Finals, then they can be the champions. But the Melons, they have been so strong. Do they have an answer? They are going to need it quickly here, as the time is their worst enemy right now. This ball in the midfield, Wheels send it towards the net. Adala gonna find it clear. Gonna need to look out for a teammate, an opportunity, but Rogue, he shuts it down. Jimmy towards the net, looking for it. It's gonna go in. Jtron maybe faked out there, and the Melons, with 45 seconds, have life.
They do have life. A little bit of an unfortunate goal by Jimmy, but that could be the goal that gets him started. And if Jimmy gets started, well, there's no stopping him. And the Melons definitely need a couple of goals to at least send this one into overtime, Rockerman.
They're going to need 2 more to force OT. The Minotaurs, they will not be so quick to give them up. The Melons, they've got to get moving. This ball in the midfield, Wheels looking for a dagger, but Adala, a huge save on the goal line. Jimmy out of the midfield, 30 seconds left now for the Minotaurs championship, and a sweep here. They're looking for it, a touch towards the middle. It's Midnight sends it off to the side. 20 seconds now. The Melons, they need a miracle. Can they find something? They need one with time remaining. The Minotaurs trying to make it happen. Wheels send it towards the net. The Melons, desperation time. 10 seconds now. The Melons have to get going, but it may not happen. This ball is in their zone, and if this one flies up, that is gonna do it. The Minotaurs sweep the Melons, the lowest Prospect seed to ever win a championship. The Minotaurs do it in 4-0 fashion.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if you guys have to stick around for the other games, the other leagues, if you like this action, because this action is just only going to keep continuing. And I will say the Minotaurs just looked like the better team the whole way through. There's no other way to put it. And I will say the standout player for me, obviously Rogue. I mean, I think every time I looked at the leaderboard, he was on top. I mean, he's just been such a difference maker for this team. And congratulations to the Minotaurs for winning the championship. I mean, just such a great feeling, and I know they're going to be celebrating for a little bit after this.
Yeah, I know they definitely will be. That's just a huge performance there. I mean, Charles, who would have expected that? I did not expect that. I thought the Melons would win, but they didn't come out to play tonight, and the Minotaurs, they did. Everything that they were doing was impressive. Rogue was great. Jtron was great. Wheels was great. That's just how you win a championship right there. Perform when it matters most.
Yeah, and they definitely performed when it mattered. And, Melons had an amazing regular season, amazing playoff run. So sad to see them go in the grand finals, but hats off to Minotaurs. You guys looked amazing, and I expect to continue to see the Minotaurs maybe make a push next season for maybe one of the top seeds if this continues.
We'll have to see what the boundaries and all that has in store. Who knows who's moving up, staying down? But what we do know is that the Minotaurs are the championship winners here in the Prospect League. I mean, just an impressive performance. Congratulations to them. They are going home the victors. They've got all the bragging rights. They get all the money, and they get all the glory here. So congratulations to them. And that is going to do it for the Prospect League. But when we come back, we are heading to the Challenger League. It's been a spicy Challenger League all season. We have number 5 Raptors going up against number 7 Bishops. Will we continue to see the upsets? The 8 seed is one. The 7 seed is one. Will we see another 7 seed? Only time will tell. Raptors versus Bishops. Coming up next. Make sure you stick around, and we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any We couldn't get any closer.
Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into our third grand final of the night. Already had a couple of bangers. Opposite sides of the spectrum, 7-game series, 4-game series, but we have crowned 2 champions so far, 3 more to come. Heading into the Challenger League here, I'm joined by a finalist. You guys gave it your best shot, Jeff. Honestly, you impressed me so much with the way you played. You looked like a champion. You're still a champion in my heart. And I'm happy to be casting with you. How you doing, bud?
I am doing all right. You know, despite the disappointing loss in the end, you know, it's Rocket League. It happens. But you know what? It's not about me. It's not about Whelps right now. What it is about is Bishops and Raptors going at it. Bishops sitting at the 7th seed right now with Fort, Kratos, Climate, and Chiefs. And then they're going up against the Raptors, which are the 5th seed with their roster, Demon, Ebonic, Cottony, and Oinko. So honestly, it's been an energy-packed night so far, merely, and I would not expect anything less from this in the Challenger League. It's honestly, looking at these teams, I feel like this is going to be a pretty close matchup.
Well said. And both these teams definitely do have some momentum heading into this matchup. Raptors getting a clean 4-0 sweep on my own team, Ascension, sadly getting knocked out in the finals there, or semifinals, excuse me. But they played extremely well, looked like a very solid team, definitely championship caliber. And Bishops on the other side of things, Motion was starting to heat up. They got a sweep over the Race, who are a team that I've been watching all season, have looked very good. Managed to sweep them out of the quarterfinals, and then didn't quite sweep. Bishops didn't quite sweep Motion, but Bishops managed to 4-1 Motion, killing off their momentum and showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. So both of these teams are gonna be heading in here hot, and I'm curious to see which team you think is gonna be hotter today, Jeff.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. It's to me, it's a hard pick because I'm looking at it, and Bishops are kind of like they've had a little bit of a better run in. They've taken third and fourth, respectively, in previous seasons. And Raptors are kind of this is I think the farthest that Raptors have gotten as a as an org, or should I say as a team, in any of their previous seasons. So I feel like Raptors are here to show up tonight, and I feel like honestly on the Raptors side of the things that they're gonna probably be the ones to win it in my opinion. I'm gonna go Raptors.
And it's hard to bet against the Raptors. You know, they were sitting there at fifth seed heading into the playoffs, but the race for that 1 and 2 spot could not have been much closer. Ascension barely pulling out with the sweep over the Raptors. A couple of traded sweeps with subs, so it really was debatable who actually deserved that number 1 seed. But they ended up getting knocked all the way down to fifth, the way divisions worked out, still with an incredible record. Somewhere up there, only dropping, I believe, 3 or 4 games at most. And they did extremely well in the regular season, carried that momentum into the postseason. And oh my goodness, okay, I'm just getting word here, not paying attention to the chat, but I have been informed. Owen coming through with 20 gifted subs. Absolutely popping off in the chat. Thank you very much, Owen. Much appreciated. Legend in chat. We all love Owen as well. And I think we are still waiting for these players a little bit here. I'm curious to see which players you're going to be watching out for on both sides of the pitch here, Jeff.
I mean, honestly, I'm thinking for the Bishop side of things, I've seen Kratos play before, and it was Fort and Kratos all the time. Last time I casted their match, Fort was the guy. Well, should I say Kratos was the passing guy, Fort was the shooting guy. That was the thing that worked for Bishops. I would expect that would be like kind of the power combo for Bishops to be going for. As far as Raptors, Damon and Ebonic, I mean, we'll see how that plays out. I haven't gotten to see Raptors play as much Rocket League, but if we're going off of MMR, Demon's definitely up there for his team. So I feel like he would definitely be. I mean, not that MMR is everything to go off of, but sometimes it's the telltale sign. So, but yeah, I feel like going into that Wharton Kratos for Bishops and then Demon for Raptors. That would be the people that I would look out for as the match unfolds. Merely.
A valid choice. Real quick before we go through, gotta thank Rogue gifting 10 subs as well. Another absolute legend. Chat popping off with the subs today. Thank you guys so much.
They gotta get the energy up. They gotta get the energy up. They're feeling it from the previous games. They're just throwing out subs. You guys are. This chat is like the most lit it's ever been for Nemesis, at least in my opinion. That was what? It was 20 and then 10. So that's a lot. You know,
30 subs in like 5
Everybody
minutes.
throw some love their way, because they need it.
All right, we gotta have a banger of a series here now. If the script said 4-1 before in any favor, it's gotta go to Game 7. They're paying for content. We gotta give them content. Come on, guys.
That's how it goes.
But either way, like you were talking about, Demon, one of the players, actually just not even based on his MMR, but in the semifinals, he stepped up. And even though he's been a bit overshadowed by the other members of this Raptors roster earlier on in the season, he managed to make himself known. And he played well, but as we say that, actually, it doesn't appear that Demon is in the lobby. Oinko gonna be stepping in for him, filling out that sub spot, as I assume Demon couldn't be here. I can't imagine they would play without him. I'm wondering how this is going to affect the Raptors' chances here.
Honestly, yeah, it's one of those things. I guess it's a feels bad moment for a team if you can't have one of your star players out on the field. But I mean, stuff happens in life, you know. These players have lives outside of Rocket League. Surprisingly, I didn't know. Not everybody's like me and just grinds Rocket League and doesn't have a job, but you know. Anyway, getting on this first game underway. Already some action, a shot on net, and Cotney's gonna put it into the back.
And there's another player you're going to want to keep your eye on. Cotney, the beautiful dribble, just given way too much space in the midfield, gets a perfect flick over Kratos. A touch too fast for Fort as last man back to save. And Cotney, he's a man with the mechanics. If you give him space, he's going to put very difficult shots to save on target. You got to focus on trying to shut him down as well as Ibonic. In my opinion, this one headed right back at the Raptors' net, but saved away fairly easily by the defense. Now it's Kratos coming through. Looking for the follow-up is Fort, but it's just off the crossbar. Or off the post, I should say. It looked like they might have had it covered either way. But nothing going through so far for this Bishop squad. Ooh. The save coming out from Kratos on the goal line. Just barely able to get a piece of that, but now they're pushed back. And Cotney with the touch off the backboard. Ibonic couldn't quite get the read. Will be forced to be sent back into their own half, but once again, they're attacking. The pressure mounting from this Raptors squad. They don't want to let go of possession. They don't want to let themselves be prone to the Bishop's counterattack, but it might be a counterattack nonetheless. This one coming off, Fort can't quite get the shot. And Fort, actually, I think Fort accidentally got in the way there. That one looked like it might have been going in.
Yeah, it was definitely, that is a feels bad moment for sure. Fort was just awkward. You can't help it sometimes. Sometimes wish the shot comes in a little bit differently, but when you're up in the air like that and you just watch it happen. Oh my, but just as we say that, it happens again on the other side. So I guess the great balance has been achieved now on both of these teams as they have both saved one of their teammates' shots. But Raptors have had the pressure in this game as it's been going. They've scored one goal. They haven't managed to find a second merely, but definitely Bishop's got to turn something up here and get something going because Raptors have definitely been on their side of the field more often than not. And this one right here, a shot at net, but still 0 goals for Bishops and 2:40 left on the clock.
This one close as well. Kratos with the follow-up, and Bishops, after a very interesting back and forth on both goal lines, actually manages to come out on top.
Yep, it was a little bit of a questionable rotation from Ibonic. I don't know if he didn't see the attacker right there, Kratos, but I would have rotated a little bit wider there, try to put myself a little bit farther back in net. But you know what happens sometimes in the heat of the moment, you can't always do exactly what you want to do. So it has been equalized to 1-1. Looks like Bishops have finally found some momentum. See if they can keep things up as this match continues to play out. Unfortunate double commit right there, but we'll see.
So far, this game has been perfectly balanced. One shot to each side as Kratos, or Climax, excuse me, looking for the redirect. Raptors will get the counterattack going. Both teams getting saves on multiple sides of the field. Equal in that department and also equal in the goal department right now as we do have a tie game on our hands. But Bishops actually, I thought it was Raptors who were controlling the majority of the pressure, but Bishops are the ones striking back and taking control. Kratos with the air dribble.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the shot counter from these teams, Bishops have had so many shots on net, and you know, eventually you get shots like that. Kratos with some beautiful air control to set that one into the back. Raptors kind of falling off here towards the second half, but I still wouldn't put it past them to come back. They've definitely had a lot of presence. A shot from Ibonic, top left, comes off the crossbar, and Ibonic's gonna finish it off, getting the equalizer again. They're not out of this just yet.
And almost perfect placement there from Ibonic. Had to circle back around for this one. But it looked like the Bishops kind of panicked a little bit too much trying to get to that one. Understandable when the ball is just sitting on your goal line. Difficult to see, but it seems as though Raptors will be calling for a reset here. I think Oinko actually disconnected from the lobby. He's not physically gone just yet.
He's just mentally gone.
He might just be mentally gone. I mean, his ping looks fine. Okay, there it is. The lost connection coming out, and you could clearly see Oinko was not there for the majority of that play.
Is it a reset allowed this far into the game?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and pause things for a little bit as we figure out what exactly happened with Oinko there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think the game will come back to a tied position as they called the reset right after they scored. I don't know if Oinko DC'd before that happened, or exactly what happened there. I don't think they could bring in Demon right now, even if they did magically get him back. But an interesting scenario, and I mean, we were seeing a pretty even game from what we saw in the middle of that one. However, Bishops looked like they were starting to kind of take the advantage, even though Raptors were the one who scored previously. I mean, Bishops held the majority of the possession and seemed to be getting the best opportunities there.
Yeah, I was looking at the shot counter, and it was like 11 shots on net from the Bishops compared to the Raptors, like 4. So it's it was interesting to see, but I was liking that Raptors were coming back, even though that I guess Bishops had more shots. I think Raptors only had a couple saves, so I think the majority of the accuracy from Bishops wasn't quite on par as much as the Raptors was. But going into this game, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with the score here. See, the scoreboard is 0-0, but I don't know. As we wait for the teams to come back, as we've got the lobby remade. But yeah, this is a high energy game so far. Merely, I was feeling a little bit worried once Bishops went up a goal. Not that a goal is a lot, but I mean it can be a lot once it kind of sticks there for a while and the time keeps ticking. That clock is what really starts to get you. But Raptors have managed to pull it back every single time that they've been down, and so it's just like a tug of war out on the field right now. And it's just, I feel like this is going to be a defensive game, and it might just be a matter of one person making one mistake, not getting a clear, not getting a touch, or getting a soft touch, and that's going to be what determines what happens in this game. As I guess we are going to be resetting the match with 2-2 on the scoreboard and 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, so we don't have RLCS admin, unfortunately. That might be a bit of a ways out for us, as Rockerman actually joining the game to even out the scoreline. And I do think this is an unfortunate incident. I don't think I would call it unfair. I mean, the scoreline was completely even, and you have a player disconnect. I think it's more unfair to make one team 2v3 while their player is, through no fault of their own, not able to play at all. It is unfortunate that we have to go all the way around and find our way back to the 1:30 mark with the other 2 goals. Hopefully we can get there in one shot. Hopefully no one scuffs it. But
yep. I mean, hey, look, you got to throw some love to Rockerman right now as he's literally soloing the field, to get the score back to 2-2. This man is dedicated to Nemesis more so than a lot of people that I've seen. And so, it's just, this is, I mean, I know you can't see it, chat, but it's, being in the lobby is another thing. But you're just going to have to take my word for it and what is being witnessed. But the dedication to this match, and it's just more suspense for all of you guys that are viewing it out there. Just the waiting time to get it back to where we were just to finish this first game out is going to be worth it in the end. I can promise you that.
And clearly it is time to get your pitchforks out, guys. Rockerman purposefully DC'd so that he could say that he scored 4 goals in the grand finals of Nemesis Challenger League. Clearly, completely scripted. I can't believe he's done this. Absolutely disgusting behavior. But on a more serious note, going back to what we've been talking about with these 2 things, it feels like this disconnect is even more unfortunate because we are still in a stage of the series where both teams are kind of trying to figure each other out, trying to figure themselves out, and put together their plays, try and get a read on what the other team wants to do with their possessions, what their game plan is. And now all that momentum is completely killed. I mean, even going back to a tied score, you're basically just restarting the series, but with 3.5 minutes gone off the clock.
Yeah, it is one of those things. I feel like, like we were mentioning earlier, that it was like a tug of war match, and sometimes it's just it's one of those things. You got errors, and like you said, we're not RLCS admin, so we can't do everything. But we'll see how it plays out as these two teams try to come back in. Even I saw it with our game when we had to kind of reset things a little bit. And we had a long bit of downtime there from game 1 into game 2. It gives. I guess it depends on which side of the coin you're really on, merely. Because I guess if you've got a team that's kind of panicking, kind of getting those first game nerves kind of going early on, the time away from the game can kind of help settle you down, which I mean we kind of took from the Whelp side. We kind of settled down with that time, but or it could do the exact opposite and throw off your mentals of your momentum of how you were going forward, and you might completely just mess things up going forward. So it's like those 50-50 toss type of situations. What exactly is going to happen, I don't know, because I'm not in the voice chats of these teams. I don't know where their brains at right now, but I'm sure that being in the grand finals is a lot to process, especially for Raptors, making it this far in a season. I know that they want it a lot, so it's coming up eventually, though, chat. We're almost there. We've almost reached the pinnacle of the suspense, and then we're going to get back onto the field. So, you just got to let it happen, and then we're going to get back into this. I promise you.
Well, actually, no, we're getting to the pinnacle of the stream at 10 o'clock EST. That's when they play, Jeff. What are you talking about?
Well, hey, look, we're getting to the pinnacle of the suspense for this game. For later on, there's that pinnacle later, but it's like we're on like multiple mountaintops. So we get up to the one, then you go to the next one. We're in a large mountain range, like the Appalachians right now. Is what we.
That's a fair point.
Yes.
I'm definitely feeling some suspense here too, watching Rockerman inch closer and closer towards the ball.
Look at these dribbles.
I think going back to the timeout, it is important to note. I mean, the timeout is really on you how you use it. Obviously, this isn't a certain timeout that is warranted by either team. But, you got to try and stay positive, try and keep your energy up, try and go into, now that we have finally gone back to a kickoff position, we will be restarting the game. And now, we get to see which team is going to come back with more momentum, which team was better prepared as they were just kind of waiting the show out. Extra long timeout, but we are finally back with the action. Bishop starting off with the attack, but it's quickly countered by the Raptors, trying to find something. Kratos, nice on defense, getting the touch out, and this could be another counterattack actually for the Bishops. Fort trying to lob this one on net. Diabolic staying there steady. And already, looks like we are back to the same sort of situation that we were at before the timeout ever occurred. Bishops attacking, Raptors looking for the counterattacks, but so far both teams still remaining unsuccessful.
Yep, there's been a little bit of pressure. I have seen a little bit of awkwardness from Raptors on their own side of the field. Even that right there, that whiff, leads to a goal from Fort. Unfortunate turn of events for Raptors as Bishops take the lead with 44 left on the clock.
And that is an uncharacteristic miss from Ibonic. I mean, he went up for the touch, and I would say it should be one that's really difficult for a player in the Challenger League making it this far. But he doesn't manage to find any contact, leaving Cotney in a really tough position. Cotney does the best he can, but can only hit it so far as the first attacker on Bishops. Now, after the dust has settled, Bishops come away with the advantage, and 30 seconds left on the Raptors to try and equalize. Ibonic coming through the corner here, trying to regain Cotney as well, trying to get off this corner, but soft touches, and the ball is sent back into their half. Ibonic up for this one, looking for control, hits it a bit too far away from himself, but this one should be able to be followed by Cotney, looking for space. This is where you really can't give it to him if you are the Bishops. He gets it dead center to the middle. Oinko, though, not close enough to attack, and this one might just hit the ground. It will, and I mean, bit of an anticlimactic last minute and a half of the game. Unfortunate what conspired had to, but in the end, Bishops are the ones who were able to come back and pull back the momentum.
Yep, I guess the timeout did not help Raptors. To me, in my honest opinion, looking at it, it seemed like Raptors were a little bit more awkward coming back into the game. They had some double commits. Ibonic had a big whiff that ended up causing them to lose the game, in my opinion. And then even I was kind of questioning why Oinko wasn't pushed up. Like, you've got 10 seconds left on the clock. they're trying to get some plays going. You've got somebody freestyling in the air, trying to get that pass down mid. He gets the pass down, and then there's nobody there. It's a free clear from Fort. Unfortunate turn of events. I feel like Raptors could have pushed a little bit harder, but Bishops take this in game number 1. But you know, it's not it's only first game. So, and first games I feel like are not indicative of how a series is gonna go. That's still the match where everybody feels themselves out and their opponents and tries to get things underway. So, actually, did I just realize that Oinko left and Demon is coming in? I thought I saw that on the chat.
He did.
So Demon is gonna be playing for his team. So we are gonna get to see him on the field, chat.
And we will be seeing Demon regain here. Looks like he might have been just a bit tardy, but unfortunately, they did not manage to get the game 1. And you talked about how game 1s aren't always indicative of how a series will go. I think that rings even more true in a game 1 like the one we just had, where there were so many things going on. It was kind of a coin flip for who would win. But now is when it really starts, and almost feels like you're restarting the series fresh. But Raptors do have that 1 goal or 1 game disadvantage, I should say. Up to Demon to try to step back in here, try and reposition himself in the roster and find the same success that they've been finding all season. Climax here taking a pop shot to the backboard. Ibonic actually leaving it, able to get the 50. But it's sent right back over the backboard. Demon has to make a touch, can't find it. It'll be Climax's free ball, and Ibonic gets a touch, almost dunked out. The follow-up from Fort, and the Bishop's pressure just collapses anything that the Raptors could muster up.
Yeah, honestly, Ibonic super awkward there. Had the first touch from Climax, and honestly, I have not seen a harder cut that close to net than what Fort just put down. Sent it so wide. Ibonic would have had it if it was like anywhere near mid, but that man sent it far post and just put up the first score for the Bishops. Very good play from them going forward. I guess the Raptors need to kind of stay more on the offensive side as they finally get it with Ibonic coming in clutch. I guess the pressure is exactly what they need.
And there it is. You said they have to stay on the offense, and stay on the offense they will try to do. They do get 1 back here. A nice shot there from Ibonic, capitalizing on just a bit of a slow rotation from the defense there. Both defenses getting stuck in awkward positions where they can't really put themselves to make the best touches. Once again, another symptom here for getting saved by his teammate, but you really got to be making better defensive touches if you want to avoid conceding when both of these teams clearly have very high-level offenses. Demon racing Fort to this one. He will get the beat, and that one is just cleanly in. Snipes the top left from midfield.
Yeah, honestly, it's amazing to see these games that are more offensive dominated because there's always shots coming in. And what a beat out from Demon to get that one into the top left. Rolls it in. I thought it might have hit post and gone out, but it does not. So Demon already, even having no time to warm up with his team coming into the second game, is already putting up some points for him and getting them out of the equalizer spot to put themselves on top.
Like I already said, this was the man for them in the semifinals. He scored like at least 70% of the shots, it felt like. I know in game 1 especially, I think he may have scored 5 by himself. He's been the offense for this Raptors squad, and he's been helpful on defense as well. Just a full all-around good player, helping them find success. He's definitely stepping up big here, but gonna have to do even more, especially on the defensive end of things, to keep the Bishops at bay. Climax trying to get the ball off the corner, but sent back directly into his half. Demon going to try to chase this one down. Courtney gets flicked over. Ibonic in a 1v1 actually narrowly avoids getting bumped, as Ibonic was very close to getting just tossed out of the play there. Kratos will have the follow-up. This one high. Courtney can't find the touch. But there's no follow-up there from the Bishops. They expected these touches. They aren't finding them. Another uncharacteristic miss. The Raptors just not protecting their backboard at all, but Bishops aren't capitalizing at all. They're just staying back, playing as safe as possible when you feel like they should be attacking. This time they will, and another miss from the Raptors leads to a free shot from Kratos.
I mean, I'm looking at the Raptors team right now, and I'm like, what is going on with your team? You guys are all over each other, rotating way off. It was amazing that the Bishops hadn't scored even sooner than that. The breakdown on the defense right there from Raptors, so quick. and I've never seen it come in so heavy like that. But I mean, honestly, it was the inevitable to happen right there. Just so many things went wrong for the Raptors, and Bishops put things back, equalized the field. They got 2 minutes left on the clock. Raptors got to be careful because Bishops, they definitely had the potential to be like the Counter-Strike team and come back, but I guess Ibonic trying to shake off the jitters and score another goal for his team, putting them up 3-2.
Ibonic will get a second for himself. That's a nice pass from Cotney. No one able to jump from the defense, and if you give them a free shot, I mean, good luck saving it. They might look a little bit awkward on defense, but they still have their offensive repertoire down to a T. Another good one, and maybe another opportunity here as the miss comes out from the Bishops. Ibonic saying it to the corner. Kratos will get there. Now the Bishops, they've been down 3 times now in this game, able to bring it back twice, but they have to try to do it a 3rd time. That's not the touch you want from Climax. Trying to get it out. Even though the Bishops have seemed to had more opportunities. Actually, Fort coming through looking for the bump. Can't quite find it, but another risky play almost coming through for the Bishops. Demon hitting it out only as far as Mr. Climax. This one will be awkward. Now Fort looking for the double touch. Can't quite find it. And as this progresses, it seems like if the Raptors can just start to even slow down this Bishops offense, make these important defensive touches, I mean, their offense is not struggling. They can definitely run away with this lead if they're just a little bit more clinical on defense.
Yeah, definitely. The defense is where it seems to be lacking. And even I've been noticing some questionable rotations from Demon. Like he's been pushing all the way to the other side of the field. I guess expecting a big clear to come out from his team. I don't know if that's a big trust in your team or you're just hoping that something happens. But it's been a little questionable in my mind. So somehow it has not bit them in the butt quite yet. And they've managed to hold on to their 1-goal lead. But still, anything can happen. Bishops are a striking team. They've currently got 6 shots on the net right now, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, time is definitely the enemy of Bishops right now. A pass to Demon to the right-hand side. It's over top of Fort. He's too awkward, and Demon gonna put in goal number 4.
You just can't let the Raptors get on offense. A beautiful passing play. Ibonic off to Demon, falling from the sky. Bishops, Fort in a tough position, gets the ball sent behind him. But really, the main problem I'm seeing from the Bishops is just playing too passively when they have good opportunities. I mean, you're watching the Raptors make questionable rotations, like you said, Jeff, making defensive misses. As that one going to pinch in at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Kratos gets a good challenge and a fortunate result for him.
I mean, yeah, you see Cotney coming down. He's trying to get it out of the way of Kratos, but not quite able to do it. And that's a good look from Kratos. That's what you need to see from Bishops going forward. You are touching on it, Merely, and it is exactly right. You need to, at this level, you definitely have the ability to read when somebody is awkward and to pounce on that unfortunate backflip from Climax there on defense. But this team has the ability to read that. Why they're not attacking as much as they should, like, completely dumbfounds me, because they have the potential, they have the shots, time ticking away now. 1 second left on the clock. Can they keep it up? Fort's a little awkward. Kratos runs up, I guess trying to get a bump, but no one's there to follow it. And I feel like Bishops just kind of threw away that game a little bit by not playing more aggressive. Being a little bit, more defensive and more cautious works sometimes. But when you've got a team like Raptors that is so good on the offense, you've got to attack them back. You can't just always be saving on your side of the field and like playing for their touches. You got to go at it. And I feel like that's why Bishops lost this game.
And my fear, especially for the Bishops, is, I mean, the Raptors left a ton of openings in this game. Like you just said, we've harped on it a lot. The aggressiveness was not there for the Bishops. They could have pressed and tried to find more goals. But we don't even, to take a different angle, the Raptors, this is their first game. This is a game where Demon has just come back in. They're still struggling to find momentum. They might not leave those openings in future games. It was really important for the Bishops to try and capitalize on those mistakes while they have them. I doubt we'll see as many as they really had in this game. And now the Bishops are going to have to work even harder for their goals while simultaneously trying to not let Raptors get these free shots. And I'm wondering, we've talked about Kratos, we've talked about Fort, we've seen them both show up, but as a team, what do they need to do to try and break down and push through, other than just, going for the ball, getting aggressive.
Well, the thing is, like, I've noticed, when I casted Bishop's match before, Kratos and Fort were so good at passing and shooting. That was the method of success to which they won in previous games. Like, see, right here, Fort already taking a shot. You give the ball to Fort, you give him that pass, and you give him that opening. That's what Bishops need to succeed. And so they need to try to get the team play going. Kratos and Fort, definitely the dynamic duo for their team to try to spearhead some things for the Bishops going forward in game number 3. But already some awkwardness on their own side. Fort pinches this one out and keeps his team with the score at 0-0.
So far, been even more Raptors offense. Been able to control the first half a minute of this game, but Bishops will no doubt have their chances. A good 50 in the midfield by Ebonic. Actually, neither player can get to this one. It might be a free shot. Oof. Just off the crossbar. And Bishops somehow come out unscathed on that golden opportunity. On the other side of things, that net might have been open. I didn't look Kratos' perspective for that one. It definitely wasn't an easy shot to score, but missed opportunity on both ends of the spectrum. Going back to game 1, we saw those double teammate saves from their own goals. We might be seeing some more antics in this game if the trend continues. Fort left back all alone on defense, has to play well here. Does well to get the ball out to Kratos, but Kratos react in time, and the touch is not there. Bishops, all of a sudden, the ones who are falling apart on defense.
Yeah, Kratos, I think he was trying to pop it there a little bit. Ford shot out a little bit awkward as well, and then just climax in the back. Maybe he wasn't ready to try to take that shot, had to jump awkward, I don't know, but you can't be missing those, especially in grand finals. Every goal is so important, especially on offensive dominated games as we have seen before. Every goal is important, every goal matters, because it can just be one goal that is the difference between being a champion and going home feeling defeated.
And so far, that one goal was the difference in the last game. Bishops have to try to stop the bleeding before the Raptors can get even more time to gain advantage. With how offensively minded both these teams are, I would be surprised to not see at least 2 more goals in one of the team's respective nets, at least, as Kratos here looking for the touch. Ibonic gets it off the backboard, but this might be shootable. Demon intercepting just in time. Clears the ball past another one as well. Trying to get the touch to the corner, but Ibonic actually a questionable move there, running ahead, stealing Demon's boost. Actually, he worked quite hard. It won't end up mattering as the rotation is too strong and the Bishops can't hold on. But definitely still some openings here for the Bishops.
Yeah, honestly, the double push from Ebonic and Cotney in the corner, really questionable. I don't know how Bishops managed to leave that big of an opening. Maybe just Climax himself a little bit jittery in these games. I have been noticing that Climax is kind of whiffing a little bit more than the other players on his team right now. But as I say that, he's got to look at the net. Over to the corner, but it just lips out. Unfortunate for Bishops, and Kratos touches it all the way back to his own side of the field. So many missed opportunities right there from Bishops on a time when you could have tried to at least get one on the board to save yourself out of this pit that is sort of being dug for them right now as we approach the 2-minute mark left on the clock. Bishops have not had any solid looks outside of just being plastered on their own side of the field, and Ebonic's gonna keep scoring goals. Raptors continue to take advantage of this sloppy Bishops defense.
And the Bishops just, they somehow look more nervous now than they have all series, even in game 1 where they were saving each other's shots. I mean, they've completely fallen apart on defense, and I don't want to call out any one specific player in particular, but Climax has looked a little bit lost in this lobby so far. Like you said, getting some unfortunate whiffs and some missed touches that just kind of go right back to the Raptors. They're double committing on defense. I mean, not necessarily his fault alone, the fault of both players. It was a tough situation and easy to panic when the ball is being sent on your net, but you have to have a little bit of faith in your teammates to be able to make saves, especially when the shot is not that threatening. Instead, Raptors, you know, they've kind of gotten 3 free goals here. The Bishops not putting up much resistance, and they have been fast, they have been accurate, but they're not really working for it. Bishops have to try to intrude a little bit more on these plays, make them pay, as they do make them pay, as Kratos somehow forces the Raptors defenders to 50 the ball into their own net.
Climax getting a pass over to the center, beautifully placed, and then just playing pinball between two defenders, Cottney and Ebonic. I think I saw like 4 ball touches there as it falls into the net, but is it enough? Merely, they have 1 minute and 15 seconds left. They got to score 2 goals. They have not had hardly any pressure at all. I don't know if they have it in them to come back from a 2-goal deficit when it's been hard enough for them to get 1 goal alone in this game, but they have the time to do it. They just got to get off their own side of the half, but unfortunately, Fort's not going to be able to get it as Cottney slots it into the top left side.
And I think that answers your question for me. Cottney with a nice double coming off the ceiling. Beautiful play. Raptors will go up 4-1. And, I mean, the Bishops have had plenty of pressure. They've had plenty of opportunities, but they haven't had enough accurate shots for me to warrant that a 3-goal comeback is possible here. I mean, possible, yes. Probable, most definitely not. 45 seconds and time is ticking. Although Kratos will get a shot, this should be saved. Cottney will get it around. And now I think it is pretty much safe to call this game as Raptors get even more offense. Now looking forward, I mean, the Bishops seem to struggle with one of the most difficult problems in Rocket League to fix, especially amidst a series this important, which is just nervousness and some mental problems. The Raptors, on the other hand, have been heating up each game, getting better in game 2, and really looking much more alive in this game 3, much more clinical than they have previously. I mean, how do you try to put a stop to this momentum here?
I mean, honestly, I expect to see a timeout from Bishops. If I don't see a timeout, I'm going to be surprised because they need to sit back. They need to go to the drawing board and just realize, hey, guys, all right, we're getting panicky. This is grand finals, but yep, see, there it is. Kratos calling the timeout. Good move from his team. Definitely what you want to see. But if I'm Kratos, Fort, and Climax, I mean, there's things individually that each person needs to do. Climax needs to be a little bit more consistent. But as a team, as a whole, they need to trust each other a whole lot more than what I'm seeing right now. It was not this bad in the previous games. This one just seems to be like all of a sudden Bishops were looking like Raptors a little bit earlier when they just kind of fell apart. The double commits are killing them on defense. They need to stop. They're kind of just smashing the ball away, and Raptors are really playing kind of the deep third, just banging it back. They're playing passes to each other. Bishops need to get some passes. The passing play worked. Climax got it over to Kratos, and that's what allowed them to score. Those passing plays is where I've seen Bishop shine, and there's not a whole lot of that going on right now, you know, compounded with all the other sort of double commits and panickiness. They just need to sit and they need to calm down. Take the time, you know, take some deep breaths. I understand it's grand finals. I was just there myself. The pressure is real, but it's these crunch times where things are decided out on the field. So they just need to take some deep breaths, you know, get in that Zen moment, you know, couple of deep breaths, chest in and out, try to get focused again and just trust each other and they'll be golden. Bishops have the potential. They've definitely got the skill. We've seen them to make the shots. Raptors is not overpowering Bishops this much if they're on a level playing field. Like, if they're playing at their peak, Raptors should not be winning these games this much. But right now, it's just Bishops are looking a little awkward. So, hopefully the timeout is what they need to kind of get their mental game back together because I don't want to see them just kind of... I hate to see a match that's thrown away. If it's a fought battle and, you know, it goes one way, that's great and dandy. But if it's thrown away and I know that there's more on the table... I hate to see games like that because you know that just absolutely wreaks havoc on the teams and even on the fans that are watching. So we'll see what happens as we wait for this last couple seconds of this timeout to end and get this next matchup underway.
And this is a good point to take a timeout. I mean, you're down 2-1, but if you can get a game quickly back here, you're far from out of the series. 3-1 is a daunting task. Even though, sorry to bring back bad flashbacks, Ignite was able to do it against the Whelps. It's not something that happens very often, and especially when Raptors are getting this much momentum, you have to look back to the drawing board as, don't tell me.
It
What
seems
happened?
that Fort's game has frozen, I guess. So we might get to see 2 resets in the Challenger League. So what the Challengers are doing is it's been a big scheme now. They're really trying to, it's I guess, you know, it could be, you know, big conspiracy, all right? Don't anybody quote me on this. But it's a way to get a little bit more time in your timeout if you have somebody crash.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, the Bishops now get an extra long timeout. Luckily, we won't have to wait until the 1 minute 30 mark again. But Bishops extra long timeout. I was going to say, hopefully they get to go back to the drawing board and calm down a little bit, try and re-solidify their strategy, because it's not necessarily the main problem, probably a bigger symptom of the main issue, which seems to be just the mental kind of falling apart. But they're not really playing as a unit. They're kind of just hitting the ball aimlessly. Most of the time hitting the ball directly back to the Raptors, who, no surprise, make good touches, get the ball to midfield, beat 1 or 2 defenders, and they put in the open net, or they get a nice shot to put on target that's going to be difficult to save. I talked about since the beginning of the series, you can't give them space, and it seems like, especially in the last game, the only thing that the Bishops did was give Raptors space when they didn't have possession. When they have possession, they are able to generate offense. They are able to generate these chances for themselves, but the Raptors have done a good job of shutting those down, so they either have to get better offensive chances for themselves or try to shut down the Raptors faster in order to generate more chances for themselves and try to out volume. You know, it's kind of funny to me to see the complete role reversal, because I know you weren't here in previous seasons, but in almost every season before this, Kratos can't quite get the double touch. That was another good opportunity for the Bishops, but slightly lacking in the accuracy. They will be able to follow it up, but as I was saying, the Bishops have been known in almost every past season to be a completely defensive-minded team. They just keep every single shot out of net and then get that counterattack and just kind of win the war of attrition. We're seeing a much different style here, where the Bishops struggle a lot on defense. When they're able to get their offense going, they look good, but they have to get it going fast. Kratos trying to take another shot here. Can't find the back of the net once again. That one was on target at least, so a good sign of life. This one sent to the middle. Climax has to make a touch, but the 50 goes poorly. Luckily, Fort will be back in time, and a minute gone by. So far, Bishops have had a few opportunities, a good look for them, but they need to try and keep this going.
Yeah, honestly, though, I am impressed with what I'm seeing from Bishops. There is some spacing out going on the field. I haven't seen a double commit yet. It's only been a minute and a half, but, you know, that's looking good for them. But they have been trying to space out, get passes, but as I say that, of course, Fort just ends up T-boning Climax. They get a little bit of a lucky clear here. We'll see if Ibonic can kind of turn this around. Some awkward pressure. Looks like an attempted demo coming out from Bishops, but it's looked a lot better in this game. And oh my gosh, what a blindside from Cottony trying to take out Climax's chance. But it has looked better for Bishops. It's still a 0-0 score, so, you know, we still don't know how it's going to fall yet. But this has looked significantly better for Bishops right now as it's been playing out. And we'll see as time continues to tick away.
And, well, you know, a 0-0 scoreline. I'm sure the Bishops will prefer to being down 4-1. Much better position for them, as Fort with the free shot couldn't quite find the placement. That one had to be almost perfect. Demon had the majority of the net covered, but another opportunity here. Fort has a free shot. Cottony gets back just in time, and try as they might, they cannot break through. This one might be enough. Down and off the crossbar finally. Kratos finds the accuracy, and Bishops take a lead.
Yeah, Cottony had a touch. Honestly, either Ibonic needed to be farther up so Cottony could kind of pass it to him. That ball was kind of shot into the middle of nowhere, and Kratos pounced on it. Really good positioning from Bishops. I'm glad to see it. It looks like Bishops is starting to wake up now. The timeout, exactly what they needed. 2:30 left on the clock. They got a 1-goal lead, and they're looking a lot more solid with their positioning out on the field. And I even like this demo here from Fort, kind of slowing down Raptors' attack even more.
Good looks from the Bishops, and that's especially a good goal. Is this one going to be awkward? Kratos should be able to get back to it. But that is especially a good goal, because a lot of things I've seen, especially mentioned in high-level Rocket League, is not only being able to take shots. Oh, and the Raptors can take shots. Cottony given a free look at the top right. He will not miss that one.
I guess Fort might have been expecting a double there or a different bounce. Missed touch there, I guess. I think Climax was banking on Fort to get a shot there, and just completely awkward. But 68 miles an hour from Cottony, no slouch, very hard to save when the ball is that close to your net. So I don't blame Bishops for missing that in the save. department, but unfortunate that Fort couldn't quite find the touch there. But Raptors scoring the equalizer goal, 1:45 left on the clock. And we'll see which team is going to prevail in the end. They've been in these sorts of positions before where the score has been tied. Lately, it seemed like the Raptors have taken the lead, but Kratos is doing some really good goal line defense right now, keeping his team from getting scored on.
And the defense from Bishops has really stepped up this game, not only on the goal line, but more so it's been the battle of the midfield. I mean, they've held the Raptors to only 3 shots, but the 4th one will break through with 50% shooting accuracy. I mean, you can try to prevent them from taking shots, but eventually they will find the banger.
That was really good positioning from Demon. Simply just reading that completely before it happened. Excellent placement, and then again, 68 miles an hour, not a slouch shot. Had that been slower, I'm pretty sure you would have seen Climax kick that one out. He made as fast of a turn as he could, but in the end, the ball speed was too much to handle, and Demon has really been looking like a contender for his team ever since he's hit the field. Definitely helping his team out more as the shots continue to pour in from Raptors. 1 minute left on the clock. Bishop's got to try to do something. They have not looked too good as the time has continued to run off. A double commit here coming out from Bishops, but still nothing falling, so that's good for the Bishops, but they've got to get the ball off of their side of the field and do it fast. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at a really bad spot going forward into the next game.
The Raptors are all over the Bishops right now. They want to stop any chances coming through. The Bishops have had more offensive pressure this game, but less opportunities, or less clinical shots, I should say, as this one sent off, but a little bit too far into the midfield still. Ibonic misses his touch. Bishops can turn this into something if they're clinical. Fort coming through, trying to find the backboard. Can't find it. Time is ticking away now, and you can see the Bishops, they see the 3-1 scoreline flashing in front of their eyes. They want to prevent it from becoming a reality, but it's looking more and more like that will be how we are heading into game number 5. This one just off the post. Demon with the follow-up. Not even shooting, just trying to waste more time. Ibonic with the shot, and it won't go in, but enough to secure the victory for the Raptors. Now going up 3-1. And after, I really think a great first half of the game by the Bishops, they let it slip away in the latter half and were never able to regain control.
Yeah, you saw it out on the field. It was night and day. When they were spaced out, they had passes in the beginning. Fort getting the pass over to Kratos, and then towards the end there, I started seeing the old nightmares come back to haunt them. The double commits were coming out. Climax, unfortunately, unable to make a couple of key saves for his team sometimes. Some not his own fault. Fort also missed one as well. But, it's sad to see. But Bishops now, it's do or die. No timeout. No time to think about it. You just gotta, try to pour in and give it all you got. They can't be put, it seems like right now they can't be put on their own side of the field for too long. Things just start to break down. Bishops have got to get the ball off of their half and try to get something going. That seems to be the method that is working, and they've got to space out. They've got to get those passes like I mentioned before. That is their recipe for success. And towards the latter half, they weren't able to do that. Raptors able to really speed up the play and put Bishops in an awkward spot so many times. So it's match point now as Raptors go in. They've got a 3-1 lead, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, it seemed like the Bishops found their stride. They were playing so well. Even that goal that they were able to get, even though it was the only one they found during that game, they took advantage of a very common Raptors mistake. As early on, some pressure already generated, but once the Raptors got that one goal, even though it was an outplay and not necessarily something the Bishops did wrong, they seemed to completely fall apart. As here, no touch coming through from the defender, and Raptors just picking up where they left off. Cotney with a nice touch from the midfield, but realistically, this probably shouldn't have gone in.
I mean, what a touch from Cotney. And unfortunately, I think that's just one of those times you get lost in ball cam. Trying to come up on it. It couldn't have taken a worse bounce for Fort, off of the bar, down and in, off the ceiling. It's just one of those ones that's just, a nightmare. But I don't think it was out of the realm of possibility to be saved. So unfortunately, Bishop's already down within the first 30 seconds of this game. And not a good start, but we'll see if they can come back. Fort gets a pass over to the corner. and trying to solo play it in the corner, but nothing quite falling out. And then even the team from Bishops, a double commit coming out, but can they get the ball out of their own side of the field and down quickly enough to make something happen? They definitely have to get some pressure out on the field. Otherwise, it is not going to go well for them.
That's a good attempted pass by Fort there, trying to find his teammate. It is cut off by Raptors defender, but they need more of this. They need more energy. This is the real test of mental fortitude. Are you just going to crumble, or can they maybe show something, show some resolve that they haven't had in the earlier portion of this series? Still plenty of time left, only down 1 goal. They just can't let it slip away from them again. They can't let the Raptors carry this momentum into a 2, 3, 4 goal lead, else it will be all over. They have to try to keep this a low-scoring affair, and try that they will. Fort coming here with the shot. Can't find the target fast enough. Climax trying to get the beat. Will find it. And now Fort trying to get the beat as well, but just a little bit too slow to the ball. Raptors have not been lacking on speed in any aspect. The one part that they have been completely solid in, as Kratos looked for the pass there, but Fort didn't have much boost. Still might be able to get around Cottney. Just barely able to get back to that one. And as things progress here, it's looking like the Raptors have a good handle, a beautiful read on this offense from Bishops. Not the best touch from Climax. Luckily saved away. Don't know how the defense was ready for that one. But Raptors just look completely in control, and I really don't know what the Bishops can do that they're not already trying to try and break out, try and come back in this one.
Honestly, even I'm noticing the boost conservation, whether, I don't know, Raptors, whether they're starving out Bishops or just Bishops are doing a really poor job of managing their boost. Fort was out of boost a lot and then trying to clear down the middle. There's just been no boost, but Kratos gets a shot here, saved away from Ebonic. The boost is not there right now for Bishops, and they need some in the tank. I feel like they would have had a score if Fort had some boost to his name. But yeah, clock is still ticking down. 2 minutes. This ball kind of chipped away into the middle of nowhere. Some touches not really good right now from Bishops, and you can tell clearly that the pressure is mounting. There's a little bit of panic coming out on the field. It's still not over. They've still got plenty of time left to score, but right now it's not looking so good for them as time continues to unwind.
It's hard to tell whether it's the pressure from the Raptors or the mental pressure on themselves to make this comeback that is making this difficult for them, but the Bishops struggling to find anything now. Most of the game has slipped away from them. That early goal from the Raptors might just be the difference maker. Bishops have to get aggressive now. They have to try and strike. They have to try and make a statement, or else even if they win this game, Raptors are just going to go next, and surely they can win one of the next two. Ibonic looking for the shot here. Can't quite find it. Cottney overcommitting as well, but neither defender can make a touch. Kratos has to rush back. And this is what the Bishops need. They have to score on this attack. Trying to get to the center. Cottney makes the clear. And once again, it's Raptors right back on the other side. The read from Cottney trying to come through. Can't find it, but he still has a touch. Good demo from Climax there to relieve some pressure. And a big miss coming out. Ibonic in a 1v1, but Climax just flicks. He has to take control. He has to try to get an outplay. He's not going to beat the Raptors by just sending these shots on target. 40 seconds remaining, and things are looking dire for the Bishops. Climax with the shot will get on target, but Demon completely ready for it. They have a read on every single play that the Bishops are making. They will not falter, and they are looking to take this one in 5. Cottney to the backboard, trying to get the clear. This one pushed out. Kratos able to make the save, crucial, but it doesn't really matter. If they can't generate something on offense, Climax with one of the last attacks possible here just leaves the ball as Cottney, but he knows his teammate is in a good enough position to beat the last defender. Climax hits the ball towards his own net. This one bouncing awkwardly. Kratos taking the ball away, but all 3 players in the same spot. They have to pray for a miracle here, and they will not find it. Raptors get the 1 goal differential to win game number 5 in the gentleman's sweep. Once Demon came in, Raptors just a little bit too good, and the Bishops gave it their all, but it wasn't quite enough.
I mean, honestly, they definitely tried right there towards the end, and what a shot that came in from the Bishops toward the end. I honestly thought that was the ticket, and I'm sure that they were all looking at that. That was a beamer of a shot. It was top shelf. It had everything that you wanted on it, and somehow Demon said, no way, I'm saving that. I'm crushing all of your dreams with this one hit. And unfortunately, Bishops weren't able to come back from that. They had one win in the beginning, but as you said, the next 4 just did not go their way. I think they kind of just fell prey to panic and nerves. They had some looks on the net. They had some chances. They gave up. I feel like they gave up too much momentum early on, and then they just weren't able to come back from that once it just kept snowballing against them.
And congratulations to the Raptors. Came out, played like champions, got the victory in the 4-1 fashion. Once Demon came in, I mean, the first game was a little bit questionable. They had some really, really awkward situations that they had to deal with. Once again, I said it when it happened, the Bishops had to capitalize while the Raptors looked awkward. They had to take advantage. They had to press the issue because once you give them the time to consolidate and come back and regain the momentum, I mean, you're really just not going to find your way back in the series. But well played by the Raptors. A good attempt by the Bishops. Couldn't quite take them down, but we are a little bit behind schedule here. We will be hitting into the rival league next, where Hydra taking on Distortion in another, hopefully, banger of a series, as that one surely should be a good one. But we will be heading to a short break as we take the time to rework the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in for another one, and we will catch you right after this short break.
Hey, they screaming, this is my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, the future we will never ride. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all love had been depleted, we had
Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to some more Grand Finals action. We're more than halfway there now. Just 2 more leagues left to crown Rival and Titan, the best of the best in Nemesis. And I am joined here by none other than the Titan himself, Titan of a Rocket League player, Titan of a chef, and Titan of a caster. What's going on, Bagels?
Oh, thank you. The accommodations are rolling in. Just got off work actually from being chef worthy and whatnot. But I am excited. I saw some interesting results that have been gone through so far. I really wanted to see that Novice League Grand Finals, but I was working, unable to see it, but I'm sure it was a banger of a series. And even though the other ones weren't as long, I'm sure there were some great watches as well. But we are here in the Rival League Grand Finals. I've casted every single Rival League Grand Finals except for one, and even the one that I didn't cast was a spectacular showing. So I think we got an excellent one here on tap, merely, especially we have the man himself, Biscuit, looking to be the first 3-time champion. We're going to have some players shortly after this in the Titan League also looking to be a 3-time champion. And I think Biscuit has a good shot here.
Yeah, I think I would agree with, especially with how dominant this Hydra team has been in the regular season and in the playoffs, doing well as well. 2 Game 7s though, and if there was one blemish on their record, it would have to be narrowly avoiding getting swept by the Arrival roster, which
Yeah.
although a formidable opponent, was a little bit on Hydra, not playing up to their normal standard, barely managing to pull out the reverse sweep, making it only the second reverse sweep in history. And I'm wondering, with that in mind, Hydra having a couple of slow starts in this postseason, do you still think Hydra have a strong edge in this one?
I think they're still the favorites. Distortion, I was betting on Distortion to make it through, and they did. I think the caliber of players here is going to increase. So I think Distortion's going to have a little bit of a tougher time. That being said, a little bit of a Nemesis factoid. You did mention it, 2 reverse sweeps. Tashega, the only player in Nemesis to be reverse swept, and the only player to complete a reverse sweep. So if there's any luck on his side, it would be right now to try and get the dub here in Grand Finals. Hopefully, wanting to avoid either of those threats. But I think Hydra has a good shot here. I think Hydra in 6, official prediction.
Hydra in 6, you heard it here first. And we will have to see as we get underway. A lot of very key players to watch out for. You obviously have Mayo Tashega bringing up the more mechanical attacking power for this Hydra roster. Sorry, I will say Leche instead. It's so hard for me to not just call him Tashega, but we will use the name he has chosen to represent himself. But on the other side of things, Seabiscuit getting a nice save here, clearing the ball out. On the other side of things, we do have Zap here, who is once again a formidable opponent, someone not to be taken lightly if you are Hydra. And already Distortion causing a little bit of trouble here. But I'm wondering who you think the other key player here for this Distortion roster will be to try and answer back to Hydra's potential pop-off.
I think it has to be Nicolou, as he is here on the defense. They need Nicolou on the defense so bad, and they also need him to hit those third-man cleanup shots from Sense and Zap, using their mechanical play to try and break down the defense. So it really comes down to Nicolou. We know what we're going to get out of Sense and Zap. They're just going to be going for some high-flying mechanics. Going to get the bumps, the demos, the boost steals, the dunks right there like Sense just did. And really it comes down to Nicolou on the other side for Hydra. It's really, it feels kind of wrong to say this, but it also feels so right to say this. I feel like it just really comes down to Biscuit. They need Biscuit so much, and he can be a pop-off player, but we know what you're going to get out of Leche and Mayo, who are both really bottom-tier Titan players at this point. And I think it comes down to those 2 boys.
Absolutely, and I mean, I don't like to call it so early necessarily. Only 2 minutes have gone by, but it looks like we might be seeing another bit of a Hydra slow start. I mean, I'm sure you've noticed as well, there have been a few questionable defensive plays, a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs. Probably just prone to the nerves that come with Grand Finals, but I mean, all of these players are quite experienced. None more experienced than Biscuit, who has been in the Grand Finals so many times, like we've already talked about, looking to win his 3rd of all time. But so far, nothing has gone too wrong for them just yet, as half the game remaining now. Zap trying to get the flip reset. That's set up in an awkward spot. Sense is forced to make a good touch, but they're sent right back on defense. Leche trying to get over 1, can't quite find the touch. Biscuit gets 50 in the midfield as well, and Mayo will go up for this one. This is a dangerous spot if you're Distortion. You need someone attacking this quickly. But the shot does not come through to its full power. Able to be saved easily away by Distortion.
Yeah, a few mistakes actually coming out from Hydra in the midfield. A few double commits, and Biscuit got a shot taken away from that. He had a pretty good chance to put in, and shots are at a premium right now for Hydra. A lot of offensive opportunities. Finally, net someone open here, and Nicolou, I said it comes down to him on defense, and he gets a big, crucial mistouch right here.
And that's unfortunate. You really need to clear that either the other way or try to get a much better touch, one that rolls up the wall or doesn't just give a completely free shot to your opponent. I mean, you can expect that Mayo hits that shot 99 times out of 100, probably even more so. Now Distortion, the ones who have to try to answer back. Nicolou with a nice shot to the top shelf, but just barely hits the crossbar. They have had good pressure, but nothing to show for it just yet. 3 shots equal for Nicolou and Zap, but none of them have been too threatening. Well, except that one, but the crossbar, you know, it'll say it's not threatening at all.
Yeah, more of an error on the player, perhaps.
Slightly. That one, you know, you're trying to snipe. Is this one an insane save from Zap, actually? Somehow gets the pre-jump read, pinching it off his own crossbar to prevent the follow-up shot. Now more offense from Distortion, but Hydra in a good position to deal with it. They aren't in a great position to deal with this, though. Sense off the backboard, can't find the follow-up. And the ball lingers in the midfield once again. Biscuit will be first there, but the shot is weak. Hydra trying to continue this aggression, not trying to let Distortion get their opportunities back, even though they haven't been putting the most powerful shots accurately so far. They know what they're capable of. They don't want to give them those looks. Nicolou, no boost to work with the double, but a missed touch off the backboard. Lecce, that's maybe the second or third time I've seen him miss something like that, and this time it does result in a goal for Distortion.
Yeah, and just this Hydra roster looks slow. Both these teams look a little bit slow, but Distortion definitely the faster of the two teams. And as I'm sure anybody that's kept up with these Hydra games is, these double commits are an issue for Hydra, but the number one issue I've seen after casting both their games has been their backboard presence. A lot of the times they don't have somebody on the backboard, and especially if you got somebody like Zap and Sense who can go for a double tap. Granted, that wasn't a double tap opportunity, although huge demo comes out. It is just completely open for Mayo. All the mistakes remedied, and they take the lead back.
And this time it's Hydra capitalizing. A huge demo from Biscuit, playing his role perfectly. A questionable challenge there in the midfield from Distortion, but a nice job by Hydra to clean up the play, make the most of the conversion, and secure that they will take the lead with 30 seconds left. But they still have to be careful here. Nicolou will get the follow-up, and a kickoff goal immediately negates the efforts of Hydra.
And, you know, he was trying to go back right, and he didn't quite get enough car on that challenge there to put it all the way back right. And Nicolou speedy on that kickoff. But I mean, back to the point I was trying to make there is Hydra, they really gotta man up on that backboard here in this series. They gotta have people on it. They gotta make sure they're in control of their boost, because otherwise, I guess Sense is just gonna be on their backboard. Doesn't find the touch right there. As Lecce trying to push it out in the midfield. Still a good opportunity. They'll be sent away from Hydra, but if they can get that under order, they'll be looking pretty good. But ultimately, they just got to play a faster game here, and it's looking like we're going to approach overtime. And I think the nerves might even be more on display for both these two teams, but Distortion is definitely running the show on the offensive side.
We'll see overtime. Hydra has got to be feeling like this never should have been a game where they went to overtime. I will agree, this is a bit reminiscent of the SSG series, where they managed to throw away the game with 1 goal, and now Zap looking for the double touch, somehow almost finds the read. Can't quite find it, but more pressure for Distortion. That was almost a dunk of the century. And Mayo can't read this one. Lecce this time does get the read, but they're still starving underneath this Distortion regimen, just setting up a castle in the Hydra zone. They will break out, and Mayo here for the double touch. Zap can't make the follow-up. Biscuit with the shot, but it's sent away, and Distortion actually given space, and I'm not really sure why Hydra is trying to give them this much space. It does work out as Lecce manages to get a demo. The pass across, not quite far enough for a shot to be taken. A Sense, low boost here, trying to get a 50 in the midfield. Will be sent out to Nicolou, who gets the touch over 1. Now here comes Zap. This is a dangerous spot for Hydra. The bump off the backboard, but Zap can't finish the double. Left himself a bit too wide of an angle. And Distortion, I mean, they're being given so many opportunities. You have to feel like they have to convert, or else this will happen. Biscuit coming through. He does not miss these clean shots, and he will take game 1 for Hydra.
Definitely a lot of space being given here. And honestly, you know, a half slot there from Biscuit. It's not a bad shot, but kind of 3 defenders within the realm of possibility of defending that. But really, the ultimate crime there in that overtime was just, like you said, the space was being given to Hydra. And for a team that Hydra was playing the slowest of the two, you got to question why Distortion was giving him that space. And even on that final play that led to that pass in the midfield, it looked like Sense and Nicolou were both kind of creeping up on the challenge, but nobody bid on it. Nobody was going for it. And that left Zap last back flat-footed in net, and they were both on the retreat. And Biscuit is definitely a man of the infield passes. Granted, he was receiving one right there, but still, you know, it may not even been the most well-placed shot, but still, it was just so much space given to Hydra right there, who was playing the slower game.
And well, as our favorite analyst would say, sometimes the best shots are the ones that come right at you, right at the defender. That one, I mean, it was right at almost 3 defenders, but all of them in complete discoordination on the goal line, just couldn't find the save. A great speedy shot by Biscuit, not giving the defense much time to react. But Distortion need to step it up a little bit if they want to take it. Like you said, Biscuit, he's prone to these passing plays. That time he was receiving, but we surely will see more passing from Biscuit, trying to find Mayo, trying to find Leche, and they will not give as much of an opportunity for Distortion to save these shots. They are clinical with their shooting. They'll even opt for a double touch where they don't have to place it as well. They just have to get it past the defender. And if you give them that opportunity, if you give them time to get warmed up, it's going to make it that much more difficult for Distortion. Now down 1-0 in the series, but far from out of it. As we look to kick off game number 2, Biscuit on the dribble, looking to get infield. Already you can see there, he's creeping towards the infield pass. He wants to find his teammates. He wants to get them involved. He knows how much potential they have. Put this ball in the back of the net. Missed touch here, and now Nicolou in an awkward spot. Will do well to read it off the backboard. But sent right out to Leche, and the team bump coming through for Distortion. They're just not on the same page right now. They need to clean up these mistakes if they want a chance to take this series.
Yeah, definitely. Although a huge start right here, and again, they're just forcing the issue. This is what they were doing for the first half of the game, and finally they're putting up the aggression, and they almost got the job done there in the overtime, but they let off the gas, and now this is good progress here. First 30 seconds, and great touch from Nicolou off of defense to start that transition. And if they could just get those defensive transitions into these offenses, like Zap, with the mechanics, with the pass, with the shot, with off target for Nicolou, the follow-up there for Sense. And that was a cookie-cutter play on what Distortion needs to do, but unfortunately, didn't get the job done.
And that was, like you said, cookie-cutter, a pixel from perfection. Distortion almost nailing and gaining even more of an advantage in this game, too. So far, they've had great looks. They've looked much better, even with a little bit of awkwardness on defense. They've managed to find the offensive counterattacks. Here comes Zap looking for the flip reset. Doesn't have enough boost to finish it off. May not have had the flip reset either. Looked like he should have gone it, but we all know how fickle Rocket League is sometimes. Biscuit in awkward position, manages to barely make a touch. This one sent out. Sense gets a demo on the goal line, but he didn't stick around to finish it. He didn't realize that the ball would just be sitting there on the goal line. Trying to leave it for a teammate to finish off. Still Distortion in a good spot here with all of the chances. This one going top left, just barely off, but the follow-up from Zap is good, and the pressure is too much. Hydra crumbles.
Yeah, and a decent challenge from Leche to kind of stop out the first solo play, but the follow-up, probably the best thing Nicolou could have done other than putting it off on target on the right side. He put it off the left side where nobody was expecting, and that allowed another quick follow-up from Zap. But huge aggression here. Already 8 shots, less than 2 minutes in. This is exactly what you want to see after Distortion. Kind of, I mean, realistically, both teams kind of, whichever one lost, you could say that they gave that game away. They both had their chances, but ultimately, that's how we got into overtime. And Distortion are going to be chomping at the bit here to try and equalize this series, and they're doing exactly what they need to do.
Every time that there is a game which kind of feels like a coin flip, feels like it could have gone either direction, it's very important in the next one to try and come out, try and make a statement. Distortion making a statement here. They held Hydra to only 1 goal and an infield pass. The statement is now emboldened as Zap comes through with the follow-up.
Yeah, and Biscuit actually on the backboard, but kind of going a little bit too early. I mean, really just a good pass. Whether or not Biscuit went a little bit later, the ball was careening down towards the ground. Someone on the second man there needed to make an earlier challenge, and both Mayo and Lecce just kind of went at the same time, but too little too late. And now a huge 3-0 lead here as, again, Hydra kind of has the backboard on lock, but now they're the ones playing a little bit timid, and they're still getting these double commits in the midfield. And on the defensive side, the bump's coming out, but Mayo able to get the save. 2 minutes. Got some time to work with as Biscuit with the dribble. Decent flick, but couldn't get out early enough. And a huge infield pass from Lecce to Mayo, slotted on the right side. And now Hydra with some signs of life.
Distortion still have to be really careful here. That's a nice infield pass. Once again, Lecce finding Mayo. Biscuit isn't the only one who can pass. These are dangerous from Hydra. If they can get more opportunities, more chances like this, game is far from over. And Distortion have to keep doing what they're doing. You know, even though they conceded there, I still like what they're going for. They're trying to keep the aggression up. They're trying to prevent Hydra from getting opportunities. That time, the demo opened up space, but on the other side of things, Distortion still continuing to keep up this aggression, trying to stomp out Hydra. Succeeding so far in the overall game. They have to win the war as well as the battle. Nicolou to the backboard, Mayo with a nice touch. Lecce can't follow up though, and now both defenders in a bit of an awkward position. Nicolou will get it almost through. Almost an unfortunate pinch as well as Sense coming up for this one. It'll just barely bounce off the inside. And actually the ball falls perfectly into Seabiscuit's lap, but he hits it a touch too far away from him. Unlucky how the cards fell there. Nicolou looking for Zap here. He has a free shot, and Lecce just not really able to do anything to counterattack too quick.
Yeah, I think he may have been able to get back, but he kind of hesitated. And honestly, I don't really blame him. It looked like Zap might have opted for the dribble right there, a little fake pop to himself. But once he saw Lecce pull off, he saw the open right side. And I mean, realistically, you got to choose one option or the other. And Lecce chose wrong, and now the 3-0 lead cemented once again. An insurmountable of shots. I mean, 14. Here comes another perhaps, but off target. Now on the counterattack, Lecce with the flip reset. Ball falls a little bit too late as Biscuit is harassing him in the net. And what is, I think the harassment may have led to a team bump. Opportunity for Lecce, and he will put it on the left side. And, I thought Distortion had things under wraps, but a little bit of chaos ensued.
The game is not quite over. I must have missed how 4 players missed that ball careening towards the Distortion net. And the follow-up, just a little bit of panic, leading to a pinch into a nice shot. This game is far from over if Hydra can get another quick one. They will have to still play. Honestly, Distortion, I think the game plan remains the same. Just try to keep up the aggression. Keep Hydra from getting those opportunities. They can't shoot, they can't score. But they will be looking to get some of their own. Biscuit over to Zap. An easy read for him. But Lecce will get a clean beat. This could be an opportunity. Can't quite have enough boost to finish that one off. And the ball is still in Hydra's possession, but you have to feel like Distortion now have this game under control. Still, one more beat. Seabiscuit has to score here. And he cannot do it now with 11 seconds left. I think this will be a little bit too much, although hold up a second. I may have spoken a tiny bit too soon. 7 seconds left and Hydra coming alive.
Mayo getting the job done. Biscuit with the bump. Lecce, didn't really necessarily need to pre-flip that, but if he can have the confidence to do that, good for him. But it comes down to this kickoff right here. Can they get a good one?
It was Distortion that scored with 30 seconds left. Hydra throwing away the advantage there. It's almost Hydra coming back with their own advantage, but they managed to keep the ball out. As long as Distortion can put this ball down, I think they've avoided the worst, although Seabiscuit can't quite get the touch there. The ball will drop. Distortion, although a little bit too close for comfort at the end there, do manage to get the job done and do manage to just, really outshoot Hydra. Looking at the stat line, 14 shots. Hydra getting a good amount of shots themselves at 12, but Distortion was that much more accurate and able to come away with this Game 2 victory.
Yeah, Biscuit, he was really close to finding that redirect. I wasn't quite sure if he was going for a bump on the defender or the redirect. Either way, one of the two options was almost met. But yeah, Hydra really showed up on the offense the last minute and a half, and I needed that the first 4 minutes, they were sitting at 5 shots. Distortion was outscoring them or outshooting them 13-5, and then they just pulled out 7 or so shots out of nowhere, and then they were the aggressors there in the final minute. But this Hydra roster, they haven't really been consistent this whole postseason, and that's why they've been to these game 7s. And same thing for Distortion, they've been to 2 game 7s as well. So I think if anything, we might have another game 7 in the books here merely. And that being said, I don't want to reverse crystal ball this moment, but every Rival League Grand Finals I've casted has gone to game 7, and half of them have gone to overtime in game 7. So I think we're in for a treat.
Well, we just might be if that is, well, the way playoffs have gone so far, combined with your caster buff. One thing, as a nice goal here for Hydra, big demo from Mayo, the solo play coming through, and he's stepping up in game 3 here already.
Yeah, and just a kind of a ballsy challenge from Sense in the midfield that just didn't need to be done. There's only one thing that Mayo could have done with that ball, and realistically was give up possession to the third man, although he did get the bump to boot right after. But if Sense doesn't go there, there is somebody back as Lecce just barreling through both men on the kickoff. So Sense gonna work his way around the incoming Hydra attackers, and good way to, well, not really a great way to score. Great if you're Hydra, not if you're Distortion. Realistically, a goal that should not have gone in. But after they're used to being the aggressors there in game number 2, that's probably why Sense felt he needed to go for that challenge there. But Hydra, they've stepped it up last minute of game 2 and first minute of game number 3 here, and they're picking up the pace. They're trying to match this Distortion playstyle.
They have succeeded in game 2. Biscuit making a close save there. That one certainly on target, an important touch for him to make, but Sense getting it past one. Biscuit coming through with a bump, and one thing I've noticed, Hydra seems to have switched up their game plan a little bit, getting much more. Again, Zap coming through with the flip reset. I hardly even saw that one coming. So quick on the conversion into the double touch. What a play.
And I was knocking Hydra the past few series for not having a man on the backboard, but again, Biscuit was there, but that was such a quick, he used his flip immediately, and not only did he use it right away, he got the most perfect touch, and it just went bar down and in. Excellent shot from Zap, and they're pushing more off this kickoff of the Zap. Not a great touch right there, but still huge momentum after that, giving up that opening goal. And I mean, what a way to tie it back up.
If there is one player that this Hydra roster most definitely fears, Biscuit told me himself, I was playing a little bit of ranked with him the other day, and he said that he was feeling confident in the grand finals, but if Zap managed to pop off, then it could be a tough series. And it seems like Zap has showed up today. He is on his A game, looking to take it to this Hydra roster. He's definitely giving it his all. I mean, he scored 4 shots in the last, or 4 goals, I should say, in the last one, as possibly another opportunity here. Zap, if he's quick enough, might be able to get it, but the bounce a little bit too awkward. The follow-up just off the post, Nicolou couldn't quite get there. Distortion with another chance. They'll wish they had that one back as a ball heading straight for their net. Sense forced to flick this one wide, faking himself out a little bit, but manages to get a pre-flip touch. A little bit of fortune, a little bit of skill. The game remains scoreless. Hydra still keeping it much more even than previously. They've adapted well so far, but they might have to do a little bit more if Distortion is going to be bringing this type of offense.
And they're going to have to do more than hold on, and they're getting a few chances, but now Distortion kind of starting to match the pace once again. Not really double committing at all, but I got to bring it to Nicolou again. He hasn't scored since game 1, and he's shot the ball almost 10 times. He got 6 or 7 shots in game number 2 there, and he's sitting at 2 right now, and he missed that open net just a minute ago, and a solid opportunity the minute before that. And if Nicolou just hits even 1 or 2 of these shots, Distortions is in even more favorable position, and haven't really seen too much scoring out of Sense either, although infield pass almost coming to fruition there. Haven't seen too much from Sense, but he's definitely having an impact on this field. And Nicolou's just having more of the chances and not capitalizing on those chances. And we got another close ball game here with a minute left.
And it really seems like this entire Distortion roster, Sense and Nicolou, really playing a sort of almost Furious style from London, where Lecce couldn't quite get there. The shot just barely off target. And heartbreak for Hydra as they almost had another one. Both teams missing huge opportunities. But it really feels like Sense and Nicolou here trying to play a supporting role for Zap, which you can understand when he's popping off like this much, but you still have to be careful. This is going to be a counterattack for Hydra. And the demo coming in, it will be open, but the shot was that saved by Biscuit?
I think it may have been off target. I don't know if it was actually saved. It was hard to tell because, like, you know, we got smoke screened.
It looked like it was going post. I don't know if it was going in, but Biscuit definitely got a piece of that one. And another chance going wide. This game, the theme is just missed opportunities. Zap trying to remedy that for his own team as Sense getting the pass down. Biscuit somehow ready for it, manages to send it away. 5 seconds left. We might be headed to another overtime. Mayo trying to get up to Lecce for one more last chance. Mayo there, but the shot pre-jump blocked by Zap on defense. He is just as impressive as on offense. The tensest of situations, and Distortion narrowly avoiding getting scored on. Now it's anyone's game once again. Who will be able to take the edge in this game, the edge in this series, and push forward?
Comes down to overtime again. Game 3, a huge swing game, overtime, no less, and a huge save from Zap again. As infield pass comes out, Zap, he cannot get to this one though. Stellar on defense the whole series, but this one absolutely slotted.
And the infield pass is just the kryptonite for Distortion, and the strong point for Hydra. A beautiful way to finish off the overtime quickly, save some of their mental stamina. They didn't want to defend against more Distortion plays, and they deal with it in the best way possible, just shutting it down, shutting down the game, taking the advantage, and now up 2-1. I mean, Distortion has been pressing the issue. They've been getting so many looks at the net. It's hard to imagine how much harder they can press. If you're Distortion here, do you try to go back to the drawing board and draw up a different strategy, or do you just keep trying the same thing and just try to hit your shots a little bit more accurately?
I think it is the latter that you just mentioned there. They just need to hit their shots. They only got 8 in that game, which is still a respectable amount. But when Hydra has put up 14 shots game 2, 13 game 3, you know, it's only a matter of time before these shots go in if you're going to be getting outshot the whole game. And Hydra played extremely slow in game 1. And the fact that Distortion did not win that game is really kind of a travesty, because Hydra won the game that they were playing the least perfect Rocket League in. Granted, Distortion comes back, they play a really good game too. But Hydra, they warmed up in that last minute of game 2, and they stepped up big here in game 3. They're not producing the most amount of goals here, but Hydra is doing... They're starting to perfect their play style, and I'm getting a little worried here for Distortion because, like I said, it comes down to Nicolou. Sense has been absolutely great in the midfield. A few double commits here and there, which kind of had led to the defensive breakdown for Distortion. Sense and Zap kind of struggling to find out who is first man at times. So if they could get that worked out, but at the same time, so many chances are being given to Nicolou on this rotation, and he's not the star-studded player that Sense or Zap is, but if the opportunities are going to be presented to you as third man, you got to be hitting them, and he's just missing his shots, and he's not really getting credited with that many shots because some of the opportunities are just going that far wide. And even on that last play, he pre-flipped to stop the infield pass, but if he doesn't pre-flip, I think he's actually in a better position to block that ball because he's taking away his opportunity to use that flip to counter where the player hits it. So again, it comes down to Nicolou, and I'm expecting him to do big things here game 4.
And he'll have to try and get it going. You really don't want to go down 3-1, especially against this Hydra roster. We've talked about it before, but the slow starts can be very real to them. Even like you just said, game 1, they looked exceptionally slow compared to their usual selves. Game 2, stepping up more so. Game 3, getting even further. You have to feel like these early games might have been the difference maker. Distortion was able to capitalize. They were both games that Distortion could have won with just one more goal, one more opportunity capitalized on, but instead Hydra kind of sneaks away with the wins, and Distortion will have to work that much harder. A huge dunk coming out from Biscuit, and he will put home another one for Hydra.
And Zap and Nicolou kind of both in the same spot, and you know, I'm just gonna say he pulled a bubbly. You can't dribble out of defense and try and fake. You just can't, because not only are your teammates expecting a 50, but the other team is just gonna pounce on you, and that is exactly what happened. You cannot try and fake as first man on the dribble on the defensive side of things, and just a bad decision from Zap right there, who's been playing pretty excellent this whole series. So kind of questionable for him to try and slow things down when the speed has been working out. And now, you know, Hydra scored first last game, but Distortion tied it back up pretty quickly. So gonna need another quick response.
And to be fair, earlier in the series, it seemed like Hydra, with their slow rotations, was giving quite a bit of space to Distortion, maybe, but they've adapted their playstyle. They've gone more aggressive. They've been shutting down these Distortion plays more rapidly, and Distortion has to respond to that. They can't keep trying to go for the same strategy that may have worked earlier on in the series, because it's just not going to work anymore. Hydra, a very adaptable team, and Distortion, on the other hand, not coordinated at all right here, getting a team bump, almost leading into a goal, which it might eventually lead into if they're not careful. Luckily on this one, Leche is all the way back, ready to save that one. Dangerous counterattack, almost just a quick shot from the opposite goal line. But Distortion remain down one, and goals have not been easy to come by for either team, but especially for Distortion, with the amount of pressure they've had, their scoring accuracy has to be quite low, somewhat due to Hydra's defense, somewhat due to Distortion's inaccuracy. Leche here, not much boost for the air dribble, will just fake out. Nicolou gets it past him, but Zap is there for the follow-up quickly. Trying to press this issue, trying to get something going. Mayo hitting this one out. Nicolou sending it back towards net. That's not the best touch on defense, but will be sent away, and the pressure is relieved already. Now that we're seeing Hydra, I mean, they look much more warmed up. They look faster. They look more ready for these Distortion plays, and Distortion looks like panic mode is already starting to set in a little bit for them.
Yeah, this is just a strange Game 4 overall, as Mayo looking to get this one through off the crossbar. And he had a lot of options right there, but I think he may have chose the wrong option. I would have liked to see him go for the flip reset. The fake almost working, though. Opportunity for Biscuit off the backboard, almost hits the shot, too. But I was going to say this game, you know, granted 3 shots have just rolled in for Hydra here, but I was going to say this is pretty reminiscent of Game 1. It is a slow midfield game. A lot of space being given in the midfield, and this is what is allowing Hydra to start air dribble after air dribble, not converting on them quite yet, although it's only a matter of time here before another one slips through. Distortion only sitting at 1 shot. They got a minute and a half to mount this comeback. It's only 1 goal, but still Hydra infield passing out of defense, and they got to get something going here. And honestly, at this point, I don't know what it is, because they're just double committing a lot again.
And, I mean, this is the same Distortion that we saw just 2 games ago, shooting 14 shots on target. Granted, that was the game they won, but now being held to 2 here, I mean, Hydra has completely neutralized the offensive presence that Distortion has had, somewhat due to Hydra stepping up and somewhat due to Distortion just not being able to break out of their own half, not getting these touches that they need to, not finding each other anymore. But now with under a minute left, in a do-or-die situation, you have to try to get something fast here. It's time to pick up that aggression again, just go all out, and it's time to not just miss the ball. Zap barely able to get back. It's still a tough spot for Distortion, as Mayo will try to take possession here. Can't quite find it. The follow-up is quick from Hydra, and there's no Distortion players even nearby. This one off, but Biscuit will get the beat. Sense has to take control here, does well, but Mayo quick to the challenge, not letting Distortion have an inch, much less a mile. Leche getting the beat here, and with time ticking away, Distortion needs to find something now. Sense looking for the redirect, it's just off target, and one more chance as Zap trying to send this one center. Nicolou, he's the man we called on to step up, gets the touch, but it's not the best touch, and the whip comes out. Hydra can't make the touch, but Distortion can't either. And Distortion just not able to find anything in this game. I mean, you have to feel for them, but the mental issue seems like they're pressing. They're starting to just retreat.
I just don't know what happened. What I do know is that was a pretty underperforming game from Zap. His touches did not look confident on defense. ever since he kind of got stomped out in the first 30 seconds on that dribble, he did not look comfortable on the ball at all. He tried to start a lot of solo plays, but the touches were just too heavy, and just a poor game from Zap right there. And, besides, Nicolou, he did have a whiff on defense there in the last minute, which obviously not good. Luckily, Hydra didn't score off of it. But I really thought Nicolou played pretty well in this game, and he even tried to get that last little soft touch pass there at 0 seconds, but just nobody quite in position to try and convert on. 0 seconds, always extremely difficult to do so. And Hydra ultimately had the beat on that ball, but, they just ended up whiffing it out. But, I mean, again, if they just need to put shots on. You can't put 2 shots up against this Hydra team. And, I think they take their time out here, maybe trying to work on the rotational side of things. Zap didn't look like he was having good comms or just good touches on the ball at all. Sense, again, not scoring, but he's playing a really solid midfield game, doing everything he can for his team. And Nicolou had some good touches as well, but if this team is relying on Zap that much, and Zap has one bad game and they can't even muster 3 shots, I'm a little worried for what's going to happen going into Game 5. Granted, every single game has been 1 goal. It's been extremely close, but they gotta work together here.
And Distortion did take a timeout, but it looks like they're opting to join up anyways.
They're ready. I don't know.
Well, I guess they only need half a timeout. The timeout feint, we haven't seen that one before. They just, we're gonna take a timeout, guys. Never mind, we're good. We got this.
Oh,
Biscuit. Oh my goodness, almost looked like one of your pinches bagels. Not quite on target.
After my own heart.
Fantastic power on that one, and now it's a long road ahead for Distortion. We've seen that they have the potential to do this, but Hydra is so solid. Even we know their mental's not going to crack. They came back from 3-0 down against a rival as Zap almost getting another ridiculous dunk. That's the second time he's almost done that since, with a huge shot to the corner. Somehow blocked away by the defender. And Distortion already almost matching their shots from the last game. They have to try to keep up this performance if they want even a chance to come back. But like I was saying, it's not an easy road ahead. They're going to have to do... they're going to have to play some phenomenal Rocket League if they want to break through here. Starts with 1 game at a time. Lecce with a nice shot to the corner. Zap can't get there in time. And Hydra right back at it. Take the lead again.
Yeah, and, a little bit of a ballsy challenge from Nicolou, but again, on the offensive side, or in the midfield, Zap was just creeping out a little bit too far. And again, Hydra, they score first. But Distortion had the first opportunity in this game. They had that solid infield pass over to Sense, and accuracy just not there again for Distortion. And Hydra, they've had a lot of offensive heavy games. They've had a lot of high shot games, but they're not really missing their shots. It's just that Distortion is playing solid defense. Distortion, they've had high shots, they've had low shots, but the main problem for them is they're just not hitting them. They need to find the accuracy and cut down on the double commits literally everywhere, on the defense, in the midfield, on the offense. Starting out passing play here, but no third man to follow it up just yet. And they need to find a quick ass because they don't want to have it come down to 0 seconds once again.
Yeah, 0 seconds is not the place where you want to be trying to find your equalizer. And honestly, they would like to avoid an overtime if they could as well. I believe Hydra has gone the better of them on the 2 overtimes that have happened so far in this series, seeming to have a little bit more of that ice factor. But this is a free opportunity. Sense, if he can somehow get this on target. It was extremely difficult touch to find towards the net. But Distortion has Hydra pressed back in their zone. They just have to push a little bit harder. They have to take advantage. Mayo with the missed touch. Sense with a high shot. It's not quite on. And once again, the accuracy not there. Distortion sent back into their own half. They're going to try to break out again. But now the demo's coming out for Biscuit. The shot from Lecce. I didn't even see what happened. I bet it was an impressive shot. But Hydra will take the advantage once again. Or even further.
Yeah, I was going to say perhaps we might get a second look, but the second look remained to be the first look. So I'm looking on the second monitor to see what's happening. And, just the two demos come out. And Biscuit, when I think of Biscuit, every time I've played with Biscuit, I've seen him, I've casted him. Basically, it feels weird to say at this point, over the years I've seen him play. Not a physical player, but maybe that might have been the game plan. I mean, as he gets another one. I mean, he's playing like bubbly out there right now. He's just getting so many demos in this series. He already has 3, maybe even 4 demos here in this match point game. And Distortion do not look comfortable at all as Biscuit will convert on a third rotation out of order completely for Distortion.
And you don't want to call it too early, but a beautiful passing play there from Hydra, just putting it even further out of reach from Distortion. I mean, they were only able to get 2 shots in the last game. They only have 1 shot this game, even though they've had so many opportunities to put the ball on target. Every single time is just a little bit wide, a little bit off, and even when they do get shots on target, it seems like they are saved away most of the time. Hydra taking command of this series, looking to finish it off in 5. It looks like they might just do that. Distortion need a miracle here. We'll see if they'll get it. This one's sent high. Leche looking for the double. That one's pinched awkwardly, but once again, Biscuit back. Solid third man. He's so used to these positions. He will not let anything through. Distortion are going to have to do something truly wonderful here as Leche getting the beat on 1. Getting another touch, just making it that much more difficult for Nicolou to find it clear. And Sense will take control. Kind of fakes out Mayo. Not able to get it past the second, though, and Distortion just sent right back into their zone. A minute left, and I mean, it looks like it might just be wraps. They haven't been able to break through this Hydra defense for almost 2 games now, and now they have to do it 3 times. I mean, I just don't think I see it happening.
Yeah, and I thought they might have caught out Leche on the counter there, but, you know, staying calm under the pressure, just a slow rotate back, able to push it through his own corner. And every time even an aggressive play is coming out, the third man not on the same page. They went for a bump play as one more just might make it in, but Zap push it off to the side, but still just pounding this ball against the Distortion side of the field. And Biscuit has likely put in the dagger.
At Biscuit, you know, we can sing the praises of Mayo and Leche all day, but some has to be offered to this man as well. He really came in. You said it yourself. It's on him to step up, play the game, and play his game. And he's played it nearly to perfection in the latter half of this series, really stopping Distortion from being able to get anything. And another goal gonna fly in, but this one is so far out of reach, it doesn't even matter. A little bit more scoring going on, but you can't say that Hydra didn't deserve this. They played the better Rocket League, and really, once they warmed up, I mean, it just felt like they were never going to lose this.
Yeah, and a little bit early on the GG call right there, but granted, this game is severely... Oh, Zap said it first. I thought it was in toxicity there for a second. But all good here on the field. But yeah, just Distortion. Every game, besides this one, was a 1-goal game. And then Hydra, they just, once they got going in that game number 2, I mean, they did not look back. And they lost game number 2. And as this clock hits 0 here, the ball will touch the ground. We have Nemesis history, folks. Biscuit is the first 3-time in Nemesis, and congratulations to him and the rest of Hydra.
Congratulations to Biscuit. Congratulations to Hydra. Honestly, I don't think there's a single person in Nemesis that deserves this more than Biscuit. He's been putting in the work for forever. The man just wins. Also, just such a wholesome human being. Great guy. Proud to call him my friend as well. Really happy to see him get the victory here. He played a really important role, and all of Hydra stepping up to take it to the Distortion roster when, I mean, it really looked like they might have been in some trouble there. They almost were a few times, a few games where if it just goes an inch in the other direction, Distortion manages to hit one of their shots a tiny bit more accurately, could have been a completely different series, but you can't dwell on that too much if you're Distortion. They played well, they came out, they gave it their all, and at the end, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, really, Hydra could do no wrong after that first game and the first half of game 2. Like, and they played the worst Rocket League they played in the whole series in game number 1. They stole that game, played extremely poorly game 2, and then just rifled off 8-9 shots in a minute and a half. And really, even though they lost game 2, Distortion was on the back foot ever since. And not only could they not get through Hydra, Distortion, unfortunately, they just couldn't get out of their own way. They were not on the same page, and when they were, the conversions just were not met. Zap played excellent Rocket League, and then Game 4 happened when he got dunked, and that dunk really must have thrown off something in the confidence factor, because ever since that dunk came out, he did not look good on the field, and they lost Game 4 by 1 goal. So goals for a premium here in the series, besides that extremely weird Game 1 and extremely weird Game 5, 5-0 Game 5, 4-3 Game 1, and just the accuracy for Distortion. If, like you said, if they hit one shot here, if Nicolou gets one of those opportunities, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, could be headed to Forbidden Temple, could be headed to Champions Field, but we'll never know. Hydra are your rival league champions.
And it really did feel like that dunk in, what was it, Game 3, I believe?
Game 4.
Game 4, that's right. That dunk in Game 4, I mean, it felt like the tide was already turning, and that dunk just turned the tide into a tsunami. Hydra never looking back once they gained the momentum, just held on and kept Distortion within arm's reach, shutting them down. Beautifully played by them. Once again, congratulations to them. Congratulations to Distortion as well for the runner-up place. Second place is no slouch, still making it farther than some people were expecting them to, with some insanely close games along the way. Obviously, you can't win them all. But that will do it for our Rival League Grand Finals. 4 of the 5 champions have been crowned. We only have one more series left, and all of the champions will be evident for Season 7. Coming up next, we have Blizzard. Wait, Blizzard. Haven't we heard that name before? I feel like that's a little bit familiar. Oh, yeah, that's right. They've been in the grand finals 2 times before this. Oh, yeah, no big deal. Oh, they're going for their third back-to-back? Oh. Oh, so they must have the same roster. Oh, they replaced Soars, and they're still in the grand finals. Okay, so these guys are just absolutely legendary. Pinnacle, I'm not going to lie, have a very, very tough matchup on their hands. Hopefully, it will be a good series. I know you're going to be casting that one, Bagels. I'm sure you're excited for it. It was a pleasure casting with you, as always. And with that said, we will be heading to a short break, after which, like I said, coming back to the Titan Grand Finals. Thank you guys for sticking around. One more series, and we will see the conclusion of Season 7. Catch you right after this short break.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible.
What is going on, everybody? We are back here for one last grand final showdown as we're heading to the Titan League, where we have Blizzard looking for the three-peat Nemesis history, and we got Pinnacle, the winningest team in Titan League history, trying to pull a little bit of an upset, looking for their second ever championship. And we got a Season 5 Grand Finals rematch. The stars have aligned here, Bagels, as we're getting into this one. How are you doing on this fine night to end off Season 7?
I'm doing pretty good. I wish we got a little bit more action out of that series and that last one, but we did not. Hydra taking home the dub, and unfortunately here, I know GM of Pinnacle, GM of Evolution Org, but I mean, it's Blizzard, Rockerman, and Blizzard. We know what Blizzard does. They've won the last 2 seasons, and I don't see anything different here. But I saw the little chants in chat. We got, I'm not going to say deluxes because it's just bad. But we got Winnacle, we got Ed Win, and we got Win Sanity. And realistically, it's going to have to be a great day for all 3 of these players to even try and match half of Blizzard's potential. But if they can do that, Blizzard could get a little bit overconfident, maybe even a little bit of nerves in play, because I know they're pretty good friends with Deluxe. I know what Deluxe can do. He can pop off, but it just comes down. All 3 of these players, they have to be on the same page, and I have not seen that one series in this playoff. They have found the scrappiest damn wins I've ever seen. But, hey, maybe they might be primed for one more.
Hey, you never know. You never know. And, the odds may not be in their favor. I know people are getting their channel point predictions in. Reminder to get those in if you haven't already. But the predictions have been going around in the survey channel. We got a little bit of a blowout. It's 57-15 in favor of Blizzard. But may I remind everyone, it was 52-16. And last time when Pinnacle took down Venganza, they're used to being the underdogs. And then the power rankings odds, it's 77.9% in favor of Blizzard, 22.1% in favor of Pinnacle. But you never know. This is why you play the matches. I mean, there have been upsets all over the place. I mean, we had an 8 seed, well, technically a 10 seed from the play-in tournament win. We had a 7 seed sweep the Melons. I mean, things have been crazy, Bagels. So you never know what's going to happen until you play the match.
I mean, seeding is one thing, and player potential is another thing.
It's true.
And Blizzard, they're not the 1 seed, but they essentially are. We all know that they are the Titans of Titan League. But I can see Pinnacle. If Pinnacle plays well here, they're gonna need Edwin to be a solid third man. They're gonna need him to be finishing the shots. They need him to go for some bumps, and ultimately, Deluxe and Insanity, they gotta not double commit. And I don't see that happening in this series. But if Pinnacle is poised for a victory, they need Insanity and Deluxe to be on the same page if they're going to try and take down Blizzard here.
Well, the Titan League Grand Finals are officially underway, and Bagels, I got to get a quick prediction. Who's winning it all? Is it Blizzard? Are they going to get the 3-peat, or will Pinnacle, Winnacle, be able to make some magic happen tonight?
I give Pinnacle a pity game. I think 4-1 Blizzard.
Okay, well, we will have to see as things are underway. The Titan League Grand Finals here. Blizzard, with their roster here that they've had all season, we got Mad Max, Toxic, and Zinvez. And Zinvez looking to step up huge, filling in the shoes of Soares, who was part of that 2-time run that they had, winning the back-to-back championships and now looking for their 3rd. And then on the Pinnacle side, we've got some fiery players there. We got Deluxe, Edwin, and Insanity looking to make something happen. They're sending this one high up off the backboard, but Insanity can't make the touch. And Bagels, as we get into things, I'm curious as to, is this one getting saved away? I'm curious as to who are your players to watch out for on both teams.
I mean, obviously on Blizzard, it's got to be Mad Max. Max, he needs to just come up with the highlight reel plays as per usual. Honestly, I don't. We know what all these players can do. I don't have a player to watch. It's the whole team. And first off, Blizzard is gonna score first from Zin.
Yeah, Zin gonna put this one in, and Edwin just can't make that touch. Another dive in comes through, but not meant to be. And Zinvez He's looking Bagels. He is one of those guys that's been around in Nemesis for a while. He has finished second place 3 times in 2 back-to-back. He was on Pinnacle in Season 5 when Blizzard took him down in Game 7. He was on the Reapers last season, and way back in Season 2, I believe that was Nebula that he was on in that one. And he's hungry. He's hungry for his first ever championship, and he starts out the scoring if it's a Blizzard squad.
Yeah, I mean, just definitely an extremely solid player as well as, thought Insanity might have been able to get that pre-flip past Tox in the midfield. But I mean, realistically, to your previous question, as I did say it has to be Max, and it will be Max to score second. It comes down to Max if he can find the consistency on these great plays and starts off a very good pop dribble right there.
Yeah, nice little play by Max. He adds to the scoring 2-0 in favor of Blizzard. They've gotten some good offense to start things off. The Pinnacle, there have been a couple of close counterattack opportunities, but Blizzard's not having any of it as they're scoring against it. It's just dunking out the defender, putting it in the back of the net, and Blizzard starting out strong. You're 3-0 in Game 1.
And back in one of those previous seasons where Zen made it to the grand finals, very frustrating player to play against because, you know, I'll be honest, I don't think he has a brain when he plays Rocket League. He just throws himself at the ball. But, you know, honestly, it works out more often than not and more than you expect. And Zen, a master of dunks, so to say, as a huge passing play comes out from Blizzard to start it off. And Blizzard, they just have so much chemistry. And if Pinnacle is going to try and fight this, stave off the overwhelming pressure of Blizzard, they gotta do the same thing. They gotta work out of defense together. Deluxe and Insanity, they got to get some passes. Edwin needs to get the bumps. He's got to get the third man shooting in. But this is Ola's a mistouch, almost leading to a goal. You know, I don't think they're coming back here in Game 1, but I think they got to develop a game plan somewhere in the next 2.5 minutes to try and learn, download the Blizzard files, so to say. They got to find a counterattack, and it's got to come in Game 2, I think.
It probably does here as there's 2:19 left to play, but down 4-0 against the back-to-back defending champs. It's going to be a tough road if they're going to try to bring this one back. And usually 4-goal leads don't get squandered too often in Titan League as it is, especially in the grand finals here. So I think you're right. Pinnacle may have to start looking and try to find something here. They've had a couple opportunities. It's got to be the counterattack attempt here. So if they can catch Blizzard off guard here, catch them out a little bit, going a little bit too aggressive, might be able to counterattack. Like they do right here, as this one's sent up, Insanity gonna redirect it. Edwin catches them out, and maybe a start of something for Pinnacle.
Yeah, and you know, the counterattack playstyle might be what they need to take down Blizzard, but that is such a ballsy playstyle to be putting all your eggs in that basket, to be not only one, counting on Max to miss a shot, which doesn't happen that often, and 2, Tox not to be going for some bumps or a solo player of his own, or 3, Zin to just get some crazy dunk or some bumps as well because he's a physical player. So if all 3 of those don't happen, then absolutely a Pinnacle counterattack can come out, and Deluxe and Insanity do have a lot of chemistry together. We've seen a lot of great passing plays in the postseason, and if they can start getting some consistency on that, could be success for Pinnacle. But realistically, the way I've said this before, you know, Blizzard's been here time and time again. The way to beat Blizzard is to bump and boost steal, and they need some more physicality out of this Pinnacle team. And Deluxe and Insanity, not really physical players, so really every card stacked against them. But if they have any hope, Game 2 as 3 goals in a minute, going to be pretty hard to ask. As Blizzard still on the attack. Max with the double shot for Zin. Tox with the follow-up, but still, you know, right there, prone to the overcommit from Blizzard. So if they can kind of lull Blizzard into a extremely overconfident playstyle, could be a decent strategy.
It may work out, but the time ticking away here now in Game 1 as we're down at 30 seconds remaining. Blizzard holding on their 4-1 lead. Looking to start this series off right. Is this one an opportunity? Here comes Edward looking for the shot, but Sinvez just able to get a piece of that one. It's sent off to the corner, and final seconds now of this game. Blizzard surely going to take this one and going to add one more for the road as Tox able to slide it in the back of the net. And just a commanding victory here in Game 1 for Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, they just They just have they have more talent and they have more speed. They got more everything. But you know, better teams have lost to worse teams, and Pinnacle definitely, you know, they only mustered up 3 shots, but it's not like they're playing slow. They're definitely the slower team. They're giving Blizzard space, but it's not like they don't look confident. It's not like they're putting themselves in awkward position. It's just Blizzard is just that good. But the way to stop it, like I said, they need to score first. They need to try and put Blizzard on the back foot early. I'm going to add one more key to victory here for Pinnacle is 1, the boost, 2, the bumps, 3, the kickoffs. They got to win the kickoff. I don't care if they decimate the kickoff and they send it to the corner on the offensive side, or if they lose the corner and get the player in the corner to grab the boost, start an air dribble or something. They got to win the kickoff because that starts the other 2. If you win the kickoff, you can steal boost. If you win the kickoff, you can start off some bumps on the incoming shots. And they got to do all 3 of those things, and everything else will come after. Deluxe and Insanity are passing players. Edwin is going to get the bumps in the middle of the game. They got to come back game 2. They need to win game 2. If they don't win game 2, series over.
Whoa. Calm down there. We've seen some crazier things. Well, you know, I will say one thing. I think that they got to not get outshot 15-3. I think that would be
that's a start.
I think that would be something very useful here. But we will have to see as we are getting back into it, into our next game. This will be game number 2. Blizzard leading this series 1-0, and now looking to add to it in the kickoff there. There you go. The strategy's working out. They win the kickoff. They get score first. Everything's working right now.
Somebody get me in a palm reading booth because I'm literally a crystal ball, baby. I mean, granted, that's not exact. That is decimating the kickoff. But I mean, you know, they score first here in game 2. It may not be the most skillful of goals, and they almost do it again. And Sid gonna disrupt that play right there. But you know, you score first, you put yourself in an absolutely excellent spot, momentum-wise.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor had in store for Pinnacle here. Kickoff goal, score first, and now they got to see if they can add to it, or at least hold off this Blizzard offense, which we have known time and time again has been so deadly for seasons now. They have won 2 championships in a row for a reason, and they're back looking for a third, so they can freaking score. And Mad Max trying to do just that. He's on the dribble, making some moves, shooting towards the net, but Insanity, he shuts him down. Toxic can't connect, and now Zinvez has to keep it in, and he does, because that was a huge opportunity gone by as Pinnacle trying to turn things around as this ball just hanging around in the midfield. A dive for the last man. Toxic just camping on the backboard. Gonna leave this one popped up for Zinvez. It is popping up high. Mad Max sent it towards the net, but Insanity there on the goal line, able to clear it away. And we're about a minute gone by. All that stands in the way in this game is that one kickoff goal from Pinnacle. But both these teams still looking aggressive, and it seems like Blizzard's trying to press the issue.
Yeah, and again, Pinnacle, they don't really look slow, but it's just Blizzard. They're just making all the great touches they need. And it's a matter of if they can hold down as Insanity, looking to take things slow, looking to find the top left corner, but Blizzard cutting off too many avenues of scoring right there. Still, almost a stellar opportunity coming out from Insanity. Kind of wondering if he should have taken the ball a little bit lower there instead of forcing it high, but still really good confidence from Insanity and Deluxe, who are both very capable dribblers and solo players. But, you know, if you're only going to be given so many solo play opportunities against the Blizzard roster, and you got to start converting on some of them. But, you know, they're kind of pressing the issue here the last minute. They picked things up. Both teams only had 1 shot in the first few minutes, but Pinnacle on the attack, creating some sustained pressure here.
And they really are. And, you know, Bengals, I've watched Pinnacle all season long. I've seen their highs, I've seen their lows. And one thing that they've done well, at least, you know, in their postseason run here, and at least so far it seems in this series, is avoiding the double commits. I mean, that was the death of them, like, all season long. But to make it this far, they've avoided the double commits, and they've been able to hold on. And this one is, oh my goodness, wait a minute, the triple coming towards, but Insanity just able to get a touch off. Is here, they're coming back again, but gonna be saved away. And the defense coordinated well from Pinnacle.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I agree and disagree with you, because I definitely agree that they've reduced the double commits. I don't agree that they've reduced them enough, although realistically, so far here, no double commits from them as Insanity My goodness, an insane save from the insane man as a bit of a team pinch. Going to work their way out of defense here. And Insanity is absolutely a capable player on offense, but being former teammates with this man, may not have always been on the same page as him, communication and chemistry wise, but my goodness, he is such a stellar third man and defensive goal line player. As another big save right there, and Edwin getting a really good touch previously. But, this is kind of trouble for Pinnacle here. They're starting to be under duress. Blizzard's starting to get comfortable. They're starting to dig their feet in. This 1-goal lead might not be so comfortable.
Yeah, 1-goal lead is never safe, and like we said, when you got an offense like Blizzard, it's most definitely not safe. But Pinnacle's trying their best here. Is this one sent towards the back where Edwin has to make the touch, and he does. Mad Max coming in, looking for the shot. Another save. Deluxe makes it, but this one, a huge mistake. Insanity just tried to pre-jump with Toxic. He finds the back post. They're shooting it in and tying it up.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just needed more out of that touch from Deluxe. It was awkward positioning, and sends the ball back to the middle. Insanity just not ready for that. And a really just excellent shot from Tox to put that almost too perfectly on the right side. Now another opportunity for him. Double off the backboard. Zin charging in, but not able to find the shot. Another save from Insanity. 5 saves thus far. But again, same story. Pinnacle, 3 shots. Blizzard, 10. And still pressing the attack. And this is why it's so important for Pinnacle to start the momentum early in case Blizzard start to warm up and just absolutely seize this day for the offense. Although overcommit, Edwin, he just has to hit the shot. No. He cannot. You gotta be hitting those in the grand finals against Blizzard. They make one little mistake, although he comes back and he gets the second go-around. Oh my goodness.
That was chaotic right there. Edwin misses the open net, but he comes back and redeems himself, and Pinnacle retakes the lead with 37 seconds remaining. A chaotic series there, Bagels, but Pinnacle back on top.
Yeah, and I was going to say they got to win this kickoff, and they do. This is what I'm talking about. You create more opportunities when you win the kickoff, although a little bit of miscommunication in the midfield is not going to allow Pinnacle to press the attack. Taking it slow as Insanity, making it extremely awkward for himself, and either take a better dribble or let your teammate come in. Let him help you out.
Yeah, Insanity just super awkward.
There are 2 teammates back.
They had everyone there. Insanity just had to get a touch, had to get a good 50, or at least a decent 50, but he was not meant to be in Blizzard. They just come back and tie things up yet again here in Game 2. So looking for a 2-0 series lead. This one sent back. Final seconds of this one ticking away. Looks like one more goal could be the end. As Pinnacle is overcommitted, Insanity has to come back. Gotta get a decent touch, but this one can be rolled up. Insanity getting chased off there as Tox sending it up. Mad Max off the backboard. Blizzard looking to find one more. It's up in the midfield, but Deluxe, he sends it down, but it's just not enough to get to the open net, and we've got overtime in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, one more second, and that is a Pinnacle victory. Unfortunately, the clock not doing many favors. Good chance off the kickoff, though, but Zin having other plans. Huge demo from Edwin. Insanity for the shot. Slow roller. Deluxe going to charge in, not find any contact. But, honestly, Pinnacle, they've been getting dominated in the offensive presence. But they are doing exactly what I told them to do. Although Deluxe, he needs to make this, and he does. They've been winning the kickoff. They've won every single kickoff, and that is putting them in an excellent position to try and counter this Blizzard team. And if they can continue to do that, they can keep these games close.
Oh my goodness, watch out. Here comes the Mad Max. He puts it in the demo. Attempt opens up some space, and Mad Max finishes it off. Blizzard go up 2-0.
Yeah, just some awkward footing there on the goal line, but that was, I said if they lose Game 2, the series is wraps, and unfortunately, I kind of believe it. But Pinnacle, they were poised to take that victory. They were even gifted 2 overcommits from Blizzard, and they converted on one of them. Edwin, he missed the first shot, got the second go-around, but only the second go-around was gifted to them by Zin. And the only con from Zin's gameplay is sometimes he's a little suspect on defense, and that was one of those moments. And if you can't win the game, or Blizzard is making mistakes like that, you're not going to win the series unless Blizzard just has a complete meltdown. And 15 shots again, back-to-back. 1-goal game this time around. Pinnacle, they played a good midfield game, but still Blizzard mustered 15 shots. And Insanity just had a complete meltdown on the sidewall right there. He needed to just bang the ball into the corner, give away possession, or call a teammate in, call either Deluxe or Edwin in to bail him out of that opportunity. That just cannot happen in Titan League. That cannot happen in the Titan League Grand Finals.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake there, but another interesting turn of events is Pinnacle is opting not to use their tactical timeout. They are saying, let's just go, which, I think they know they have a tactical timeout, but I don't think they really care. They just want to play it out, and like you said, I know a couple times, I know you said in the Titan League, it's not necessarily all about the timeout. Some players just like to just keep going.
Yeah, I personally am one of those as Deluxe in the City, almost combining for a crazy pinch. Not gonna get that going through, but yeah, I mean, I just put me back in there. I know as a kind of in-game lead, I know what we're doing wrong. An extra minute isn't gonna help that. It's not gonna calm my nerves. Maybe for some new players coming in the playoffs that haven't been here before, but a lot of these players, they're seasoned. They know. Not even in Nemesis, but just in weekly tournaments, just playing ranked. They've played the game long enough. They know what their mistakes are. Very rare will you find a Rocket League team where you're like, guys, I don't know what we're doing wrong. More often than not, especially when players are this skilled, they know exactly what they're doing wrong. It's just a matter of if you can perfect the play style you're going for. But timeouts definitely can help just to stop the momentum. But choosing not to use it here. But again, they start out the first minute well. No shots here for either team. They're playing a solid early game. They just got to score in the early game because we know what Blizzard is capable of in the second half of the game.
And Blizzard is one of those teams, like you said, they like to rev up the engine a little bit. They start a little bit slow, but when they get going, they are hot, hot, hot. And the offense is so deadly, as we've seen time and time again. And again, it's the big reason why they got the 2-0 series lead. They're looking to go up 3-0 on Pinnacle here. Pinnacle on the defensive end, trying to hold strong. This ball popping up, dangerous. And Sandy has to make the touch. She has to look for another one. Zinvez with a huge bump, but Deluxe just in time on the goal line, making a huge save as Pinnacle. A little bit of panic here, stuck a little bit, but Deluxe, a huge clear, well needed, and now an opportunity potentially, but Zin with a nice pop over the top and able to relieve that pressure and send it out. And we're approaching the halfway point. Blizzard and Pinnacle still scoreless in, what has got to be a must-win for Pinnacle Bagels. They need to win this. We've talked about reverse sweeps. They've only happened twice in 7 seasons, in 2 matches out of all the matches that have happened in all of Nemesis. And they gotta not let it happen as Mad Max is coming in top right. A mistake on the defensive end, and Blizzard strikes first.
I think Max left the offensive third for about 10-15 seconds there. He was lurking on the backboard waiting for the pass, missed the first go around, and honestly, Deluxe said unreadable. I agree. He's talking about the stat specific play. I just thought he was going to talk about the Blizzard play style, because that last 30 seconds was actually unreadable from Blizzard. They're just throwing themselves, they're pre-jumping, they're doing stupid shit because they can afford to do some stupid stuff because they are in the driver's seat. They know they can win this series. And I think we might see some crazy plays come out in these last 2 games. But, this is a must-win game. But I think last game was a must-win game as Edwin getting harassed. Not going to score from it quite yet, but they got to bear down. They got to bite their lip. They just got to get through this Blizzard midfield and put up a shot. Because, again, they're at 0 shots. It's been 3 minutes, and you can't put up a shot. And Tox is going to put another one in. And Blizzard is dominant.
Blizzard just so powerful. I mean, just pop it up here. Deluxe, probably no boosters. He's racing back, looking for an in and out. Insanity can't get back either. And Blizzard, they are just feeling themselves up 2-0 here, 1:46. And yeah, Pinnacle, the hope, it's a little bit dwindling here. Just a little bit here, as they gotta hopefully find 2 goals, or they're gonna be facing a reverse sweep against the 2-time defending champions. Who took down the undefeated Kraken as, oh my goodness, look at this play here, the passing play. Tox puts it in the back of the net and make it 3-0.
Said they're going to start doing some stupid stuff, and, it might be a little bit of a stupid play that Tox is there, but realistically, that's some good positioning off of the original first man challenge. Excellent shot from Tox. And, haven't really seen a Mad Max clip I haven't seen a flip reset, a musty or something, maybe something there off the kickoff, but will get dunked out. And Tox, he's very capable of those plays as well, so kind of fitting in the Max role, so to say. It's finally Pinnacle recording their first shot with just about 4 minutes into Game 3. And again, they're kind of doing the right things. It's just that Blizzard is just so overwhelming. And the few opportunities they've had, they've just missed them. But, you know, if they can get kind of a blunder goal here out of as Tox did have a really big mistouch. But, you know, even when they make mistouches like that, Tox just got back to that opportunity so quick, and Max with the save on the goal line. Blizzard can do no wrong.
They are performing insanely well here as they're up 3-0. Looking to take a 3-0 series lead. Insanity is trying to put that one on net. But the time, the biggest factor here is a 50 comes through from Pinnacle. Trying to keep it up. Here comes Deluxe looking to put it on, but Zin just enough of a touch, and Mad Max sends it down. And as the time ticks away, it's looking more and more likely that Blizzard is going to go up 3-0 in this series, as they are looking for that three-peat. As this ball popped up in the midfield, Tox looking for a touch, a little bit awkward there, but at this point doesn't really matter. Final 10 seconds ticking down. Blizzard is going to go up 3-0, and now Bagels, all the hopes for Pinnacle that they rely on reverse sweeping the two-time defending champions.
You know, I'd like to say I've seen some crazier things. You know, I've seen some crazier things, just not in Rocket League. You know, LA, an absolute spectacle of a place. But haven't seen too many more crazy things than the situation that Pinnacle would be in if they somehow mounted that reverse sweep. I would, you know, I think I've talked about this before. I don't know what I would do, but you throw something up there, I'll probably do it. If Pinnacle somehow manages to win this. But, you know, like I said, they've done the kickoff part extremely well. They are starting off really good off of the kickoff transitions. They're either winning the kickoff or they're putting themselves in a good position to grab some boost afterwards, but they're not sustaining that opening pressure they're getting on the kickoff. They're afraid to commit, and you can't be afraid to commit against Blizzard, which, like I was saying in one of the earlier games, they're not really double committing, which is great. But at some point, you're going to have to double commit against this Blizzard roster. You got to stop out these mechanical plays that are coming out. And really, you know, I kind of contradicted myself. I said mechanical plays. Blizzard hasn't really done anything mechanical. Blizzard isn't playing like Blizzard. They're playing extremely well on the offensive side of things. They're having a huge, just absolute happy time on the side of offense. They're running the show for sure. But Max is not flip resetting. He's not going for air dribbles. Tox isn't even doing anything crazy. And Zin hasn't gone for more than one double tap. So Pinnacle, they're doing that, right? They're stopping the mechanics of Blizzard, but they just got to do more. And it starts off with Deluxe.
And hey, the first step to reverse sweep is winning game 4, and scoring first is exactly what Pinnacle needed. They strike here in this one, and for their sake, you hope they can score a few more here, as that one only came 13 seconds into game number 4.
Huge kickoff win. Deluxe with the fake to Insanity to the open. The ultimate Grandmaster strategy. You win the kickoff, you fake everybody, and a 2-0 lead against Blizzard?
Oh?
It's only 18 seconds in, but you know, hey, this is exactly what Pinnacle needs to do.
And well, maybe this is what they need. I mean, 18 seconds in, 2-0, and they're winning the kickoff again. Well, I mean, who knows? If there was a chance, this is how you'd want it to start. As they strike with 2 goals here, giving themselves some life in this series. But can they add to it? Can they hold Blizzard off on the offensive end? That is what is to be determined. A huge win comes out as another fake comes through, and a huge pinch save on the goal. But Toxic coming back, and Sandy with a save. Pinnacle panicking on the defensive end, but they save it away and clear it out to the midfield.
Actually, call that. It was pandemonium. I wouldn't call it panic. Pinnacle looked extremely composed right there, and really Blizzard almost getting a devastating fake play of their own. A little concerned as to why he didn't go for the immediate shot, but the fake was performed really well. The follow-up shot just didn't have the accuracy. But, you know, after surviving a barrage of shots there from Blizzard, this is, some good confidence for Pinnacle in a game where they lose this, they go home. And, honestly, I'll say it. They look almost better than the Kraken's team I saw. Like, Pinnacle is playing like up to their standards, and Blizzard, missing a shot right there. Blizzard was doing all kinds of crazy stuff in that Kraken series. They haven't done anything crazy sans that Tox redirect on the back wall. It is a no funny business Blizzard, and they're taking this seriously. But Pinnacle, they're down the barrel here. They're down 3-0. That much is for certain. But they're making Blizzard really uncomfortable, even though it looks like Blizzard is trying and performing extremely well. This Blizzard roster, I can tell that they are not comfortable, even though they are in the driver's seat for this whole series. It's not like the Kraken series at all.
I mean, Pinnacle is doing well here, and Blizzard, they still hold the 3-0 lead, but Pinnacle looking to bring things back, and we have seen some crazy reverse sweep attempts in Titan League this season. I mean, going back to those Kraken that you mentioned, who were undefeated in a first-round matchup. They were 18-0 in the regular season. They were going up against Vanguard, up 3-0 in the series. Vanguard brought it all the way back to Game 7, and Bagel, sometimes all it takes is you win this Game 4, you squeak out a Game 5, and then all of a sudden the pressure can turn the opposite way, so it's definitely not out of reach here.
Yeah, and again, Pinnacle, they've done what they needed. They performed in the early game. They scored 2 goals, and hold on, it was a mistake coming out from Blizzard, a whiff on the transition, and a 3-0 lead. Who would have thought?
I mean, I don't know if I would have thought after what I saw. Not me. There's a 2:05 left, and Pinnacle, the 3-0 lead, looking to take this game number 4 here, trying to force a Game 5. And like I said, I mean, the reverse sweep, obviously, we've only seen 2 all-time in Nemesis. But, to start one of those out, you got to come out strong. And, this is how you do it here in a Game 4. Coming out with 3 goals against a team that was just absolutely out-shooting you. And I can't see the shots right now, Bagels, but I would reckon to say that Pinnacle's probably leading in that department in this league.
They are not leading, but they are tied at 4 apiece. So Blizzard not able to get their feet dug in on the offensive side, although almost a stellar play coming out from them right there. But, Pinnacle has realistically played some solid defense the whole series, but in games 1 through 3, Blizzard, I'm pretty sure they shot 15 shots in a row, 3 games in a row. And, excuse me, not 15 shots in a row. That would be pretty insane. As here we go, Max finally on the counter. They will start to take hold of the shooting department as nobody on the backboard.
Yeah, no one available for that one as Mad Max puts it in. I think it was 15, 15, and 8 in that last game. It was 8-2 in favor of Blizzard, if my memory serves. But they find one here, and the possibility for the sweep is still available as we're a minute 10 remaining. And we know that the Blizzard offense can get heated up as here comes Edwin looking for something deluxe on the dribble, passing it down. A beautiful play. Insanity slots it home.
And this is what I'm talking about. They needed the Insanity Deluxe connection and hasn't really been converted on the first 3 games. That's just a chef's kiss pass right there. You don't need the banger infield pass. You don't need the ceiling pass down to a player waiting in the midfield. That was just the most lovely doink. And in Deluxe, he knew exactly where Insanity was. And that's just beautiful Rocket League. I'll die on that hill as finally Max. He's looking for the first big play of the series, and he finds it.
Mad Max, you can't give this man some space. He is so good, and he will read double taps like anyone's business as he puts it in the back of the net. 4-2, the lead only stands at 2 with 51 seconds remaining. And Pinnacle, can they hold on? Can they keep it going? Or will Blizzard find something out and force overtime here as this one's sent up? Oh my goodness, looking for that read. It almost found the back of the net for the counterattack. The net is wide open as it gets an Insanity, puts it home. The counterattack, Pinnacle up by 3.
And granted, Blizzard in a position where they need to commit like that, but they've been playing like that the whole series. So if they can just beat the third man of Blizzard, this could happen a lot more. And that, we saw it in the previous games where if just a micro misread, because the Blizzard, they are so mechanical. They haven't done anything extremely spectacular except for that double tap we just saw, their movements are precise. The mechanics are absolutely on point. They're fluid. It's not anything flashy at this point like we're normally accustomed to seeing from Blizzard. But, you know, one little misread off of a corner, the back wall, in the midfield, and, you know, this could happen a lot more for Pinnacle as more demos coming out. This time from Insanity as Deluxe starting to get a little fancy. You know, they got a three lead. I can't even speak. 3-goal lead with a few seconds left. Almost stellar goal. But, you know, and surprisingly, Insanity kind of stepping up there on the bump front, as Edwin has been an absolute physical presence as per usual. And, you know, Pinnacle, they have life.
They got some life. It's officially a series now, Bagels. As Pinnacle, they take this game. They don't quite win the shot category. It's 9-8 in favor of Blizzard, but they come back here, they get one game, and all of a sudden you have to think, if they somehow can win this next game, Bagels, obviously, you know, that game was a difficult one. They brought it back, but you have to think, if they somehow win game 5, the pressure is got to turn in their favor. So I think, you know, for them, it's really important to come out strong in this next game and kind of take it to them.
I wholeheartedly agree. As for anybody that caught the sweep over Krakens, we did an interview with Tox afterwards, and I was kind of trying to prod him into doing some fancy freestyle stuff with Max, but he said, "No, we're gonna take this very seriously. This is a no nonsense Blizzard, and they're not gonna go for really anything super crazy," which is partially probably why they've been playing the way they have. Nothing super crazy is because they're converting on that as though mistakes starting to come out for Blizzard. The fear starting to set in their mind.
My goodness.
One more double commit. But you know, in the early game is so important for Pinnacle. They needed to convert off that Max, a huge whiff off the back wall, and 2 double commits in a row. If Insanity places that shot slightly better, again, Pinnacle would have scored first, but still, this is really good. You win the kickoff, good things happen. Edwin's hunting for the bumps. They just got to play consistent the whole way through.
Oh, Insanity is to race back, but yeah, that was a huge opportunity, and Zinvez, an absolute menace on the goal line with an insanely clutch save, as Pinnacle was unable to convert, but they're trying here. This one shot towards the net, but just a little bit wide as Zinvez races back. You're exactly right. It's so crucial for Pinnacle to get on the score in the first, take this lead early, and kind of get the pressure in their favor. They might be able to bring it back as Insanity trying to get it out, gets it over to the side, but only as far as Zinvez, who's up in the air, sending it off the backboard. Insanity making a touch. Here comes a shot. Edwin has to make the save just in time as he's going to pinch it around and send it into the midfield. As Deluxe taking control. Mad Max sending it back in, looking for something here off the backboard, but a touch going to come through, and this game still hanging at a 0-0 ball game is a little bit awkward there. Deluxe going to wind it out, but yeah, Bagels still 0-0 here. Pinnacle was unable to convert on that opportunity, and they're going to have to try to make another one.
Off of the passing play out of defense. A little too slow of a transition to convert off of that overcommit from Blizzard, but again, Blizzard, they're overcommitting. They're getting confident in this playstyle, and I don't blame them because it's worked and it's going to continue to work. It's just a matter of if Pinnacle can catch them on the back foot one of these times more often than not. As Deluxe with a snipe, but Max will send it away, and they need one Blizzard mistake, but Blizzard's starting to make multiple mistakes. They're starting to not feel super confident here, so if they could just convert on one of these, start off the scoring early. You know, I never thought I would say this in this series, but Pinnacle is looking like they're in the driver's seat here, but a huge save comes out from Max off of the back wall.
Yeah, Pinnacle is looking like a different team right now, forcing Blizzard to need to take. It's not towards that. Zinvez has to make another huge save. He does, but here comes Insanity. Might have a flip. Deluxe diving in, and Edwin left all alone. But this one only off the side while Edwin panicking, holding on the backboard. Insanity is gonna help him out. Clear that ball away as Deluxe, and down here comes Edwin, taking a shot towards the net, looking for the 50, it's going to be own goal. Edwin gets credit for the goal, and Pinnacle, they strike first here in Game 5.
And this is what happens, Tox, he has no boost, you put Blizzard on the back foot, mistakes are bound to happen. He's thinking he has to get back to this ball because Deluxe was probably trying to read that off of the back wall right there, but once Deluxe saw nobody was in net, he knew that he didn't really have to. And Blizzard, they're making more mistakes than I've ever seen them make, really, realistically. But, you know, as I said before, the second half of the game is a different Blizzard. Although a missed shot from Max, even Max starting to underperform a little bit. Tox there for the follow-up, but the saves coming through from Pinnacle. And I never thought I'd say this, But Pinnacle on the offensive side, they kind of look like Blizzard.
They're looking good. I mean, the pressure is completely turned, and maybe that game 3, they said, screw it, Bagels. We're going to go all in. And this one off the backboard. Edwin looking for the dunk through with 2 Blizzard defenders collided. Deluxe. Last-ditch effort, but yeah, maybe they just said, screw it, let's go all in, and another save comes through. It may just be working into the pass, coming through Mad Max, gonna be denied away. The Pinnacle defense is still strong, even as their offense is turned up here, and they've got a 1-0 lead, a minute and a half remaining. Now it's Blizzard, who we need to see some offense. They've been held scoreless here, and oh my goodness, this one off the backboard, but gonna be saved away and sent all the way back. Insanity gonna have to try to read this touch from Mad Max, and he does it perfectly. And wait a minute, Deluxe has an opportunity, but they can't quite convert. This ball off the backboard, but gonna be saved away by Blizzard, who again have to get going on the offense. The shot again, just the saves coming through. Pinnacle is putting on an offensive clinic out of nowhere. We would not have expected this after watching the first 3 games.
No, but I can't help but feel like they need to put one of these in because, you know, the lead is never safe. We saw Blizzard in the grand finals against Reapers soars with the musty air dribble at 0 seconds. They need another insurance goal here because I'm not feeling comfortable when any of these Blizzard players are on the ball on the offensive side, although still, they are running the show on the offense here. Shots tied, but Pinnacle, this is a different Pinnacle with the fake from Insanity. Good attempt. It's still ball possession in Edwin's hands. He gets the snipe, and they get their insurance goal.
Edwin puts it in the back of the net, and just the pressure, they were starving Blizzard, which you talked about. You need to starve the boost out, and it was working to perfection. Sustained offense. It is 2-0 Pinnacle. They are looking to take game 5, and they may just send us to Forbidden Temple, Bagels.
Certainly hope so, as they lose the kickoff to the corner. Zin, good 50 to Max, but Edwin, he's been such a solid third man this whole series, and I'm starting to think that this Pinnacle roster is perfecting the playstyle. They downloaded the Blizzard files. They're starting to find the counters to this playstyle. And, you know, granted, it's taken a lot of missed chances from Blizzard, but, you know, when the Pinnacle defense is this good, a few miscues are going to come out. You know, you could only play so consistent, so mechanical for so long before these little micro mistakes from Blizzard start to come out. And Blizzard, they still look like they're the more deadly team on offense, although the table kind of flipped here. Pinnacle, Insanity was going for a little soft reset. Deluxe is hitting some crazy shots. Even Edwin with the snipes. Everybody on the Pinnacle side is getting involved on the bump platform, and that's what you need. Like you just said, you gotta boost starve them. You gotta bump them. They're not really winning the kickoff so much these last 2 games, but they're starting to get that thought in the back of Blizzard's head that what's going to happen off the kickoff? What's my plan of attack off of that kickoff? And Pinnacle, they're controlling the early game, and that is so important. They're not necessarily scoring in the early game, but they're putting Blizzard in some uncomfortable spots, and they're forcing Blizzard to play from behind. And Blizzard is not normally accustomed to playing like that.
Yeah, they really aren't. And this time, Pinnacle leading the shot department in this one, and you gotta feel like the pressure is on Blizzard now, Bagels. I mean, we're heading into game number 6. It is Forbidden Temple. This map has had historic moments. Blizzard still looking for that 3-peat, but Pinnacle looking to force a game 7 in a reverse sweep attempt, and this is such a crucial game number 6.
Indeed, and they need the early game success that they've had. More mistakes from Blizzard coming out the double commit, although Tox able to get back to his touch, and that's what I was saying earlier. Even when Blizzard makes a mistake, more often than not, they're able to remedy it extremely quickly. But they haven't been able to do that the last few games. Luckily for them, Tox able to get it right there. But they gotta keep up the attack. They gotta press the pressure. They gotta drain the offensive life out of this Blizzard roster in these first few minutes. And again, more mistakes coming out. Max and Toxic, they've been teammates for so long. They're on the same page 99% of the time. But they're starting to look not confident with each other. And this is really good for Pinnacle.
Pinnacle, some life into them after dropping the first 3 games, but they may not have it anymore. It's a shot going to come through. Zinvez strikes first, and Blizzard finally getting on the board. They needed that one.
Yeah, and really, that's a calculated touch from Zin. I don't think he really meant for the touch to go to the mid that perfectly. Actually, I think that might have been somebody on the, I don't know, mistake. a little bit of a brain fart. It was a great touch or a bad touch in the midfield, one or the other, as Insanity looking to fake this out for Deluxe to the shot. But he gets the read off of the back wall, and again, you win the kickoff. Good things happen. Insanity, a perfect fake in the midfield.
Yeah, the fake comes out, and Deluxe, he finds the read off the backboard. I've seen so many of those shots that just go bar down ski, and he puts it in, and Pinnacle, it just seems like maybe Blizzard had turned the table there, Bagels, with some pressure, but they come back. Pinnacle scores relatively quickly, and a minute in, we are tied.
I mean, that's exactly what they needed to do. And again, I haven't seen any double commits from this Pinnacle roster basically all series. It's so good. They're playing so well. I discounted them, but we are here in Game 6, and they are here to play. And mistakes are being made once again in the midfield on this Blizzard side. But Max, he's looking for a pass to the midfield. Beat pass Tox in. Awkward spot is third man. But able to get back to it. And Pinnacle, oh no, as Zen, he's known for the dunks, and he gets one almost, sending it through for the second goal. As again, this is what happens though, Rockerman. They need to be successful in the early game. They only got one goal off of Blizzard, and Blizzard's starting to turn the tables. They're at 5 shots, Pinnacle at 1, a slow roller on the opposite side. But Insanity will get back.
And this one actually lofted up. Toxic has to race back, just able to get that save off to the side as a huge demo comes out. And Pinnacle looking for something. Edwin trying to find that bump there. Almost got it. Mad Max gives the ball away. Deluxe has a shot, but a save comes through. And this one's so intense right here in Game 6. There's a shot attempt coming through, but denied. As Insanity can't quite make that touch. Edwin has to jump up, try to be Toxic, but this ball just hanging in the midfield. Deluxe and Insanity, a little bit of a double commit. Mad Max has an opportunity, but Insanity, oh my goodness, a little bit sketchy there, but able to get it away. And a huge demo opening up some space, but that one gonna be bumped away there. As now we're approaching halfway. Blizzard and Pinnacle, we are tied, Bagels. Pinnacle just need that goal to try to force that Game 7 and give them an opportunity to complete this reverse sweep. As, whoa, wait a minute, save comes out.
Thought one more fake play came out right there, but not quite quick enough to get the job done. But Pinnacle, you know, Blizzard, they're starting to ramp up the pressure. And Pinnacle, I just said, they haven't really double committed, but we saw 2 double commits in a very short time span. But still, the defense that's been so good all series. And we see every time Pinnacle gets onto offense, Blizzard, all 3 players, they're racing back because they don't know what to do when they can't score. When they don't score, the attack is completely on the side of Pinnacle, but a missed shot. They need to hit that to bring it to Game 7. The pass, more missed touches coming out. As Edwin trying to get it to the middle, but they cannot get it through, and they're going to have to withstand another barrage from Blizzard.
Oh my goodness, Blizzard, they are surviving here. And wait a minute, Edwin, he's trying to fake too, but he needed to touch that ball. Is that one could have been the opportunity? A minute 34 remaining. Pinnacle, Deluxe, looking for the shot, down to Edwin, the shot from Mad Max, on the goal line, the biggest save of his life there, as he puts that one away, and this ball in the midfield. Insanity, trying to get a touch there, another bump comes through, as Blizzard, looking for this one, it's out of the midfield, it pops up high, but Blizzard not quite ready, and the offense just not quite the same as Edwin. He's trying to get that touch, and Blizzard, they could be 1 goal away from a championship, or they could be 1 goal away from a Game 7, with a reverse sweep on the line in the Titan League Grand Finals. And a minute remaining, Bagels. These players are panicking. They are nervous. They are scared, knowing what is at stake in this Game 6.
I think that favors Pinnacle here, but they got to get on the offense. They got to press the issue. Huge 50 here as Zen going to race back. He does get a nice clear out, but Pinnacle, they needed to convert off of one of those opportunities. I feel like unless Deluxe, can he find the double? That's a tough read, but still the pressure on, the boost grabs are out. Although one more huge dunk from Zin could set his team up as a whiff from Insanity. Deluxe gonna bail him out, finding the double off the side, but Max here to press the issue for Blizzard into the corner, to the middle. Double commit again as Zin just getting dunk after dunk in the midfield. Hasn't resulted in a goal yet, but the clock is ticking down, and we might have overtime.
The final 10 seconds of Game 6. Pinnacle, can they force a Game 7, or will Blizzard win the championship? This ball is up. Zinvez sets it up for Toxic. Off the backboard. Mad Max trying to keep it in, but that one touches the ground, and we've got overtime. Ooh. Game 6, Forbidden Temple Bagels. The championship could be on the line.
And Pinnacle, they lose the kickoff. Zin up early looking for the read off the corner. Demo comes out from Max, shot off the backboard. Max there for the follow-up, and they will convert off of the physicality. Blizzard are your back-to-back champions.
They do it in style here as Mad Max finishes the deal there. The demo opens up the space, and history has been made in the Titan League. 3-time defending champions. They go back to back to back in an impressive performance. They gave us a little bit of a scare though, Bagels, but they did what they had to do in Game 6. They win in overtime. A huge performance from them, and Blizzard, they are champions yet again.
Indeed, they are. Props to Pinnacle. I've discounted them through the latter half of the season. I discounted them the whole playoffs. And honestly, rightfully so, because they weren't playing up to their standard. But honestly, I know what their standard looks like now. And it's a pretty good Rocket League. They made Blizzard feel so uncomfortable in the series. And if they even just hit one of those little opportunities in Game 6 here, we're heading to Game 7. And honestly, I wish we were, because I was getting really into that series. Because going into this, I gave them a pity game. I gave them a 4-1 here for Blizzard. But realistically, in my mind, I thought this was going to be an extremely clinical sweep from Blizzard. But it was not. Pinnacle really put it to Blizzard here. And honestly, I'm all for it. That was a fantastic series. That may have been the best damn Rocket League that Edwin has ever played in his life, and it was extremely exciting to watch.
It really was, and I mean, so close for that Pinnacle squad. I mean, I'm proud of them for sure as the GM. They gave it a heck of a run. I mean, there were times where I thought that these guys might not even make the playoffs with the way they were playing mid-season, but you got to give them credit. They battled back and made all their grand finals, pushed it to the limit. But I mean, Blizzard, they were just so good. I mean, Mad Max, Toxic, they're joining the ranks up there, Bagels, with those 3-time champions, and they've done it back to back to back. Exceedingly impressive. I mean, what else can you say about these guys? They just find a way. Season after season, you thought it was the season of the Krakens. They sweep them right out of the playoffs. You thought maybe Pinnacle's going to reverse sweep them, but they shut it down, and they pull off the three-peat, and Mad Max, Toxic, Zinvez, Dan, the entire Sub-Zero org, I know they are ecstatic about this championship.
Yeah, I mean, I knew Blizzard was going to play extremely well, just like they always do. And it's just, every time they're on the field, it's kind of hard to say because obviously it's a draft league. The skill is a lot lower. But, if we could get like a Tox, Max, and maybe whoever else is their third, I want to see them make some like RLCS quals or something because it's just so exciting to watch Max and Toxic play on the field. And, Zin is just, he stepped up big, made a few defensive mistakes early on in the series, but he came up really, really big here in Game 6 to secure the championship. He got so many crazy dunks, some very unlikely dunks, but crazy dunks that came out no less. And he got the scoring started. He got the passes. He got the bumps. He did what he needed for Blizzard to get their victory here. And I think all the other teams really fell out kind of early here for the Sub-Zero Oregon. Blizzard, they're old faithful. They get the job done.
They always do. Just season after season, they find a way. And, Bagels, I am happy for Zinvez over there. The man finally gets it done. The second place Princessa, as he called himself, is no longer. He is a champion of the Titan League with Toxic and Mad Max. And, I mean, you got to give them huge congratulations. Blizzard, they deserve it. They played amazing. A great playoff run all the way to the championship. And, well, I guess Bagels, now we got to see if they can go for 4. I mean, who knows? Can they pull off the 4-peat? I mean, now we got some more content to look forward to in Season 8.
Yeah. I wish I could have had something to say, but, my team, we underperformed. I would have liked to meet them in the grand finals to try and prove that we could take them down. But, honestly, Pinnacle, they might have done a better job than we ever could have done. And apologies to Pinnacle. But they were playing so bad the other series. But again, this is what Pinnacle Rocket League looks like. This is the kind of grand finals performance that we've seen Season 3 from Pinnacle, Season 5 from Pinnacle. They didn't win that one against Blizzard, but they took it all the way to Game 7. And the unlikeliest of scenarios, the 3-0 deficit in the series, and they bring it back. They make Blizzard look more uncomfortable than we've ever seen. And it's just I've never seen that before. They were starting to panic, and even when they were panicking, to the average viewer, it still probably looks like Blizzard dominated the series.
Yeah.
But I can tell Blizzard, they were not comfortable in that series. They were taking it extremely seriously, and even in the games where they got 15 shots, it was within reach for Pinnacle. And I'm just excited to see that it was this close. Excellent season for both these teams. Nemesis history tonight. Biscuit gets his 3-time. Tox and Maxic, they get their 3-time. Zin, the 4th Grand Finals appearance. He finally gets the job done. And, I mean, we didn't see that many Game 6s tonight, Rocker Man. We didn't see that many Game 7s. But you know what? I'm glad we ended it on this one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I didn't get to send my reverse sweep Game 7 alert in the Discord.
Game 7 alert!
Rats. I had it all typed out. I was ready to go. You don't get many opportunities to Game 7 reverse sweep grand finals, but Blizzard, they hold on. They take the championship. It's been another excellent season. I want to give a few shout outs. I know Jtron just subscribed. Congratulations on the championship, and thank you for the resub. Rogue gifted a bunch of subs. He's a champion as well. Congrats to him. Owen gifted 20 earlier, which is insane. Nixoy coming back for 10 months. Much love. Rogue gifted 5 earlier as well. And respect to everyone for supporting us. We appreciate all the support. It's been a season. It's been a season. This is the biggest season Nemesis has ever had. A lot of money on the line. A lot of players in the league. I mean, 16 teams every league. $1,500 was up for grabs, and everyone performed excellently. We had a lot of support from the staff. I want to give a huge couple of shout outs, as always, to management team. They put in a lot of work behind the scenes. It was a crazy season. They've got a lot of other stuff that they do in their lives, but they still managed to make time for, to help out. So shout out to them. Shout out to all our team leads. There's a lot of people there. Probably want to name the managers: Critter, Rogue, Squirrel, Sands. You guys supporting us out there. Much love. All the team leads out there. There's a lot of them that were around. I'm just looking at the ones online. Jaegers, Mirly, Ruth, Mitch, Mallow is over there now. Probably missing some people. Shout out to the mods, trial mods, everyone that supported. A lot of other people on the staff team. Shout out to the media team as well. A lot of great commentators, new commentators this season, some streamers that really helped us out with our new overlays. Just a lot of support from everyone this season. It was not an easy season by any means. It's been a little bit rough, all things considered. But it was the biggest season. We ended it off strong. And I just want to say thank you everyone for always supporting, building up the hype in the viewers. We made the push for Twitch partner a couple of the times. We tried. It's still on the horizon potentially. But the support in the Discord is great. Support in the streams is great. I love always hearing the good messages. A lot of people that would say thank you or say I really enjoy this. Enjoyed the season. Looking forward to the next one. So we appreciate you guys. And yeah, we just appreciate everyone hanging out. It's been a great season, and I think Bagels, we got to look forward to see whatever the heck season 8 has in store, which is crazy to think we're gonna be on season number 8.
I know. I mean, I haven't. Granted, I'm no longer on management anymore. I wasn't on management in the beginning, but I can certainly say that both you and I have been here from day one, and it's been impressive that we have gotten this far.
Yeah.
We got the stream overlays. We got 16 teams in 5 leagues. We have Nemesis merch. Who would have thought that would have happened? We got Nemesis merch. And maybe, I'm not in management, but maybe, we got some more to come. I don't know. But, again, quick shout out to our streamers, primarily Crippist. Wasn't streaming here tonight. Our old faithful here, Rockerman, was. But thank you to everybody on the staff team. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you for the teams. And I've been here time and time again, Rockerman. And every time I say, every season, I think the league gets better. It gets more competitive. The players are putting out some crazy stuff. We saw the novice hit like a musty reset. I wasn't watching that game, but I heard about it. Some crazy things keep happening, and I'm ready for it season after season. And again, you don't give yourself enough credit here. So I'm going to get up on this is the soapbox moment I always do at the end of the season. Thank you, Mr. Austin Rockerman. It really could not be done without you. Just been here from day one. And as a fan from day one, tournament player day one. You know, seeing how far it's come, it's truly impressive. We are absolutely grassroots, but it is incredible to see how far you and the rest of everyone that has come along the way have taken it thus far. And, you know, we're going to be going away from 2 months or so, however long the management decides the offseason is going to be. But you know what? I'm going to be ready to start back up in 2 months again.
Well, thank you, Bagels. I will be excited as well. Whenever it comes back, to be determined. We're still working out the final logistics. It's been a crazy playoff run, but I appreciate the kind words and thank you for casting and always supporting OG since before season one. He's pre-season one, so he's been around since the beginning and wouldn't have anyone I'd rather share the booth with for the Titan League Grand Finals, but. That is going to do it here, folks, for season number 7. It's been crazy. It's been wild. It's been fun. And we hope you guys enjoyed the stream and enjoyed the season. It's been real, but we're going to be going away for the time being. But stay tuned in the Discord. Make sure you guys are joining up if you're new and aren't in the Nemesis Discord. Make sure to hop in there. Check out the channel. Stay tuned for any announcements. I'm sure we're going to be making a lot more. We'll be announcing the season 7 off season. Award show when season 8 is going to begin. There is a lot to be determined still, a lot to get thrown in there, so make sure you guys check out the Discord. And yeah, that is going to do it for season number 7. We appreciate you, love you guys, thank you all for the support, and we will talk to you guys next season.
Better have a banger outro song.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
Don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses.